What is going on, guys? Welcome to the Crash Course Metal Show. We got guests for you here today. We are going to be talking about all kinds of cool shit today in the hair metal world and also in the heavy metal world. So stick around. I am going to make sure everything is going good and live right now. So I will be back in a couple minutes. Do not go anywhere.
This morning dawns after a long rain. The wind still drip drops of water on warm ground. Green leaves of an April spring remain. Lights fade away into a void, no more rain. The doves singing on my windowsill as I wander and fade. The cold wind calms the birds' sunlight. It's 12 o'clock at noon. I'm sitting in my room, feeling serene, daydreaming in my bliss on this bright afternoon. What will I do today? There's no more disarray. I'm finally at peace now that I've won. What will I do today? There's no more disarray. In the eyes of God, I've set the soul. Now I'm home again. I know I'll never be alone again. No, no. Live for today and every day. Be careful, you might be the one. Addicted to fate, not knowing it all. Ignorance can bury you under the gun. What will I do today? There's no more disarray. I'm finally at peace now that I've won. What will I do today? There's no more disarray. In the eyes of God, I've set the sun. Live for today and every new day. Be careful, you might be the one. Addicted to fate, not knowing it all. The reds can bury you under the gun. Whoa, the reds can bury you under the gun. Whoa, the reds can bury you under the gun.
All right, we are good to go, guys. All right, let's bring in our guest here tonight. So far that we got the one and only mini documentary making Richy Kearns. Let's bring him in here. What is going on, my man? How you doing?
What's up, man? Nice
Dude,
of nice of you to bring me here, man. It's an honor. It's an honor, man.
dude. Likewise. It's I will share your channel here real quick. Now, Richie, he has his own channel, Richy Kearns Productions. He talks everything like Crash Dive, everything second wave of like sleaze, Swedish sleaze metal, like all kinds of good shit. Slick Toxic, he talks about, has documentaries for everything, Skid Row, all kinds of shit. So, Rich, it's awesome, man. And we did do a little collaboration already. This is the first time we actually doing a show together, but we did do a
Yeah, man.
collaboration on Danger Danger Cockroach. I want to ask this: have you listened to that album since we done that collaboration?
I haven't, no. I haven't gone near it, to be honest.
Really? Okay, because I will say I have thought about it. I can't say I've
Yeah,
listened to it personally, but I've thought about it, and I thought about a couple songs, but since I don't have the physical copy, that's the
yeah,
issue. That's the issue because, like we talked about, I don't use Spotify. I don't really use YouTube for listening to
mhm,
music, and at least albums. And it's just hard if I don't have the physical thing. It doesn't get put on the iPod then, and there we go.
yeah,
It just kind of loses out of sight, out of mind, if you will. And but nonetheless, it's still a good album. The Ted Poley version and the Pauline version. Uh,
yeah.
I I know, but like I said, I'll show the viewers your channel here, and also, Richie, if you want to tell us a little bit about yourself. I mean, I tried to do an intro, but I know I'm forgetting some things. But go ahead, man. You got the floor.
Oh, nice one, man. Well, my name is Richie. I do documentaries on 80s rock bands, like Trevor mentioned, new wave of Swedish Sleaze type bands like Black Rain, um, Crash Diet, Skid Row. I do documentaries, reaction videos, and when I have the courage, I do interviews, which is not very often.
Uh, well, I was gonna say, one of the recent interviews you did was Bobby Valentine. You want to talk about like what kind of happened with that, like with that mini documentary?
Robbie Valentine, I was overworked and I'd come home. I just wanted to chill out, so I got a beer and I went down the rabbit hole of AOR for some reason. I was just on a buzz like that, and up pops a video by Robbie Valentine, and I really liked the songs I heard. And as I went down the rabbit hole, I realized that he was more than some of his parts. He was he, just this brilliant, multi-talented, multi-instrumentalist, and I couldn't get enough. I was like a man possessed. I started listening to every album I could get my hands on, and pretty soon I I found myself writing, and for months I couldn't write. I felt the pressure, I was like, how do I top the thing that I did before? And being overworked, anything I tried to do, just it didn't happen, and then I just put me back in the zone. And more so than that, like his music on a personal level resonated with me. So it's great
Yeah,
when that happens.
yeah, good
I
deal.
noticed I noticed a comment up the top there. It says, "What do you think of Every Mother's
Yeah,
Nightmare?"
yeah, right here. We got
Um,
Frank. Frank, thank you for your comment in the chat. Yeah, what you got something to say on Every Mother's
I,
Nightmare?
it's like Every Mother's Nightmare is if it's as if you put like Megadeth and Skid Row in a blender. That's what it is for me. It's like Dave Mustaine joined Skid Row. It's so strange, but it's
With
cool. It
like a little
works.
bit of Hank Williams country in there, like that
Yeah,
old school
man.
country on some of that stuff. But yeah, I like Every Mother's Nightmare too. I think the debute's good. I like the debut,
Hmm.
but I think I might actually visit Wake Up Screaming from
You,
1993 a little bit more than the debut.
you know the video for House of Pain?
Mhm.
Um, the guy who played Zod in the more recent Superman films is the kid in that video.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Yeah, man.
Okay. It's
Yeah,
been years since I seen that video though.
yeah,
But that's an interesting album. That's an album that I will probably talk about here on a Forgotten Album series
yeah.
really soon because I really enjoy that. I love the guitar tone on that album.
Mhm.
It's not grunge. They weren't trying to sound grunge in my opinion.
Yeah.
It is a darker album, no doubt about that.
Mhm.
It's darker, but, like, you also have some, like, fun ones, "Slip and Fall," like, that's a fun song. That's a classic, like,
Yeah.
80s sounding song, but then you also have some other ones, like, Hate Myself for Loving You, or I think it's just called I Hate Myself. It's kinda like a little bit of a ballad feel, but it's just dark, you know?
I I think bands who wanted to go in a different direction at that point had two choices. It was go down the grunge route or go the alternative rock route. And I think that's what Every Mother's Nightmare was trying to do. They were trying to kind of, keep the hard rock roots, but just dip their toe into the alternative thing. And I think they did well with it.
Well, yeah, I was gonna say, also too, you also had, like we mentioned earlier, Shotgun Messiah. Kinda go
Yeah,
like
man.
an industrial
Hmm.
route there, because I'll say this, I said it earlier, and I'll say it again. the third out or the album, Violent New Breed.
Yeah.
Yes, that's very industrial sounding, but if you
Mhm.
take that industrial, like, layer off of that album, it's just another Second Coming, you know? The guitar's there, Cody's guitar is still there, solos are there, and also the lyrics. Like, there's a song "Sex" on, the Violent New Breed, and that could have easily fit on Second Coming. So
I mean, I have to believe that Harry Cody has in his vault of demos a hard rock version of that album. But you see, there was only Tim and him left by that point, and I
right.
think it was let's go down this futuristic megabyte metal was one of the terms that was coined for that thing. Um, let's go down that route and see how it goes. I mean, that's all basic fucking bar chords, isn't it? It's like something like that, anyway. But
But, I mean, even you had Danzig, like, really jumping into industrial as well at the time. That was, like, a
yeah,
year later or so, but, like, you could hear it even in as early as, like, his 3rd album. You could see him kinda,
yeah,
even though that was a really bluesy feeling album, but, like, you could hear in Danzig 4 as well, like, he was starting to go in that direction, and in Danzig 5, he jumped balls deep into that, like, no shallow end. He went in deep end on that one.
like everyone was sort of scrambling to, find the right sound that would keep them relevant. But I think one of the few bands who didn't do that was Firehouse. Firehouse stuck to their guns, didn't they?
Yeah, I would say, well, there's a lot of bands actually that stuck to their guns, but you just don't really hear about it because the album obviously didn't do well.
Yeah,
There's a decent amount of hair bands and sleaze bands that released a good album, even debut albums in 1992, 1993, 1994,
yeah,
all day. But it just does not get talked about, and just no one knows about it either. And
yeah,
that's the shame. And I certainly think like the Graveyard Train is the first one that comes to my head in 1993 was their debut. Really bluesy, sleazy stuff,
yeah,
and it just it just fell off the face of the earth. Obviously 1993, no one's gonna promote that shit. They ain't gonna get a
yeah.
music video. They ain't gonna get new radio airplay. But so yeah, does anyone or do any one of you guys know why the other members except for Rick Rule isn't involved in the music business? I mean, from what I hear on the music business from like a lot of different people and a lot of different bands, if I I always certainly wouldn't want to stay any longer than I have to. It's certainly an industry that will chew you up and spit you out. I don't know what you hear on like your side of the pond because Richie is over in Europe, guys. He's in France. He's originally from
Mhm.
Ireland, and now that kind of leads me. We'll touch on this probably a little bit later, but can you kind of touch on what kind of France looks like right now as far as like a metal? Like, do you have record shops? Do you have like any kind of clubs? What's kind of
Okay,
going on there?
so in France, every year there's the yearly festival Hellfest, right? Every band comes to it every year. And it's televised here, like it's on the
Okay,
TV. We still have record shops over here. There's shops called Fnac. They'd be like what Virgin Megastores, and do you
okay,
have Virgin and Tower Records? Right, Tower Records would be what you'd be familiar with. Yeah, we've got those still, thank God. And actually, a new rock bar opened up in this town, and I shared it on my Facebook. You wouldn't believe how cool this place is, right? Um, it was like something out of Wayne's World. It was like the gas works. I went in. There was hot rods. There was like bikes. There's like a tattoo slash barber shop inside the place.
okay,
My friends from Voodoo Angel, they were doing a gig that night, and I'm filming it, and I just can't believe it. There's dogs walking around the place. People are
really?
cool.
Okay.
Yeah, man. Check the video on my Facebook. It's just I couldn't believe it, and like there's a guy literally getting tattooed while while my mates are playing the gig. Like, and
Okay.
if I was to tell you that, like, you wouldn't believe me unless I filmed it. Like,
All right.
like it
Yeah, let's check
happened.
it out. I have it right here.
Yeah,
So we'll do that.
that's the one.
Yeah. Okay. All right. We'll make it bigger there. Yeah. So this is it okay? So yeah, you got motorcycles in there, double. double level, it looks like, right?
Yeah, yeah, there's a to the left of that place, there is, like, there's a shop, like, to buy rock clothes and stuff.
Okay.
Yeah. The
Is
the
is the
only
screen
prob
moving is the screen moving for you?
Yeah, it is, yeah.
Okay, alright,
Wait.
alright. Interesting, that's
Yeah,
a pretty good layout there, I like that.
yeah, check it on the left. There's a guy getting tattooed, like, for fuck's sake.
Okay, yeah,
Dogs
there's the
walking
dog,
around.
yeah, yeah.
It's
Is it barber
it's
shop?
it's so cool, and I think the only issue with it is like, bars and stuff operate a little differently over here. Most of them are in, like, industrial warehouse estates, so, like, you have to, like,
Okay.
drive to get to it, but, this place
Oh,
is
okay.
called, Limpas.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, I mean, it's kinda out in the middle of nowhere then is what you're saying, somewhat?
It
Like,
like,
you gotta
it's in
drive a
the
little bit?
city, but, like it's in the city, but, like, all bars in France are bar the city center are like that. Like, if you wanna go out and have a drink that or go somewhere like that, that's what you gotta do. You gotta drive out to one of these
Okay.
places. Just
That's pretty cool.
strange.
I don't have no issue with, like, going out a little bit to,
Mhm.
go to a nice spot. Like, I don't
Yeah,
like going in the city, find a place to park like 16 blocks away and having to worry about
yeah.
that, it's very cool to have and then more times than not, you can go outside and re-enter. So, like, you can go outside and get kinda fucked up too, and then go back in, if they wanna overcharge you for drinks. So, but yeah, that's very cool. Alright, so
It,
We got Scott
the
Graham here real quick. Yeah, what were you gonna say?
oh, nice one. I was gonna say, like, is there a rock and roll bar for you, like, where you
Yeah,
live?
we have a decent amount of bars around here. Like we got like small venues, which we
Mhm.
I guess classify as somewhat the bars, and then we also have some
Yeah,
medium venues that are kind of like not as big as a theater. We do have a couple of
yeah.
those there too, but they tend to be a little bit more expensive.
Mhm.
Bringing a little bit bigger acts, so the prices are a little bit higher. But no, generally speaking, we have a decent amount of spots. But the problem is though is that I would say certainly the last year, there hasn't been as many rock shows that like what we would be into.
Yeah,
And you're starting to get a lot of cover bands and a lot of the same tribute bands too. So
yeah,
I you can only see a tribute band so many times. And I just never was really in the cover bands because I'm not gonna go listen to a cover band that plays everything on the radio that I'm
yeah,
sick and tired of hearing. So I'll just, go to watch the game, and have a beer there or whatever and just talk to new people. And then at the same time, there ain't that many people at that show to begin with. So you're not really meeting new people either. I mean,
yeah, yeah,
I found
same
great
set.
friends. I found great people like at the same shows and stuff like that. But like when there's only like 20 different people every time, unless you go like say a bigger name comes around, then it's
Yeah.
like, it is what it is. I mean, I'm still grateful for what we do have, but man, it is kind of on its last breath, if you will, especially for like
Unf
our kind of stuff.
Unfortunately, like, it's not something people wanna admit, but it's true. Like, I mean, you go to a
Mhm.
gig, like, and, if depending on what, day of the week it is, if I'm filming a gig, I make sure not to get too far back because, I
Yeah,
don't
you
want
want
the
to show
band
off
to
the
look
5 people that are there, you know?
Yeah, 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 I've learned to try and work with that. You try to make the 5 people look like 50 people, you know? Just get
Right, right. And that's a
but
shame, and it
yeah,
sucks because like, I'm more than happy to go out and support them. I support
mhm,
these bands any way possible, but man, it just it feels horrible. I feel horrible for the band that there's only, like, a couple people there.
yeah,
Dude, if you're talking about a weeknight, good luck, man. It's hard enough around here to get people on the weekends, let alone
mhm,
weeknights. You probably won't even get a show. You'll get karaoke weeknights around here,
yeah.
than bands and have more people at karaoke than a show. So so shout out to Scott Graham. He says every metalhead outside of Europe is jealous. That's a good point, because
Yeah.
I'm always like, Europe is still I mean, as much as, like you said, like, Europe is still probably better than the US as far
Oh,
as, like,
yeah?
a live scene and just a scene in general when it comes to
Yeah.
metal, no doubt about that, but you did kinda talk to that, and that's a cool spot. I mean, how close is that new spot to you? now?
It's maybe a 20-minute drive off the top of my head.
Okay, all right. I mean, that's
It's
not horrible for
no,
if you can make a whole day out of that, honestly. Just if they have a
yeah,
decent parking lot or whatever, like even if it is out in the middle of nowhere, that's what a boombox or like a
yeah, man.
Bluetooth speaker. Make a day. Take a couple friends, you'll be all right.
Organize organize a taxi, bring a designated driver, what have you.
Yeah,
You know, I mean,
yeah,
it's
no doubt. Scott says here again, in Sydney, Australia. Wow, that's pretty far across the pond there. The pub rock scene in the 70s and 80s were legendary. A pub on every corner playing bands. Now all these pubs are taken over by pokies or pookies machines. Nowhere for bands to play now. That is the thing.
yeah.
Eventually, here in America, that's gonna eventually be what it is too. Like I said, we still have places, and now it's certainly not what it was back in the 80s. Like my dad and like everyone, that grew up in the 80s. Oh my god, that was the golden age. That was like you could go down the road and find a bar with a badass band playing Wednesday night, and
Mhm.
you had he said he had like bands like Overkill, Poison come in like real shitty little bars, back in the day, man. And it's like, oh my gosh, like some of these stories that he says, like even like Autograph came in after they opened up for Van Halen at the fair in the town here, and they stopped in on their way out of York just to stop at the bar and watch the band there that night. Like it's crazy shit, man. I don't know. Now I'm sure you hear stories too back in either Ireland or over in Europe somewhere, wherever, like France, where you're at. Like I'm sure it was definitely golden age, glory days, 20, 30
Like,
years ago.
well, not even 20, 30 years ago. Like for me, I mean, there was a sizable scene in Dublin in around 2005. You know, I mean,
Okay.
if you were a teenager, you hung out at Central Bank. There was a like groups of rockers. There's it's a touristy place as well. There's Temple Bar, all that kind of spot was for like the young rockers. Then
Hmm.
we had like rock bars like Bruxelles and Fibbers, and we had like rock theme nights and everything. Like the scene was alive. But I think in the last, I want to say from maybe 2015 onwards, it just went like that. And
Yeah.
the word rocker got replaced with the word alt, and the word alt now means something completely different. So
Really?
you've got people who look like us, but
Hmm.
they're marching to the beat of a different drum as well. So
Okay.
10 years ago, I could have walked out onto the street, seen a guy like me, and been like, hey, and we'd click instantly. Now I see people like that, and I know that we're probably not gonna get along because there's generational gap, and again, they're not what they represent, and that's this disconnect for me.
Now, yeah, disconnect as far as music, worldviews, just
Yeah.
upbringings, and just okay, yeah, and I would agree. Now, not that I see too many rockers anymore, my age or younger,
Yeah.
uh, but generally speaking, you're probably right. Like, I can't really attest to too much of that because
Hmm.
a lot of times they don't really have T-shirts on either. Now, if they have a T-shirt on, you can somewhat like probably hold a conversation with them. But meanwhile, they
Yeah.
probably only knew one song by the band, and like if they have a Van Halen shirt on, oh yeah, Running with the Devil or Jump. I was like, oh my god, okay, I was meeting you halfway with just with Van Halen to begin with. You know, so like it's like oh my god, but yeah, it's certainly a dying breed. I would say, sad to
That
say.
that was another thing, you could tell by the t-shirts people wore because back in the day we had maybe 2 to 3 rock shops in Dublin, and to get one of these t-shirts like a Guns N' Roses top or a
Mhm.
Marilyn Manson or what have you, whatever you're into, they were premium. Like you paid a premium price to get them. They were expensive because they were hard to get.
Okay.
So you knew they were legit. And then whatever happened, a lot of bands became clothing brands, and suddenly you find them in like your JC Penney's or your Primarks or whatever, and we think, oh yeah, finally I can get an affordable top, but now everyone's fucking wearing them, and so you can't really tell again
Just
who
because they
where
like the image on it. too. Yeah,
where are my people? You know?
yeah. No, I see that over here. Even my
Yeah,
sister, I grill my sister all the time. Like, not that she does it all the time, but like she kind of sometimes if she takes a Danzig shirt from me, and because it might match what
yeah,
she's wearing or something, and I'm like, name me more than one song other than Mother, and, like or it doesn't have to be Danzig, but it's, like, whatever,
yeah.
she thrifts a lot, she does that vintage shit, she's, like, big into '70s clothing and stuff like that, and it's
Mhm.
like she wears stuff, and I quiz her all the time, I grill her about it, and it's like, "What the you are not going out of this house until you tell me a song or listen to an album, one or the other." But I agree, like, and because at the same time, when you see people out like that, you're like, "Do they really like" if I just walk up to you and say, "Hey, what's your favorite song?" Are you gonna be the one that looks like an asshole? Like,
Yeah,
weird.
and it's become a meme as well, like, to make fun of people like us to go, there's one with Adam Sandler, and he's chasing a kid down the road or something, and it's like, "Name 3 songs."
Yeah, exactly, yeah, I yes. Uh,
I see
Scout
it from both sides really, but, I just miss my time, I miss
well,
the scene, I miss when it made sense.
we all did, and
Yeah,
well, not we all did, but our ages, we did,
yeah,
and we had a little bit of a glimpse of it, a resurgence of it back in like 2005-ish,
yeah,
2006. But man, it's just no one else was there with us to help support that, second wave of sleaze metal renaissance that was
yeah.
going on. So, yeah, shout out to Ryan, natty up, boys, you got it. Cheers, Ryan. I know you have one in your hand probably right now, but definitely, man. That's the thing too. Does that kind of hurt too when people are just wearing random shirts? And you would think it wouldn't hurt, but when someone does want to ask them a question about it, if they don't even know who that band is, then they're like, "Oh, so you got two people now that don't know anything about this T-shirt that you guys are wearing about this band," and it's like, okay, I guess we'll never talk about this ever again. So
Like, if I had seen an image of a T-shirt or whatever, and I got excited about it, I'd want to know the story behind it.
yes.
I'd want to go down the rabbit hole and look at the album and all that. But
Mhm.
people these days, just I guess they don't do that. They're all on TikTok.
Well, yeah, that's a part of it too. I mean, because like Scott here says, kids these days don't cherish music like we do because we had to work, line up, and put in effort for our music. Yeah, I mean
Yeah,
that's a good point. The only artist that kids these days know is Taylor Swift. I mean, yeah, you're probably right. I mean, it's
it's
billion
hard to
sales or
admit that,
something.
isn't it? It's
It
it's
is.
hard to
It's
admit,
sad,
but
and
yeah,
I'm glad, like, the NFL, because like, I'm a big sports guy. Like, I grew
yeah,
up sports is number 1 for me, then it was music, in my life.
mhm,
And I'm glad I see a little bit of a pushback from a lot of NFL football fans about the Taylor
yeah,
Swift, because like, it is egregious, like, them showing her on TV just because her boyfriend made a catch. It's like, I mean, businessman, I get it, like, yeah, you wanna show
mhm.
what's bringing in the money, okay, that's cool, whatever, I get it. But they do it way too much, it's so exaggerated, and it's like, my god. And over here on the Super Bowl, I mean, I'm not the biggest Metallica guy, I mean, I like Metallica, first
Mhm.
5 albums or so, and even, like, the newer stuff's okay. I don't hate Metallica, but they were never in a Super Bowl halftime show, and they're more than deserving to be in a Super Bowl halftime show. Like, I don't get it,
Like,
and we get
I
this weird shit.
I won't pretend to know a whole lot about American football, but I do know
Football,
about the halftime show,
yeah. Okay.
and the halftime show was always an iconic show with an
Mhm.
iconic star, whether it be a pop artist like Michael Jackson or whether
Mhm.
it's a rock band.
Yeah.
It was always iconic. I think peak Super Bowl entertainment was probably the Prince show, right?
Yeah, Prince was good. I remember Tom Petty, I think, did a halftime show.
Yeah.
I'm not a big Tom Petty guy, but I mean,
Hmm.
that's still at least compromising a little bit,
Hmm.
and it's not just the same random computer music, like, that just doesn't even make any sense. Like, I like old school rap, like, as far as, like,
Yeah.
80s, like, Young MC, even Vanilla Ice, like, sure, that's corny, but, like,
Mhm.
it's cool, like, Sugar Hill Gang even, like, that took some talent still, but like this
Yeah.
gangster rap and stuff, like I don't want to use the three-letter agency word because we might get flagged here, but it starts with a C and it ends with an A. Like I can totally see what is going like that they had something to do with killing the rock and metal scene just in general in
Mm.
the early 90s and bringing in like gangster rap. Like I could totally see that. That's a shit ton of money, builds up the prison systems, kills society, inner city societies and stuff. I don't know. That's for another episode. We can totally do a deep dive into that. But you it could be easily I can convince anyone of that. Especially if they're a metalhead.
Yeah.
Especially if
Mhm.
they're a metalhead cuz like something really wrong happened in the early 90s. Not just with grunge, but like there was something in that too because like who the fuck wants to be depressed all the time? Like
Yeah.
there's something in that, and that's kind of my views. I mean, I could go solo on that for hours on end, but yes. But Richie, I mean, I know
I
we talked about it a little bit earlier though, like 1990, 1991, 1992, 1993.
Mhm.
Those 3 years of the '90s are so different just in all of music and all
Yeah.
of, society compared movies, everything, compared to the rest of the '90s. Yeah, did you wanna touch on that at all?
Yeah, man. Like, not to reveal the new video I'm making, but I've decided to go back and look at the Subhuman Race era Skid Row
Okay,
because I feel like it could go deeper, and it's an album I always return to. But
okay.
I think the guy from Slaughter has this. He arrived at the same conclusion I did. Right, a lot of people like blame grunge and all that. I blame MTV really because I mean there was a systematic and quite successful eradication of our brand of
Mhm.
music. Like you look at 1995, Headbangers Ball goes off the air in America. It goes off the air in '97 in England. Yeah, there is new trend in music, but I
Mhm.
mean, you know, if Headbangers Ball had remained, our show, the show that gave substantial airplay to bands like Skid Row and Poison and all that,
Yeah.
you know, they'd still be around.
Yep.
They'd still be around to the degree where they'd be in a stadium, I
I
think.
agree. Yeah.
So systematic and quite successful shutdown of that to make way for the new stuff,
Mhm.
in 1995 in my neck of the woods, it was boy bands and it was Britpop music. So you
Mhm.
had the likes of Boyzone versus Take That, Backstreet Boys,
Backstreet,
NSYNC,
yeah. Yep.
and then you had Oasis, Blur, all of that stuff. So there's grunge at this point is sort of 92,
Out the
93,
door. Yeah, well,
sti-
yeah. Mhm.
not out the door, but in the background of that, sure,
Mhm. Well, yeah,
depending on what
'cause
side of the planet you're on.
well, I was gonna say because 'cause you're talking around 1995, 1996, 1997.
Hmm.
Then people what I hear people say the second wave of grunge somewhat. Like your Nickelbacks and, shit like that, bands like that, and yes, I mean, Creed, I get technically, would be thrown in there as well, but
Yeah.
'cause that's different. Like, I can listen to that and it's not totally downing
Hmm.
while listening to that, like it is with regular grunge, like Nirvana, obviously, and even, like, Soundgarden, like, I like Chris Cornell, like, his voice is good, like, I
Yeah.
like some Temple of a Dog stuff, but there's something different, though, in the grunge feel. Like, I even like, Screaming Trees. I don't think they're, like, totally full grunge either, like,
Yeah.
just depressive. Like, yes, now it does. It is weird. Like with a lot of grunge bands, like just coming to the top of my head,
Hmm.
a lot of the singers are depressed or just not around anymore. Like that
Yeah.
is kind of like telling a little bit possibly. And now Chris Cornell, I kind of think is an inside job type deal. Like I don't think he
Yeah.
actually took his life. And you could even convince me of Kurt Cobain too. Like that might have not even been a suicide. But I mean, I'd have to revisit all that stuff because I looked into that like years ago, and that was kind of the conclusion I came up
I,
with.
re- I remember
But
seeing a really strange film. I think it was called End of Days or Last Days, and it was literally Kurt Cobain in his house for the last couple of days of his life. Very
mhm.
strange. It's
That
no,
whole
I like. I like that music. I like grunge, but I've nothing really against it, but I just think, there should have been room for our brand of music as well.
Well, yeah,
You
and
know?
that's the thing. That's the problem. It was totally killed off because there was a younger version of the hair metal bands. You had Trickster, you had Pretty Boy Floyd, you had Tough.
Yeah.
These younger kids, younger than Poison and shit yet, Cinderella and
Hmm.
stuff. Like they were kind of like the first wave of hair metal, if you will. And
Yeah.
you had Danger come onto the scene. Trickster, like I said, it's just there was room for it all,
Yeah.
and even radio. Like I think it was just an industry thing, not just MTV, just a industry, just in general.
Yeah.
And you cannot make money, or I guess the rulers that be does not want a population of people having fun and feeling good. They want you depressed and hating life. That's why I always say Satan knows time is short, man, and he had to kill what was God's greatest invention. That's hair metal. So
Yeah, I mean, when you look at mainstream radio, you don't hear anything rebellious anymore, do you? It's
well, it's rebellious.
my girlfriend has left me and I'm sad is
Well,
is the
yeah.
way to go.
Well, it's one extreme to the next though too, because you got like WAP, what SP, and then but that's rebellious, but it's just distasteful shit. You know what
Mhm.
I mean? And then but then you also have like Taylor Swift shit, like just weird, sappy stuff. So it's one extreme to the next. There's nothing like
Yeah.
really like thoughtful. Not saying that hair metal is here to cure cancer or anything, like the most thoughtful shit either.
Mhm.
But there was plenty of that to be had within the album as well. Maybe not the singles so
Yeah.
much, but within the albums, man, like Slick Toxic, all kinds of these bands had Warrant, like on Dog Eat Dog. So many great, like thought provoking songs,
Yeah.
but they still had a couple of the fun songs in there too. It's just people that talk shit on hair metal either do not want to admit that they like it, or it just there's some kind of ego thing or like self, you know, perceptive thing. I don't know what it is because obviously I'm in a different generation,
Yeah.
but I don't know what it is that it's like. No, no, we ain't touching that. We ain't even giving it a chance. So
For me, like, I love the music, but I also love the show. When I go to
yes,
a when I go to a concert, I want to see a rock star on the stage. I want to believe that he is larger than life for that 40 plus minutes that I'm there, you know? I want to believe that and I want to come away elated. If I go to a thrash metal show, I'm going for the music and I'm going to enjoy the music,
mhm,
but I'm not going to I might not enjoy getting shoved around the place, or I mightn't believe their message that they're trying to convey. It's a whole package for me. I love it.
mhm,
I love
I
the whole
agree.
thing, the makeup, the big hair, all that.
Yeah, I
That's
agree,
what it is
man.
for me.
It's the show is important, you had to be
Mm,
larger than life. That was what was cool about it. So,
yeah,
Pat Shoemaker, what's going on, brother? We got, let's see, we got Sick Vicky in the house. Cheers. 1993. Check out the debut album for Sick Vicky, man. There was still great
yeah,
stuff. There was still great stuff coming out, man. Philly boys. He also says here, let's see, Def Leppard, we're still playing multiple arena nights for 2 years, 1992, 1994, sold out shows. Bon Jovi were massive, yeah. In them years, I didn't notice till 1995, 1996 when the pop shit comes in, which I guess
yeah.
like boy bands and shit, like kind of shit like that.
Hmm.
Uh, Now I will say, um, Def Leppard. Now, are you familiar with Adrenalize, that album? 1992.
Somewhat, yes.
Okay.
I
A lo a lot of people say that was Def Leppard's downfall because they did not have any growth on that album. They were very tongue in cheek lyrics, like, it wasn't you had 1992, you had bands like Nirvana hit the scene, like this grunge stuff, some more serious, darker stuff hit the scene,
Mhm.
and then you had Let's Get Rocked, which was the single off of and it's very tongue in cheek, like, not really Def Leppardy, very a lot of people talk shit on that song, which, I mean, it's not the best song, don't get me wrong, but, I mean, it's still listenable. I listen to that over anything grunge any day, but,
I enjoy the hell out of that song. That used to be my going out song at the
really? Hey, I'm with you, man. My aunt used to play that shit in her car, that Def Leppard Greatest Hits, and that was on there, and I was like, this is fun. I liked it. I liked it. I mean, I still like it. Is it my like I said, is it my favorite song? No, but I'm not gonna give anyone shit for liking it or liking that album. It's but what led me to say that was they're coming off multi-platinum success of Hysteria,
Yeah.
and then you got 1992. Yes, Def Leppard were still big, and they should have still sustained that success. But I think a lot of people thought that album was a flop. It still went single platinum,
Hmm.
but it was that wasn't a good single to start off the album when you got more serious shit hitting the scene, hitting the mainstream, with the grunge and everything like that. So I think it was just kind of wrong singles being put out and just a wrong album at the
Yeah.
wrong time. If that came out in 91 or 90, you might be talking a little bit of a different story, but it
Yeah.
was just a little too late and, it is what it is. So, all right.
What's
And
you
yeah, go ahead.
considering the time period and all that? I mean, they did admirably.
Hey, and that's the thing. A lot of these bands, I think, some of the best bands debuted in 1990 and 1993, and the best albums came out in 1990 to 1993 from established bands. No doubt about that. Oh, we got Andy from Smoking Snakes. What's going on, brother? Glad you were able to stay up to make it. Same with Richie, man. Richie's having a late night here, but we're happy he's here with us.
What's the
What's up,
crack,
brother?
man?
To the Irish lad. What is the what's that say? I can't tell.
Okay, what's the crack? What's the
Okay.
story? It mean,
Okay.
hello, how are you getting on? Are you good?
Okay, cool.
Irish slang, man.
I'm gonna steal that from you guys now. I'm gonna start saying that. The crack. All right, cool, cool,
What's
cool, cool.
what's what's the crack, lad? Yeah.
Oh, good shit. All right, we got Scott here again. Def Leppard or Def Leppard? They say they're not Bob Dylan. They're entertainers. There you go. That's
Mm.
fine. I'm not a Bob Dylan guy. I don't get the love for Bob Dylan. Same with Bruce Springsteen. I cannot stand that guy. Like the music. I cannot stand him, dude. If you want to talk about someone who can't
Hey,
sing,
little
that's
girl, is
someone
your
that can't
daddy
sing.
home?
Oh my gosh. But no, because I remember that Def Leppard was actually my first show I ever seen. My aunt took me there, and I was probably like 7 or 8 years old. So that was probably the X tour or Euphoria album tour. And man, dude, they played it at the state fair. Like it was full for what I remember anyway. But like obviously I
Nice.
was like 7 or 8. I didn't know what the hell was going on. Yeah, but I had a good time though. I remember spots of it.
They
So
played the Tree Arena in Dublin, in I think 2010, 2011. I went there. I was absolutely shit-faced,
mm.
and no, I really enjoyed the show. Just a great show. Um,
Hey, I don't have no issue with Def Leppard. I mean, even like their newer stuff like Euphoria and X, like there's some good stuff on there. I will say to anybody, Def Leppard has one of the best ballad catalogs other than Love Bites. That has to be probably one of the worst ballads there is, in my opinion.
mm,
That's pretty bad, and it gets played on the radio all the time. So
yeah.
that makes it even worse. So uh, definitely. Now, one of the things I seen here, Richie, today, I think it was actually announced today, if I can find the damn picture. Uh the uh the music fest, or here, I'll just show you if I can find it. There we go. Monsters of Rock. There we go. They announced this today, and I think, as far as I know, everything's legit with this. But one of the bands that really caught my eye was Sabotage. Now, I know
Mm.
you said you're not real familiar with Sabotage, but the guitarist, Aliva, he passed away in a car wreck in like 1993, 1994.
Um,
Really good guitar player, man.
mhm.
One of the best of like the power metal type deal, really good stuff. Uh Now and then eventually a couple years later, his brother ended up going on doing like a side project with Trans-Siberian Orchestra, you know. So that I always call Trans-Siberian Orchestra like Sabotage Junior or Sabotage Part 2 because you could totally tell there is sabotage in Trans-Siberian Orchestra. There's no denying that. But what kind of comes to your mind when you see this lineup? You have Scorpions, you have Judas Priest, you have Europe, you have Sabotage, and Opeth,
I see.
Queensryche.
You know, Opeth in the middle of them bands. Is that it? that's a weird one, isn't it? It's kind of like when they threw Skid Row in on the Monsters of Rock Brazil 1996. Does it make sense?
Yeah,
Are
and then you
are they
got
going to be well received?
and then you got, especially without Jeff Tate too, that's interesting, with Queensryche,
Yeah.
and,
Hmm.
that's kinda I mean, Todd Latour, I believe, the new singer for Queensryche, is good. I like some of his stuff that he's released with Queensryche now, but I mean, yeah, that's interesting to say the least, and then Stradivarius, what you could say of power metal OG, one of the greats of power metal.
Yeah,
Now,
man.
I don't have much of Stradivarius, I will admit, but everything I do hear, like the original, like the early stuff of Stradivarius, very good. I like it. But yeah, I don't know where this is gonna be at. Does it say on here? I don't know. Um,
The Abril, I'd say that's Brazil, man.
okay.
30
All right.
Anos, I'd say that's Brazil, right?
All right. I mean,
Yeah,
hell,
maybe.
Rock in Rio. Like I think that has to that will have to do well. I would imagine
Yeah.
that's like one of the last times you're going to see a lineup probably like this. Now I know a lot of people talk very highly of New Europe, like the last 20 years, modern Europe,
Mhm.
the band, and I can't say I've listened to too much, but everyone I know that I trust that likes all Europe, they say you do got to check out modern Europe because they haven't stopped. Now it is more of a classic rock feel than say a glam and hair metal feel, but hell, I mean that's the thing.
It might
Me-
surprise you to know that, it surprised me, but Europe still do stadiums in France. Like,
okay, all right.
Europe are a big seller in France, like, we have the Zenith Arena in Toulouse, and, they sell it out, like, they're
Honestly, that doesn't surprise me. Because like a
yeah?
lot of these bands, 80s hair metal bands, are still popular in other countries.
Mhm.
Europe, Japan, like shit. Marty Freeman from Megadeth, like he goes over and sells. He sells like crazy. He's like one of the most popular musicians over in Japan. Like
Yeah, he's
it's
huge in age, isn't he? He fell in love with that country.
yeah, yeah, dude,
Yeah.
and he just put out an album, I think this year or last year. I heard a couple songs. I mean, he's not doing thrash stuff anymore, but I
Yeah.
mean, it's still very musically gifted. No doubt about that. Man, he was one of the mega. He made Rust in Peace. What I mean, that whole lineup
Yeah.
for Rust in Peace is awesome, like a classic lineup. But Marty, his fingerprints, man, are all over that. There's all the way up until Risk, because I even enjoy Risk for what it is. Obviously, it's
Mhm.
not thrash, but it's cool.
Have
There's good
have
stuff.
you read or sorry, have you read or listened to Dave Mustaine's autobiography?
I haven't.
It's very good. You would love it, man.
Okay.
It's so good.
That came out somewhat recently, didn't it?
I think a few years ago,
Okay.
but years are flying in, so
I
I don't even blame you for that, man. Fucking
know.
no,
I know. So now we did talk about Slick Toxic slightly. Is there anything,
yeah.
because you did do a mini documentary on Slick Toxic. Now, is there anything, because it's an album that I think that totally gets overlooked, forgotten,
Yeah.
Canadian, and just wrong time, 1992. Is there anything that you want to really like tell the viewers, like why you need to check Slick Toxic out, especially the debut?
If you're looking for an alternative to Skid Row, if you love that kind of sound in a band, that album is for you. It's perfect. It is. There isn't a weak track on that album.
Hmm.
I stand by that. Like it's great. Like I love it. And Neil Busby, actually, the drummer of that band, is still going today. He's still putting out music with his
Okay.
wife. They're power couple. They're in a. I do believe their band is called Twirl. So
Okay.
great music, great music. Worth checking out.
Okay. Dude, yeah, this album, it has 13 tracks, but technically there is an intro and an outro
Mhm.
track somewhat. So you got like 11 full tracks. But dude, like
Yeah,
Rachel's Dead, the last track, that's
yeah.
just a badass, like just instrumental. I mean, there is some like chanting or singing in there, but like for the most part, it is kind of like a instrumental. But dude,
Like
that
I
that
think
that
I
riff.
think I think I said it in the video, but you look at the front cover, right? You look, it's a
Yeah,
toilet,
yeah.
there's a woman passed out, maybe she's done some drugs or whatever, and she's gone back into the party that's in the next room, and that's what Rachel's dead is. You know, that's what I
Yeah.
imagine. There's all sorts of craziness going on around.
Now, on the EP, isn't there a Rachel's Hurt or like there's like
There's a
a
there's
prequel?
a Rach Yeah, Rachel's breathing.
Yes. Yeah, 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 yep.
Yeah,
That's right. Good man. I will say, like, I've had this Slick Toxic debut album for probably 15 years now since I was in high school or so. And
yeah,
man, like I liked it then, but I think as time goes on, I'm liking it even more.
yeah,
Like you said, there's a tone to it. Like you said, a Skid Row is kind of a good comparison. Now,
mhm,
the voice isn't as good as Sebastian Bach,
mhm,
but the tone of the band, the guitar tone, everything, like the sleaziness is there. Like
yeah.
i- it's a shame. I think it actually did go gold in Canada. Is that right? Did I
Yeah,
remember?
they won
Okay.
a Juno award, and that's like a huge deal there anyway. And
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like to our point, this shit was not dying.
yeah,
You could well now. Granted, we are kind of looking back at it like in
yeah,
one like 10 years looks like oh yeah okay it's not that big of a span of time to us like when we're looking back in history on it.
yeah,
So like when you're living through it, it might kind of feel like a little drawn out at the end or like oversaturated to a point. But I'll push back on that because like dude, I've been into hair metal like literally since I was 12 and younger than that because like I was born out of the womb listening to Cinderella and Britney Fox and Poison in the family car. So
lucky.
yes, dude, yeah. So I certainly have time with these albums, 32 plus years. So certainly it's not getting tiring for me. If anything, it's getting better. Now,
Yeah,
granted, yes, some of the stuff, like the early 80s glam and stuff is a little cheeky, like little
yeah,
corny to like Twisted Sister, like that's bubblegum
yeah.
stuff to
But
me.
albums like the one you have in your hand there, that's an album that, like, each time you go back to it throughout your life, you're getting more mature, your brain is
Yes.
seeing things in a different perspective. Like, it's one of them albums that you will always have an appreciation for and a better understanding as time goes on.
Yes. And that's the same thing. And that's where I think hair metal and sleaze metal certainly was heading,
Mhm.
in
Yeah,
1990. Sure, you had your bands like Nelson, Firehouse, and stuff kind of still placating to the younger base, but you had bands like Spread Eagle come out, like
mhm.
very mature feeling, more serious. Love Hate,
Yeah,
even though that is kind of like a more on the punky side of things, but like still nonetheless, like there was an edge there and had a mature aspect about it. Even
yeah,
Poison was getting more mature with like Native Tongue by 1993. Cinderella was getting more mature, with Heartbreak Station. It's going,
yeah.
their own bluesy direction and
S
stuff.
Still Climbing, the album, like, I mean,
Yes.
you
Yeah.
that was
It's
great.
it is. Even people don't like Heartbreak Station, which I understand because like I'm a big blues guy, so like I
Mhm.
kind of and I can listen to country too, like old country. So like Heartbreak Station doesn't offend me like it does a lot of people, but it's still good shit. Like it's still like quality stuff, mature. Like there's horns in there, and that's another thing I think hair metal was evolving to. Like Little Caesar, Tainted Angel, or sorry, not Tainted, but the song Tainted Angel
South
from
Gang,
South
you're
Gang,
thinking
yeah,
of
from
South
South
Gang,
Gang,
but
has horns in there.
yeah.
Even like Bang Tango, bands like that. Like you got some
Mhm.
funk stuff in here too. Even like
Yeah.
bands like King of the Hill were adding like dance elements, like
That
funk.
King of the Hill album was very hard to find, that
Did you ever find it?
I have it somewhere.
Good, okay, because I
I
got a
ordered it
copy.
from I ordered it in from Germany, in '09, so I know I have it somewhere.
Okay. That's not a bad album, man. I mean, is everything great? Is it a top 50 hair metal album? No. But
No,
it's worth having. It's worth having for me.
it's
Dude,
enjoyable,
I
man.
I do you, what Party in My Pocket, If I Say, the ballad, really
Yeah.
good. Really good. I mean
What's this guy Trenton saying?
oh,
He's got
okay.
a
Yeah, I totally missed out on the chat here. All right, here we go. Let's see. I am younger and I like glam metal, and I want newer bands that sound like that, but feel my generation doesn't exist. I will say there are quite a few bands from Sweden, like Crazy Licks and others. Oh my gosh, you dude, Trenton, stick around, man. Like I, well, go to Richie's channel. I also have modern sleaze metal videos as well. There's plenty of bands today. They're just not
Yeah,
getting the
man.
praise. They're just not getting the promotion of just a promotion. Basically, there's no music video. There's no music videos as far as like uh centralized spot like an MTV to go to,
Hmm.
and there's no radio play. That's the problem. There's no radio play too. So
Yeah.
you're obviously, if you're not out looking for it, you're gonna miss stuff. And hell, even us people, even us nerds that look for shit every day, we still can't find everything. We still can't listen to everything.
Yeah, man.
That's a little bit of the problem of our generation too. Like as far as technology, well, not maybe our generation, but like just the generation of technology now, there is probably a lot of oversaturation, like because like it's very harder for cream to rise to the top, if you will,
Yeah.
when it comes to talent and bands. Because like anyone can make an album technically today, where back 20 years ago you had to get signed, you had to have some kind of actual backing to make an album, money backing too. People just couldn't do it willy nilly. And just buy a $500 system here and make an album or make a song. So, is that something you wanted to touch on?
Um, I think bands today have a way harder time, but I also think that because they grew up on the music of the 80s and 90s, some of them, like what I'm gonna say, some of them are a bit borderline superior
Mhm,
because they've had to fight their way to the top in an era where it's way harder to get signed, way harder to make it, you know?
mhm. Yeah.
Kiss and Dynamite, Black Rain, Crash Diet, Sister, the
Veins of Jenna.
Veins of Jenna, man, fucking Jet Black. There's tons of bands. Wild Street, you
Yeah,
know,
Wall Street, yeah, very good. Dirty
there.
Penny,
And
Dirty Penny as well from the
I
US.
have to I have to mention my friends Voodoo Angel, Trench Dogs. My friend Tommy Rocket has a new project out
Trench
called
Dogs.
Zurich.
Yeah, I like Trench. Yeah, yeah, very good.
Uh,
French Kiss.
uh, French Kiss, man.
If you can find anything on that, as far as I know, they only have two songs on YouTube still left
L-
before it gets
l-
totally wiped out. What
Leave it
Sexpectations?
with me, man. Leave it with me. I will find them. I will fucking find them.
Okay, dude, we need that. We need that in our lives again.
Yeah.
Because like, I'm very afraid at some point YouTube is just gonna, or that channel is just gonna go away, and those two songs are gonna be lost forever.
Yeah.
And dude, I love those. Both those songs are very so melodic, very sing along style. And then also another band I just thought of, Reckless Love, very good.
Reckless Love.
That's
Reckless Love have finished now, as far as last time I
That's
read.
what I heard, yeah, because like, I
Yeah.
seen Ollie is doing, like, different guest appearances on certain albums and, like, just doing, like, kinda, like, solo stuff, I guess. Like, yeah, he's kinda, I guess, taking a back seat or just kinda, like,
Yeah.
laying low for a little while, which sucks. I can't say I've listened to the last 2 albums, but those first
Yeah.
2 albums, for anyone that likes any kind of pop hair metal, oh my god, that's right up your alley, guys. Like, Reckless Love, you'll love that all you'll literally die for that shit. It's really good stuff. Really good.
Yeah. I think their last good hair metal album was Spirit. I love Spirit. But
Okay, yeah.
they went down that synth road,
Yeah.
the lo-fi Stranger Things kind of vibe that
Yeah.
all bands are kind of edging towards. My mate called them a bunch of synth queers. But yeah, I think he joined a band called Popida, and in his own country he's a television star. Believe it or
Mhm.
not, he's on TV quite a lot doing Dancing with the Stars and the
Okay.
Island Show and all them.
That makes I could see that, he has the look and everything about him to be alright doing other stuff, so
Yeah,
that
yeah,
makes sense. Alright, so, Scott is back here. Thoughts on Eric leaving, Skid Row? My opinion is they have no choice but to get Baz back now, and that's what we were kinda talking about a little bit earlier. Once Eric left, man, I'm kinda like, might have to pack it up, guys. Like you had the lightning in the bottle like there
Mhm.
with Eric, your second chance, and man, it's a shame what happened, and you might have to hang it up or just go out as a different name. Or I'm not emotionally invested anymore. As
Yeah.
unless I literally hear something that's absolutely amazing. Yeah.
Like, when Granwell joined the band, he was a presence in that band. Like, he wasn't just a singer for hire, he was a presence, he was there, he was
Mhm.
on there was an album, there was music videos, the live performances were insane. But, I really thought, like, Skid Row were firmly back and gonna be in arenas and stuff. That's I got pumped for it. But, like, I used to be in the camp of get Baz back in the band immediately, like, there's no
Mhm.
sk I was that guy, but, as I get older and I really look at the situation, I've read Sebastian Bach's book, I understand his stance, but I think that he totally misses his own behavior. So,
Yeah.
the it peace means a lot to Skid Row, and that, they don't wanna get back with a guy that they're not gonna get along with or think they're not gonna get along with, like,
Mhm.
and I think a lot of people forget that Sebastian has his own material that is damn fucking good. Like, he's good enough to stand on his own 2 feet, and I think if they are to mend the fence, why not try and at least do a show together? Sebastian Bach, Skid Row, co-headline, do it that way instead of trying to force something that's never gonna fucking happen.
Right. I agree.
You
I
know?
and that week we even kind of talked about ZP as
Yeah.
the replacement singer earlier in the
Mhm.
what mid or early 2010s, I guess.
2010s?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. And because we both like Dragon Force when ZP
Yeah.
was a part of it. He had that great power metal voice, that style.
Dude,
I
check it out.
oh shit. What is
Yeah,
that?
man.
Is that a ticket? Or what?
Yes, ticket Saturday, November 18th, 2006 at the Ambassador Theatre, Dragon Force plus special guests.
Yeah, Through the
Yeah,
Fire.
man.
Inhuman Rampage tour.
Inhuman Rampage tour, that was
There you
it,
go.
man.
That was the
And I
first
think
album that was the first, Dragon Force album I ever bought because I was, like, what,
yeah.
13, 4 or 14, I guess, when that album came out, and, good shit, good shit. I mean, sure, it's power me or more power metal-y than, say, hair metal-y, but great guitar solos
Mhm.
from Herman, I guess, is how you would say his name, but
That
great
that's
solos
that's
all the
what
way.
got me. That's what got me when I seen the video, like, you know, I had done the whole rock thing a little different. I had first gotten into Marilyn Manson,
Yeah,
and then I had gotten into the hard rock stuff. So when I seen Dragon Force and the speed at which Sam and Herman Lee could play, I had no point of reference at that time. That was the only thing I was like, oh my god, they're you know.
yeah. Well, and that's the thing too because, like, at the time, their guitar heroes, guitar
Mhm.
solos were nowhere to be found.
Yeah,
Like, they kinda I feel like they were one of the bands that made it cool again to play a guitar
yeah,
solo, and I firmly stand behind that. Like, they brought it back to the mainstream somewhat because "Through the Fire and the Flames," that was a mainstream song. Like, sure, it wasn't on the
yeah,
pop charts or anything, but, like, it was in video games. It was had
yeah.
millions of views on YouTube with it and stuff.
It
So,
was on Guitar Hero for the
yes.
PlayStation 2. That thing was huge at the time.
Yep.
If you had a satellite subscription, you're watching Kerrang, VH1,
Yeah.
Scuzz, and My Neck of the Woods, and they were on them channels, so
Exactly. Yep.
still
So
exposed.
yeah, so Trenton here says, and yet there were not many American not and yet there are not many, I guess, bands from America, which is strange because that's obviously where it started.
Mhm.
I guess, yeah, hair metal. I mean, you could go back as far as like New York Dolls or Van Halen, as your glam stuff where it started. But I would disagree because like if you look, you'll still find a lot of American bands doing the hair metal thing, doing that style,
Do you
and
remember Dirty Penny? Dirty
yes,
Penny they
Dirty
were
Penny
great.
were great. Dude, you good luck finding those albums.
Yeah.
Well, did you know the Dirty Penny guitarist went and did he was in Wild Street then. Once Dirty Penny broke
Oh,
up, he went and joined Wild Street. He's on the first 2 albums of Wild Street.
Wow,
So
fuck, didn't
yeah,
know that at all.
yeah, very cool. So yeah, check out Wild Street, check out Dirty Penny, check out Crash Diet. They're not American, but I mean, Johnny Burning. If anyone knows Johnny Burning, that's a great American. I'm pretty sure they're American. They might actually. I think they're Italy or Italian. Actually, never mind. They're not American. Uh, but yeah, dude, you might be able to get you're a little closer than me probably to that. So see if you can see if they're still doing shows because I can't find jack shit on them
Yeah, I'll
anymore.
have a look, man.
Hi from England. What's up, Dean? And Dean says, I am new. What should I start with? I'm guessing for hair metal. You have any thoughts? I mean, I don't want to give you like the mainstream stuff. Like we want to be, we want to give you like the underground cool stuff here. So
Yeah.
you got any
Um,
thoughts, Richie? I mean,
that's a
I'll
hard
tell
one.
you. Yeah, I'll just tell you my top three bands like right
Go for it.
now: Cinderella, Brittany Fox, Cinderella,
Mhm.
Choir Boys, very cool. XYZ, as far as hair metal goes. The Graveyard Train, Spread Eagle. Spread Eagle, the first album is absolutely pinnacle for sleaze metal, the subgenre. And Rocks Gang is absolutely awesome. Slick Toxic, start there too. Very
Yeah.
cool. Any ones you want to throw in?
Oh man, it's like the $1 million question. I could speculate on this for ages, but like, I mean, I would have to give a little bit of mainstream. Okay, so
Okay, yeah,
you gotta give him Appetite for Destruction.
okay.
Um, then hit him with Poison. Open up and say ah. Michael Monroe's Not Faking It is a great one.
Skid
Um,
Row.
Skid Row, Slave to the Grind. Give him Slave.
Okay, all
Not
right.
um. What else could I give him? I that's more than 3, I know.
All
See what I
good.
mean?
Yeah,
Like, I could do this for hours, man. Fucking,
I know.
Lillian Axe, the
Okay,
2nd
I
and
was gonna
3rd
say
album.
Lillian X. I know a lot of people that will die on that hill of Lillian X. I have their
Mm,
stuff over here. I have all their original run stuff,
yeah,
and it's just a band that I just don't visit that much. Not that they're not talented or anything, but I think there's some kind of like progressive element to
yeah.
them that, and to me, I like progressive metal, but it's very hit and miss though for me.
Are
When
they a poor man's dream theater? Is that what you're trying to say?
maybe, but I mean, Dream Theater, I like the first album, but anything after that though is a hit and miss for me. You know,
Yeah.
so even with like Lillian X, like I do actually like Poetic Justice. That's probably the album that I do visit the most
Is
when it
that the
comes.
one with the grandmother with the axe?
Yes, yeah,
Yeah, that the album cover on that's horrendous. But like if that's an album you can listen to from start to finish and chill. That is a chill album. There's an interesting vibe. When I think of that album, I close my eyes. I think of like a bunch of glam metalers in the desert waking up after a hangover, and that sound that is the sound of grunge and alternative through the air. I'm
yeah.
weird.
No, and it does have a vibe to it, no doubt.
Yeah,
Because like I remember the first couple times I listened to, it, I'm like, "Fuck, I don't know if I like this at all," And but as
yeah,
time goes on, the more you listen to it, the more you get it, and
yeah.
that's with any band, really. Any
Hmm.
album. But I can appreciate it. Like I still appreciate it. So is it a top 50 hair metal band for me? No, it's not.
No.
But it's still over here in the collection. It's still. I'm not gonna shit on it when it comes to like talking to somebody like a normie about it. But us nerds, I'll give you a little bit of shit for like a Lillian Axe, whatever. It's
Like,
all fun.
Poetic Justice is probably one of my favorites.
All time.
Yeah, yeah,
Really?
that
Interesting.
but just because it is like my safe place, when you're a little overwhelmed from life, when you're stressed out or whatever, you go home, you lay in bed, you listen to that album from start to finish. It puts you in a nice mindset.
Okay.
It's calm. It's a safety blanket.
It it's
That's
an
what it
al
is, man.
it's an album you like to listen to in the dark, like you said, like
Yeah.
laying down and stuff. There's a
Hmm.
good amount of albums that I put that in, or like
Yeah.
I have a list of that too. Uh,
Hmm.
a Iron Maiden X Factor is one that I kinda put in that camp. Uh, Zakk Wylde, Book of Shadows is one that I put in
Hmm.
that camp as well. But no, I can totally see that vibe from it now that you say it. Because like,
Yeah.
is there a couple songs that you wanna tell people to check out from that album? Because like for me,
Um,
the one song that I always go back to on that is Body Double. I like that. That's a great like rocker song.
the this is gonna say, The Simpsons, Barney Gumble.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's what I hear when I hear that
Yeah, that
Barney
song.
Gumble. Dun, 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 dun.
So you're telling me that's your least favorite song on the album?
No,
Okay, okay.
I don't know, man. Like it's a
Uh,
safety blanket album. I love it.
good deal. Hey,
It's
that's cool, man. I mean, like I said, it's still on the iPod, still in the collection. Like I listen to it once in a while. If I do pull out Lillian Axe, that is probably the album I do pull out. You know.
Vain, no respect.
Yes, very.
Yeah,
That's a good one.
gotta give him that.
That's another forgotten band that just does not get the respect. No pun intended. But it's literally like all even if no one heard the second album because that never got like an official release. Like Davey Vane ended up releasing it himself then, like in
Yeah,
'91 or two around that time. They got cut by their label, and he put it out. And dude, I picked that up like last year from Davey. Dude, it's literally neck and neck between No Respect and All Those Strangers. Like it's really good. I was
yeah.
very impressed with it. But I
Like
mean, Vane
there's
doesn't.
an app.
Vane doesn't
Sorry,
really put out a bad album.
no, not at all. Like I looked at a recent live performance of Vane, like maybe last year or whatever, and they're still fucking amazing.
Yeah.
Like that's a band to see, and again, like No Respect has an atmosphere that is like heartbreak on an album. Like
Hmm.
it,
Yeah.
Dave lets you into his inner thoughts, on what's happening, and like he's there strumming his guitar. He's like that feminine. I know thinking about you. You ain't no good to me.
Oh,
You can picture him in the dark room with his guitar. Dun, dun,
yeah.
dun,
It's
can
so
picture it.
atmospheric. A lot of the
Yeah,
new stuff too, like the new stuff in the catalog is very atmospheric. Even the debut album is very atmospheric. Smoke and Shadow,
yeah,
Laws Against Love, like yeah, get the hell out
yeah,
of here.
man.
That's awesome shit. Very good.
Yeah,
That is a top 50 hair metal album for me, no doubt
yeah,
about that. Shit,
absolutely.
even a top 25 probably. Yeah, no problem there. What we got here? Pretty Boy Floyd, Leather Boys with Electric Toys, Nasty Idols. Yes, that.
Mm.
Thank you, Thomas. Nasty Idols. I agree 100%. Nasty Idols, man, from Sweden and OGs from Sweden. If you have not listened to Nasty Idols, what's the album? The album from 1993. I, I I'm drawing a blank, but I listened to it the other day. Absolutely amazing. It's going on the next 1993 Forgotten Albums series video.
Yeah, man.
Dude, if no one has listened to that, I fully recommend that after you watch this live stream. So
You know
definitely.
the
What's that?
the intro to Leather Boys with Electric Toys, right? If you close your eyes, right, I kind of imagine, right, it's these boys are like, ascending from hell. You know,
Or
it's like they're waking up the band. That's what it is.
you
I
know,
remember I have an interesting thing to say about this actually, right? My mate briefly done a radio show, right, and he had to put in the songs into a system, obviously because the bands need to get paid, right?
mhm.
So he says to the guy, dead serious, Pretty Boy Floyd, Leather Boys with Electric Toys. It's not about dildos.
Yeah, yeah. I have yeah, I've heard that before. Yes. Uh, I mean, sure, that's the kind of world we live in now, right?
Yeah.
God damn. But I will say though, I think everything Pretty Boy Floyd of the original stuff and like
Hmm.
Stray Bullet and stuff like the second album that didn't really get
Yeah.
released. Then Steve Summers released it later on. I actually I think Stray Bullet way better than the debut. I
Yeah.
I don't. Did you hear Stray Bullet at all?
I've heard Stray Bullet. I've heard a lot of that. No Respect for the Law is one of my favorite Pretty Boy Floyd
Yeah,
demos. That is,
Gangster of Love. That has to be. That's probably
yeah,
one of my favorite songs. And that's another one that has like horns in it and has a
yeah,
little bit of a funky feel to it. Like I really dig it. Like Pretty Boy Floyd's like one of those like bands for me, I just don't visit that much. It's
Yeah.
kinda like on the bubblegummy side, and that's why I was saying, like, you in 1990, like, in that era, you had, like, branches going off and within hair
Yeah.
metal. You know, you had your young like, Pretty Boy Floyd was, like, for your high school kids at that point,
Hmm.
and then you also had, like, your bands like Cinderella Poison that were maturing as long with the sleaze metal type deal too, with an edge. Uh, you had different avenues, and I think the best was yet to come from everyone, you
Hmm.
know, uh, in all facets. But like as we get older, I think I just visit the sleazier stuff, the more mature
Yeah.
stuff. 1990, 1993. That's my favorite 3 years of hair metal, and that's I don't know if it's just the matureness of it or a little bit more technical, if you will, possibly
The
to the
the
music.
the the interesting thing about Pretty Boy Floyd is that, they sang about what, rock and roll people went through. You
Yeah.
know, getting made fun of for your looks and your images, getting censored, for how you feel about it, all that. They spoke about it in the lyrics of their songs, and not many bands do that. Not many bands do that today, and I I hold him in very high regard, but
Mhm.
I don't think Steve Summers likes me because I think last year I covered the drama between Christy
Ah,
Majors and
Chris,
Steve
yeah.
Summers, and there was no way to do it tastefully, but I tried, and yeah,
Okay.
I don't think his camp likes me, but I think Christy Majors does. But Christy has been awful quiet the last couple of months, so I wonder what's going on with that
Yeah,
whole situation.
I don't really follow either side, like, as far as, like, the
Yeah.
story of what, like
Mhm.
it is what it is, both sides, I'll just talk about the music. I don't
Yeah.
and they're not, like, a top 50 band for me to really, like,
Yeah.
follow every step, so
That's fair,
but, I
yeah.
mean, but like I said, it's still in the best genre that there is, like, I'll listen to that album over anything on mainstream rock today or,
Yeah.
modern metal or whatever, so there's still great stuff. And also back to the, Nasty Idols. Yes, Vicious, 1993. Dude, Ain't Got Nothing. God, that song is badass, man, I'm gonna listen to that tonight probably. So, again, because I listened to it, like, a couple days ago, so Dean here says, "Big question. What year do you wish you lived in?" I'll let you go first there, Richie.
I wish I could relive 2005 to
Interesting.
2008.
That's
I know it's far along, but I mean the scene was just so good in my time, I the camaraderie we all had, the music that was going on. I appreciate, our genre of music that we're talking about here, but I also liked what was going on back then
mhm.
in metal and emo and all that, like, and it was the last time that we truly had a scene where we were together, and that's what it was all about, I miss
Th
that.
There like you said, that's a good undercover answer, like,
Hmm.
because I can attest to that because I was 13, 14 at the time, and, like, I was finding these bands like Wild Street. I was finding these bands
Yeah.
like Dirty Penny, Crash Diet, and stuff. There was a little renaissance there of these
Yeah.
bands. It only lasted a couple years, really, but man, like, there was good shit that was put out in those couple years, and
Yeah.
I grabbed as much as I could, like, then and now, like, throughout the years, and I still don't have the biggest, like, s renaissance collection, if you will,
Hmm.
but, man, what I do have, I appreciate that I do have it because good luck finding that shit, streaming
Yeah.
or, physical, man, and that's the shame of it, like, now that, like, we're kinda speaking out loud about it, that shit might kinda be lost forever.
Yeah.
Like, to an extent, because, like, it was kinda like where CDs were starting to phase out, like, physical media was starting to phase out, and then but the bands weren't really and YouTube was still somewhat in its infancy to an extent.
I remember favoring a site called musicjesus.com over
Really?
YouTube.
Okay.
'cause it had all the Poison videos, it had all the stuff I was into, and then
Okay.
when I went onto YouTube, like, it was mashed potato quality. I couldn't make out faces, I couldn't make out I was like, "What is this? This isn't gonna last. What the fuck is this?" musicjesus.com. Little
Okay.
did I
Yeah.
know.
And that's the thing
But,
because, like, I remember like, I always went to YouTube or Sleaze Rocks for, like, finding new bands, new and old,
yeah.
and, man, it's because, like we just brought up earlier, French Kiss, the band.
Mhm.
If that like I said, if those 2 songs get wiped off for some reason, that band and that EP, those songs will probably be lost forever,
Yeah,
you
man.
know? So and that's very disheartening to be talking about that because and just like I said, off the air earlier today, Guilts and Pleasures, they had an EP out over in England. Really good stuff. And I lost my copy of it. My buddy, I'm pretty sure the one who gave me the copy, he doesn't have his copy anymore, probably, and it's not online anymore. I cannot. I was Facebook friends with the singer, the guy who created the band, and he went and did a different thing, totally different musical direction, and he's just not around anymore. So, will I ever hear those songs again? I don't know.
Um, you have a few options. Okay, so, you know, the MySpace era had, where was the way I discovered a lot of bands during that
Yeah.
time. Obviously, I went to music shops. There was music shops,
Yep. Yep.
so I went to those. But MySpace got wiped out. They when they upgraded with their system or whatever, they completely erased a lot of their old stuff. But have you heard of the Wayback Machine?
I haven't.
Okay, so Internet Archive and the Wayback Machine. If you go into Google and look there, you might find some things that are missing that you're looking for.
Okay.
That's one avenue that you could try because you can look
I'll
you
check that out.
yeah you can look at, say, what Facebook looked like in 2010, and you can navigate through that. And there's also like thousands of audio files and albums and ebooks and stuff. So some
Wow,
dating
okay,
back,
alright.
some dating back to even like 1950. So check it out, man.
Really? Okay.
Yeah,
You're gonna have to send me that link then. 'Cause
yeah,
I know
absolutely.
I'm gonna forget about it. Uh, good deal. Okay, I will do that because I still remember, like, song names, song titles, bands, and
Yeah,
stuff, so, like, that could possibly come in handy there. I will check that
yeah.
out.
Try
So,
your
good
luck,
deal.
man.
Appreciate that.
I,
Oh,
I
man.
think
So
I you might get off if that's okay, because
you
it's
got it,
very
man.
late.
You stayed longer than I thought, my man, and it's
Yeah.
what is it over there, like 4 o'clock almost?
It is a quarter past 3, 3:14.
You're a trooper,
But
my man.
I had a great time. That's
Dude, come
it's
back
a pleasure.
anytime. Hopefully, we'll do an earlier live show, and it'll be a little
Yeah,
bit
man.
easier. Your midnight. That'd be good. That'd be good. Oh man. So dude, I appreciate it. Let me share your shit here again, man. And guys, if you want to check out like little mini documentaries of like the renaissance of what was happening in 2005 with the renaissance of hair metal, the sleaze metal, please go check out Richy Kearns Productions here. And certainly where you at? Where you at? There you go. Check it out, guys. Awesome stuff. And also check out our collab. That was actually pretty cool. I never did anything like that before, and that was really
Me either,
cool.
man.
Yeah, good
It's
stuff, man. And now we finally get to talk in person. Good shit, man.
yeah.
Good stuff. This is actually me and Rich's actually first time actually talking in person, or not in person, but like having an actual conversation,
As
not
much
through text and
as
such.
as much as it can be for now.
Exactly. Yeah. Maybe one of these days we can meet up in Sweden,
Oh, yeah.
Sweden, or over here sometime, or over there, man. That'd
Hell
be
yeah,
awesome.
man.
Have
Hell yeah.
have a couple cold ones. So
Definitely.
see a good
Definitely.
show. All right, brother. I appreciate you coming on. Guys, I will stay on here a little bit longer if you guys want. We can talk about anything. But Richie, my man, I'll put you back in the lobby. Thank you again, man, for
Cheers.
coming on.
Thank you.
All right,
Bye-bye.
brother. All right, guys. Oh, Richie's awesome. Very, very knowledgeable when it comes to the second wave of, the sleaze metal stuff, Dirty Penny, Wild Street, Crash Diet, a lot of that Swedish stuff, European stuff too, because obviously he is from over there. He is on the other side of the pond. And if I can get this off my face here, there we go. Definitely check out Richie, guys. Awesome channel. But I saw Steve in the chat. Is Steve here? Steve, come on, man. Are you coming on? What's going on here? Are you coming on the channel? Or are you coming on the live show? Come on. I know you got some like rare albums here that are just sitting around that you can show off. Come on, man. Let's see. Trent or Dean says, pick your favorite instrument. I would say to listen to is guitar because I absolutely love guitar solos. So that like I listen to a song for the guitar solo more times than not. Yeah, I mean, because you can I can like a song cannot grab me, but like if it has a good guitar solo, I'll keep listening to it, and then eventually I will probably like the song. But definitely, I would say guitar is why I gravitate to. But I really enjoy horns though too, in all of music, but also in metal. So, all right, let's see. All right, Dean. Looks like Dean's heading out too. 2:15 here as well. Good night, guys. Cheers, Dean. Thanks for chilling with us. Uh, yeah, Steve, come on, man. I sent you the invite, right? You're around here somewhere. All right, let's see here. Trenton, why do you think bands don't get the support from record companies as much as compared to back in the day? Well, one of the main answers I would say is that they're not really on big record companies that really control mainstream media. Now there are bands that are on smaller labels, but they have their own YouTube channel. Like Nuclear Blast, Rock of Angels Records, Roar Records. What are some other ones? Paris Records, but they have their own YouTube channels. They don't have like a centralized spot to where let's just play metal videos all day and whatever. So like every band kind of has to have their own channel, or they just put their music videos on their like smaller label. I some of the labels like the bigger labels like Nuclear Blast and stuff like that. What trying to think of another big one. They only have like 1 million subscribers. So at the end of the day, it comes down to the YouTube videos being recommended to those fans of bands and also fans or just music fans just looking for that band stuff or just new music in general. So there's a couple different things to that because like, and if a small label has like 20 bands say under their label, for like Frontier Records, that's a perfect example. Frontiers puts out great melodic rock and progressive power metal stuff as well, and they have their own channel, but they premiere the videos and everything. They have the videos all there, but you have to kind of go out and look for it. Unless you subscribe to the channel, then you see all the premieres of all the videos, but not many people, not more than 1 million people subscribe to these channels. And if you have 1 million or 2 million or 3 million, then you're looking good. So definitely. What we got here? Do you like ceramic, active, neo? Oh my gosh, in your guitar for soloing. I don't know. I'd have to hear something about that. You're talking a new language there for me, man. I neo, like neoclassical. I mean, if that's kind of what you're saying, maybe, but definitely. So, oh, it looks like we have a visitor here, and we will get to Steve is here. So Steve, I will bring you in 1 second, brother. And then Gravitron comes in and says, "Hey, Richie is live. He was live. He was here the first 90 minutes, and now it was like 4 o'clock or 3 o'clock in his neck of the woods. So we thank him for staying as late as he could, and I understand because I love sleep too. So I had to jump off, or he had to jump off. I would probably jump off too, to be honest with you. But it's only 9:30 in my neck of the woods, and now we got Steve coming in here. What's going on, brother? Can you hear me,
Hey
Steve?
man, yeah, no, just
Okay, there you
well,
go.
I know you sent me the link, hey, so,
Good
but
deal.
I didn't realize I had to be on this particular link. Yeah.
Yeah, good deal, man. Good deal. Anything new in your neck of the woods, my man?
Well, just doing the usual. Yeah, Yeah,
Yeah,
listening to
and it
lots of hair metal and doing my show on Rock and Metal Invasion, and you know,
good
yeah,
good deal, man. So, I seen your well, not your most recent video, but I did see you were on the Music Corner with the Johns, and you did,
yeah,
Eat the
yeah,
Heat.
yeah,
Uh,
yeah.
any any thoughts on I know kinda your thoughts on it, but did you kinda just wanna talk a little bit about that again? You know, since I kinda have the CD here with me because 'cause I'm actually going on to, John's channel tomorrow to talk about the, Objection Overruled, the next Accept album. So,
Oh, cool, cool. Yeah,
yeah,
nice.
certainly. So, yeah, you wanna just tell kinda, like, your thoughts on Eat the Heat there?
Yeah, no, that was a good one for me to do because if you've seen the episode, it was my first album, Accept album. So I'm like, I had no idea, right, about Udo or the history or anything like that. So
Right.
I'm just picking it up like, man, it's a new hair metal album, because they look so hair metal, right? And the
Yeah,
front
yeah,
cover and everything like
certainly.
that. So yeah, so yeah, and I mean, I quite liked it, and and in my review, I gave it a reasonable score. I can totally understand though if you like were an Accept fan, you've been buying all the albums up to that point. I can imagine it'd be like this would be a head scratcher and probably not what you want. You know what I mean? Like, yeah,
Yeah, I get that side of things, but
mm,
I am gonna have to admit, it is, if not one of my favorite, it's my favorite Accept album.
mm,
Yeah,
mm,
and that's not a slight to any of the other albums because I have a good chunk of their catalog. But man, I just think David sounds great on that album. I don't have necessarily an issue with the drums, like the drum
okay,
machine sound.
mm,
Because like I don't really have an issue with Ram It Down from Judas Priest either, because a lot of people complain about that
mm,
album having like that drum machine sound, and I was impressed. I was impressed with Ram It Down,
mm.
and I think it's kind of the same deal
That's
a little
another
bit.
that's another album, isn't it? That like the long time fans like a Judas Priest, like not so much.
Yeah.
But again, and that's another one for me where it was like, if not my first, my second Judas Priest album.
Okay.
First might have been Turbo. I'm not sure. So, but even Turbo is probably even worse. Like as far as like changing their sound and not being liked by
Mhm.
long term fans. So
Right.
yeah,
Now, I would say, what do you think about Turbo? Now, I would imagine back in the day that Judas Priest fans would have been more okay with Ram It Down than say Turbo. Can you
yeah.
kind of like can you kind of like fill us in a little bit what like the consensus was between those two albums for Judas Priest fans?
Yeah, well, I think there was like, with Turbo was with the synthesizers coming in and all that kind of stuff. I think it was like, oh, I don't know, this is a bit different, and their image too. Hey, they got glammed up a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah.
Not too much, of course. It's Judas Priest, but they
Right.
definitely changed their image a little bit, and I think. I don't know how well exactly Turbo did, but I don't think it was like a total bomb or anything, right? But
Yeah.
probably I think some fans were hoping Ram It Down was going to go back more to, Screaming for Vengeance type sound. So I think, and I think there's elements of that. I think it's almost a bit of a combination of their sort of early 80s sound and Turbo. I think the thing is too, Turbo was supposed to be a double album, right? It was supposed to, so
Right.
I think there are some songs on Ram It Down that were sort of left over from Turbo as well, and that's why I think part of Ram It Down sounds a little bit like Turbo, and some of it
Okay.
more like
Okay,
their
that
older
makes
stuff.
sense. That makes sense.
Yeah.
So, all right. So, actually, we got some traffic coming in here through here, Steve. We got another guest here. We got Brian from Hair Band Basement. Now he has his own radio show. What is going
Hey,
on?
bro.
What's
Yes.
up, guys? How you
Now,
doing?
I see. How did your show go today? Your radio show. What kind of like deep cuts did you play tonight? Fill us in.
Today, what I do, well, everyone that's listening, I got a show on Station Head. It's an app. Download it, put it in Hairband Basement. I play deep tracks of this genre. Since tonight was the last show of the month, I always got some kind of theme going. Today, I just decided let me play the third track from albums or whatever lands I'm doing. That's what it came down to.
Okay. So what would been some of your favorite ones that was the third track on the albums?
Let me look. I had Jet City Woman from Queensryche's
Okay.
Empire. April 2031 from
Ooh.
Lawrence Dog Eat Dog. I mean,
Okay.
Don't Give Up from White Lion's Pride. Tumbleweed from Love Hate, one of my favorite bands of the genre.
Okay.
Diana from Lillian Axe's Love and War. I mean, it's one of my favorite bands of all time.
You didn't happen to hear you didn't happen to hear me and Richie's talk on Lillian Axe, did you?
I briefly heard because what I
Okay.
had the show going, and then I post stuff on X at the same time, and I kind of had you guys on just to kind of figure out what you guys were talking about in case I came on, so I would know what the hell's going on. And I heard you mention something about Body Double. I heard that.
Yeah, we talked about Poetic Justice a little bit.
Okay, I'm trying to fix my thing.
Any thoughts, Steve, on Lillian Axe for you?
Oh yeah, big fan. Yeah, no, especially Love and War. That's their album, man. That's just like every song, man. It's just awesome, yeah. But I like their debut, but they just they went to another level, with Love and War. It's like first album's okay, it's good, some good songs, but yeah, Love and War, that's amazing. Yeah.
I will say, I will say I'm not the biggest Lillian. I'm the minority. Like everyone I talk to now, all these Lillian Axe fans are coming out of the woodwork. Like the last 15 years, the last 15 years, I mean, I heard of Lillian Axe, but like I never heard anyone talk about Lillian Axe. And then like the last couple years, I'm like, where are all these fans coming from? Which is cool, but like I am in the minority. Like they're not a top 50 hair metal band for me.
Wow.
But I do like Poetic Justice though. That is, if I have their whole catalog of the original run here. So it's not like I'm neglecting it or anything, but like Poetic Justice, I guess, would be the one that I would gravitate to if I want to listen to Lillian.
That might be my favorite by them.
Okay.
But their first four are just phenomenal records. And how they weren't huge is just mind-boggling. It's not mind-boggling. It's MCA fucking them for the first two albums.
Yeah.
And then 92, it was like that Lillian Axe ain't gonna all of a sudden explode on the scene in 1992 with Poetic Justice. Shit timing, shit record, company.
Yeah.
Is what it is.
That's a lot of bands.
Yeah. A lot of bands.
They didn't have the generic hair metal sound, and which is what I like about them. They're a little bit original, and you even said they're a little bit prog, Trevor,
Yeah.
They got some prog influences there, I think, a little bit. And maybe that didn't help them, as much as that's a good part of it, because they're different. It doesn't necessarily help them, because people are like, I wanted it to sound like, Slaughter or Motley Crue, or you know what I mean, and it doesn't, so they're kind of like, I don't know.
Right.
Yeah, I forgot where I just heard it recently. They were talking about Love and War, and they said it was almost like almost prog metal on a Queensryche type level. I'm like, I never heard that comparison. If people felt that way, I could see maybe why that album wasn't as huge, but I don't know. I never really thought of them as that, but they did sound different than most bands at the time. I
wouldn't compare them to Queensryche. No, but then again, I'm really horrible at comparing, because like I see every band as its own entity. So like I gotta really sit here and think like if a band sounds like another band, unless it's like obvious, like Dirty Looks and Rhino Bucket. Yes, okay. They have that like AC/DC sound, like that's easy. But like when or Cinderella to Britney Fox, like that's kind of easy. But like
half of Britney Fox wasn't Cinderella.
There you go.
Yeah, get these things going.
Exactly. So I mean, it's kind of hard for me. I don't know if it's just because we're nerds in the genre, like the subgenre of hair metal. Like it's kind of hard for me to say one band sounds like another band. But like, and even like when Steve, you were talking about Eat the Heat the other night with the Johns, you guys kind of said like David Reese kind of sounded like Axl Rose on some of the songs. I don't know if I hear that. Like, I think I kind of think David Reese kind of sounds like his own singer. I don't. And how you kind of said, like, I listened to Eat the Heat again today, like after you guys talked about it, because you guys said about Tangier, 4 Wins.
Good album.
Like, it is, but I don't necessarily hear Tangier.
Yeah, it was just for that one song. I thought it sounded. I can't remember the name of the song. Just that one song. It's like, oh, that reminds me a little bit of Tangier. Okay. But yeah, but also, like I think on that album, he doesn't sound as consistently like David Reese like he does on Bangalore Choir. Like that's just for me. That's more. He's more consistently vocal. He's got his vocal style down. I mean, he didn't even have anything to do with that except the album. Like he didn't write the lyrics. He didn't write he just comes in and sings it, right? So they're probably telling him. They're probably saying, sing this one like Udo, sing this one like David Coverdale, sing this one like Axel, whatever,
Yeah, because when I interviewed David Reese, like he said Wolf called him one day and said, hey, I'm kind of paraphrasing here. We basically have an album written, and we just need you to come in here and like be the man, be like somewhat Udo, I guess. And but I seen live footage of that tour of David singing with except Balls to the Walls. I was super impressed. Like, if I was at that show, I would have been like, I'm happy as hell. Like, I mean, Udo, you can't replace Udo. Like, he is the man. He is somewhat accept for the most part.
You can because I have, but yeah.
Yeah, exactly. But we see what happened there. But But I gotta say though, one thing I'm not happy with Eat the Heat is I think the guitar solos just ain't there. I mean, they're there, but like I think I'm wanting more in the guitar solo department. And that's one thing I think that if someone wants to talk shit on it or whatever, like that's one thing I don't really hear too much because like you got a great guitarist on this album, just in Accept in general. But like, and this is like the Guitar Hero year of the late '80s. Like you should be out there doing solos out the ass, and there's just not much here when you compare it to like other stuff in her catalog. I would say, like
I think Ecstasy wasn't too bad because I haven't just heard the album a bit recently for the show.
That's a great song. Yeah,
Ecstasy had some nice guitar work on it, and although I'm not a big fan of the song Mistreated, I think there's a bit of some nice guitar work at the end because it's like almost like on the CD anyway. It's like a 9-minute song. Like the vinyl, it's actually shorter, but I think on the CD version there's a bit of guitar soloing at the end because
well, for me anyway, it's D Train is the last song on the CD. But I will say, Generation Clash, I love that song, but that's a song that needs a good guitar solo, and there is not a good guitar. I mean, there's like something. There's like guitar bends and stuff as a solo and stuff. It's just not there for me. And you want to put that as a single in 1989? Come on, you guys are you guys trying to fuck up here? Like what's going on? Like come on. But no, I will say though, the Bangalore Choir, on Target, top 50 hair metal album for me. I want to throw that out there.
Great album. Yeah, it's a great album.
So, but I mean,
come out in 92. It's 92.
Yeah,
that's way too late. It's
yes, it is.
Too late.
But you brought up Brian, Love Hate. What do you think? Now, I have all their stuff. Jizzy Pearl's like new stuff, solo stuff is really good. What do you think of Let's Rumble, the album?
I like it. I'm gonna start with that. I like it, but it's way darker and heavier than the first two.
Okay. Really?
It almost seems like, I don't want to say it's like Love Hate trying to do grunge. I don't know if that's the way to put it, but you can listen to it and kind of think it's Love Hate trying to do grunge.
Really? But, okay. All right.
There's something that sets it apart from the first two albums where I think Blackout in the Red Room and Wasted in America they were ahead of their time. They were coming from somewhere different, and the sound on those albums, I love the band and love those first two. Like Let's Rumble, but yeah, they went for a heavier tone with that. If the bassist left by then, I forget his name off the top of my head.
Skid.
It was Skid. Oh, one Skid. But the guys come up with. But I think he had a lot to do with if he was with them on that album or not. So that could have been a factor. It's like how stupid I am, what I'm saying, but I mean, I like it's not the same. It's almost like I listen to them and they have the real poppy, glammy stuff in the first two, but Dog Eat Dog heavier in a different way, in a different direction than the first two. I still the album, but it does have a different feel to it than the earlier stuff. And
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense because I I think Let's Rumble is one of my favorite
okay,
Love Hate albums. Now I think could it possibly be less punky, that album, compared to the
yeah,
first two?
yeah, definitely,
Okay.
yeah.
All right. That might be why I kind of like it then a little bit more than the first
And
two.
that's why
But
I'm
I mean,
kind of
they're all good.
yeah, that's why I'm kind of thinking if Skid wasn't in the band, that changes the think their first two albums with Kyle on bass, but that gave them a different sound than most bands at the time. When they get later stuff, it's not as funky. It's more like the later Bang Teachers albums, so it's not quite that same Bang Tango sound. I think maybe that had something to do with it.
Yeah. And they were kind of fighting like that was on a new label or they got cut off of
Yeah,
their
they
label.
weren't on a major
Yes.
label anymore.
Yep.
Yeah,
Mhm. Yeah, yeah, Love Hate's like one of those bands that are like so different from the genre, but they get lumped in the genre there too of hair metal,
Yes, because I
and kind of
kind
like a Tesla, Choir Boys. Not the
Tesla,
same sounding, but like they're not necessarily hair
yeah,
metal.
or like a Vein, or like there was another one that was even a Bang Tango. They weren't exactly what everyone else was doing. Their time kind of thing, or they don't really fit into the genre. Good, they really were kind of pushed into it. Put the round peg into the.
Right? Yeah, and kind of like with who the hell was I? Oh, I want to throw out a wild one here. King of the Hill. If any of you guys are familiar with King of the Hill,
Like,
it's
I
kind
think,
of like a with did we lose? We might have lost Brian there. Uh, Brian, if you're hearing us, exit out and come back in. Try that again. But yeah, King of the Hill though is like, how would you explain it, Steve? Like a dance, like kind of like a dance pop funk metal record.
yeah. It's one I've sort of struggled with, even though I've got it right here. I've
Very
struggled a
nice.
little bit with it. It's that sort of funky kind of hair metal, isn't it? And
Yeah, yeah.
I remember
It,
when it came out, it got dissed pretty badly. I think from the reviews I read anyway, because I think the image of the band. This is like 91, isn't it? Yeah, 1991.
yeah,
So the image wasn't looked at in a real favorable kind of way at the time, I think. And yeah, I think they were kind of looked at as a little bit like a poor man's Extreme or something like that. Like
yeah.
yeah,
Or like another version of White Trash, maybe, but more of a
yeah.
dance feel. It's so weird to try to explain someone King of the Hill. It's like I don't know. Brian, do you have any say on King of the Hill? Unmute. Can you unmute yourself?
This is we're live.
Yeah. Oh man, what's going on? Uh, damn it. Yeah. What's going on, Brian? Oh man. Ah,
I'll tell you what. While Brian's setting himself up, I
yeah.
will say "Roses" is a good song. That's my go-to song on the album. That's a good
Okay.
one.
Now
Yeah,
the singles were "I Do You," right?
yeah,
And "If You Say," I think the ballad.
yeah. If I say, yeah, maybe,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah,
There
yeah,
were two
yep.
singles. Yeah, I think there were.
I don't. I when I bought that record, I was kind of like not expecting much, but it's one that I do visit at least like once, maybe twice a year. Like I don't. I mean,
Yeah,
I'm kind of a fan of like that New Jack Swing, from the early '90s, like Michael Jackson, "Dangerous," like that album, like that kind of feel. I do kind of like that sound, and I think that's kind of what they were somewhat touching on
mhm.
too. It was like a lot of mixture on that album. And yeah,
I remember it's not like this now. In fact, it's a very hard album to find. But I remember I was always seeing it in the bargain bins. You know, like back in the '90s, it was like $1.
I I can
You
believe
know,
that. What
yeah, yeah.
label was that on? Do you have it there?
It says, yeah, it says, I don't know, SBK. It's like a major label, but yeah, I don't think
Like an
they exist
offshoot of
anymore.
a yeah, okay.
Yeah,
All right, yeah, that's an album that I feel like I probably will end up talking about here in the near future, but it's just like, man, that's really, digging deep, for a lost
yeah.
a
I
forgotten
have a
album.
feeling. I have a feeling there's a follow up too that they did but never got released, and then it got released later on.
Yes, because the past couple years I followed them on Facebook and they did release something new. I don't know if it was just a re-release of like that second album because I don't know if the second album technically got a release. So maybe
Mm,
I don't know. I don't hold me to it, but I know they released something the last couple years because I
mm,
was trying to get it and I think it's still available, but I
mm.
just haven't
It's
heard
like
anything
um, it's
promoting
like
it.
Heaven's Edge. Their second album that didn't get released, and then they released it in late '90s or something like that. But it was recorded, around '92 or whatever, and they just didn't bother. Well, the label didn't want to put it out or whatever the deal is.
Right. Yeah. And that's the thing. Did you listen to the most recent Heaven's Edge?
Oh yeah, it's good.
The one
Yeah,
on
good
Frontiers.
stuff. Yeah, yeah.
Now, I like it. I think it's pretty good. But when I listen to it though, like if you take it in quarters, it feels like the first quarter was made like written and done in like the mid '90s. Then the next quarter was like in the early 2000s. Then you know, the third quarter was like the 2010s. Do you kind of feel that?
Well, they had 30 years or whatever, right, to
Yeah.
write it. So maybe that is what happened. Well, we wrote this one in '97, this one in 2006. I don't know. Yeah.
That's a good point. Yeah, I mean, that's just kind of what I feel. It's good, but it's just kind of what I feel when I'm listening to that.
Yeah, it's definitely, and it's got some sort of modern rock kind of influences in there a little
A
bit,
little
but
bit, yeah.
I don't mind that. That's good. But
Yeah, it
yeah,
certainly has a modern production and everything too.
mm,
Yeah, I don't mind it either as long as like the soul of it's still there of the band. Like
yeah,
and
no,
it's still quality stuff. So
yeah.
yeah, I don't know, but Dean says, "Dude, I'm back. Good, glad you're back here with us." But now I do want to touch on this because I didn't touch on it at all yet. Paul Di'Anno from Iron Maiden. I'm sure we're all fans of Iron Maiden here, and that was a shocker somewhat to me because I obviously did have health issues like the last 10, 15 years, and it just feels like you know the OGs are dropping like kind of like flies. It's I hate to say that, but it
Yeah.
feels like at some point, where's everyone gonna be, man? And it's
Yeah,
scary to
I
think
keep doing
about.
tribute shows like all the time at the moment. It seems like just yeah,
Right.
Jack Russell and there's a couple of other people as well. It's just yeah.
Yeah, I
Well,
know. It
uh,
sucks.
about a year ago, I did a show playing songs from bands that had members that passed away.
Okay.
And halfway through, I started getting depressed.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
Yeah.
yeah,
the fact that these guys were gone was one thing, but the fact that a lot of them died around as old as I am now. And you're just like, oh shit, that's getting a little too personal now with these ages and stuff. Because
Right. Right.
a lot of them didn't die when they were young. You would think these rock stars are ODing, but the ones that did OD or drink themselves to death, like in their 40s or 50s, still thinking their bodies would recover like they were 20 something.
Right. Right.
A lot of them in their 50s and early 60s were getting cancer or sick from other diseases. And
Organs
very
failing.
few, yeah, and very few were dying because old age. Yeah, that's not a rock star way to go. But a lot of them were in between this middle age part where it was just like, this is just sad to keep going through this.
Yeah.
Like, all right, this one from Vixen died, this one from LA Guns passed away, this one, and it just
Yeah.
got to a
Jeff
point.
LeBar. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
I know
yeah, it
that
was.
one hit me the hardest. I would say definitely because obviously, like I said, I came out of the womb listening to Cinderella, so like every one of these guys are like badass to me. And it's just like, damn it, and it is like the passage of time, man. Like no one can stop it. We at least the positive though is that these albums and songs will be here forever. Like
Yeah.
as long as there's physical copies, And that's what me and Richie were kind of talking about a little bit earlier. Like Brian, we talked about the Renaissance, and Richie does like all kinds of like he's over in Europe, so like he remembers when Crash Diet was out, like, and he
Mhm.
did like many documentaries on it and stuff. And it's weird because like there are bands that I remember listening to during like 2005, 2006 during that Renaissance where they didn't really have physical copies, and if they did, there wasn't many of them. And then also too, like their YouTube channels are getting wiped, and like and they don't have no streaming, they don't have nothing on Spotify. So like,
Yeah.
is that like small 2005, 2010 window of Renaissance? Is that stuff possibly going to be lost to time forever?
Depends where it is. Like it's just I never understood like what hoops you have to jump through to get your stuff streaming. I mean, obviously the places running are going to take your buttload of your money
Yeah,
from whatever they get, but like I always found it odd where at one point you'll have an album on like Apple Music, let's say, and a week later it's not there anymore.
right.
And it comes back for some reason, a year later. It does I don't understand what the reason or rationale behind that is. I mean, it's got to be money. I mean, obviously,
Yeah.
but it
Everything
just
does come down to money at some point.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. But it just seems like you got the album, put it on there. What why wouldn't you just do that? It's already done. It's not like you have to make McQueen Street is not trying to, make the money back from their debut. That's I think has been done by now. It's
Right,
just
yeah.
odd to me. But yeah, you're right. If there's I don't know, let's say
Yeah,
400 years in the future, is there going to be a way to listen to hair metal?
Right.
Huh.
Yeah.
it's weird though too. I find sometimes if I play some music, like I might play McQueen Street, right, and I'll get a copyright strike, and I'm like, really? Like, who cares? These,
Yeah.
in 2024 that I'm playing McQueen Street. Like, what are the royalties that someone's missing out on here?
I was
Exactly.
yeah.
Exactly.
Jeez.
And it's weird because like some of my videos,
Can they
like
even afford lawyers to sue you? Like that's the
Yeah,
thing.
yeah.
It gets to that point where it's like, what are you doing?
it's like, is the record company even around still? Like
Yeah,
That's another
yeah.
thing too.
yeah, I don't know because like some videos of mine, if I use music, like like Britney Fox "Bite Down Hard." On
Great
one of
album.
my forgotten albums, I used a clip of a song in there, and I didn't get hit with a copyright. But I last week in my live stream, I got hit with a copyright for playing a Britney Fox "Bite Down the Hard" song. So like, I don't. Is it just some kind of algorithm thing, or like,
Yeah, I think
I
that's part of it too.
yeah, I don't know what the hell's going on, but yeah, I mean, I agree with you, Steve and Brian. Like, what no one listens to this stuff anymore. No one's making money off this stuff anymore. Like, why can't we use it? I mean, we're not making money off of it.
No,
No,
and
not at
we're
all.
promoting it anyway, right? Like if we're just
Exactly.
talking and playing, we're
Exactly,
promoting.
you're right. I mean, one of the reasons why I started using the Station Head app is that supposedly if I play the song and you listen to the show, all those counts as listens, which helps the band make money off of it or whoever wrote the song or
Okay.
whatever. So I mean, that's something, but I be able to have access to it on Apple Music to play it on my show.
Okay.
And there's so many bands I would love to play in my show, like South Gang, Soraya, Trouble Tribe. I mean, these so many Badlands is a classic example
Yeah. Yep.
where it's like, yeah, I can't stream them anymore. But thankfully I have the physical copies of those bands, but I can't promote them in any way
I
to help
know
them out.
that's what sucks because like, and even and then that goes to the point of like the Renaissance bands too. Like, where how you gonna try to like remember them and just even support them, even if some of them aren't like Wild Street,
Yeah,
they're still
yeah,
around.
yeah,
They're still doing things, and you want to support them and stuff. And it's just like, it the scene. Brian, we talked about this before. Like,
yep.
what is it? What's the scene? Steve, I'll ask you because I never really asked you before. Like, what do you think's gonna happen here in the next 10 years, as far as like what either just the metal scene in general and like the live scene?
Well, I don't know. I mean, it's like they can't make their money now by selling their music. So that's touring's the big money maker for
Yeah,
people now, right?
selling
And so
merch.
that's why ticket
That's what I
prices
think it
have
is
gone
too. The
up so
merch.
much.
Yeah.
Merch as well. But I'm still physical. I like to have the physical product if I can get it. So I like to think I'm supporting that way by buying the albums or CDs if I really like it. But
Right.
yeah, it's different to the way it was for me back in the day. Back in the day, I do a lot of blind buys because I didn't have access to hearing it anyway. So, like I was saying to you before, when I picked up that Accept album, I just looked at the front cover. Oh, they look like the kind of band I might like. I'll grab it. So
Yeah,
yeah,
no doubt. Look at that. Who wouldn't
yeah,
want to buy that?
yeah, exactly.
I've said this before. I'll say it again. I think just the picture of the band on an album cover is lazy. I've
Yeah.
always said that.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, you're on
Yep,
that side of things.
I rare exception, probably makeup era Kiss.
What about Cinderella Night songs?
No.
No, that's like
all
one of
right,
the
I
most
just said
iconic
this.
80s albums there
I
is.
played the song Nobody's Fool Tonight because that's the third song
Oh
on
yeah,
that
okay,
album.
yep.
And I said that's a classic example of don't judge a book by its cover.
Oh yeah.
You look at that thing and you're thinking, oh, it's another Poison. You
Yeah.
put it on and it's heavy as shit. You're just like, look at
Mhm.
that. Yeah, no, look at that. Nice leopard. Oh, what is that? Zebra skin pants you got on there, Jeff.
I would literally get a pair of those right now, Brian. So don't talk shit on them.
I
right?
wouldn't look good in them. I'm not even gonna try and pretend. It would not be pretty. But it's you put. I remember, and me and Hair Metal Guru just did a show on our top 10 Cinderella songs, and I got into them because I was sitting. I'm in high school, freshman, sitting in the cafeteria, and we're talking music, and someone said, "I don't know who Cinderella is." And everyone else starts making fun of this kid, like he doesn't know what Cinderella. This guy, what does he know about? And I'm thinking to myself, I don't know who they are. I better get this album for anyone discovers that I don't know who Cinderella is. You get the
Peer
album,
pressure, huh?
yeah. You get the album. You look at the cover. You're like, is this like another look with the cat dragged in? I don't know. You put it on. And you're like holy shit, this is
Yeah.
heavy. This is some heavy stuff.
Oh,
So
yeah.
yeah, that album does not represent what that album. That album cover doesn't represent what that album really is.
It doesn't, but I still think, in my opinion, I think it's like it's one of my favorite '80s album covers. Like,
Really? Okay.
oh
It is
yeah,
totally 80s. Don't get me. Yeah, it's totally 80s. It's
yeah.
totally
But
80s.
it certainly doesn't match the music. I agree with you on that.
Yeah, because I always thought like if you had a cool album title, why can't you come up with a cool like album cover? You know,
Well,
like
Yeah,
it just seemed
I
like
see what you're saying.
yeah, it
What
just
do you
seemed like
think?
you got
What do you think about Look What the Cat Dragged In, Brian? I mean, because that's iconic.
It
And that's
is. Again, I think Guru put it best when he said that kind of shows exactly what the band was about at the time. I get that explanation,
Mhm.
but like I had another one on top of my head and just totally forgot. But there's other like albums
Nelson?
out there. Nelson. Yeah. But I mean, you could have a cool. I'm trying to think of something. I had one in my head too, and I just totally went blank. What album
Britney
I was
Fox
thinking of.
debut was one.
The Britney Fox debut. That's it. Like that show. You look at that. Look at that. Those guys signed the Declaration of Independence. That's what I'm looking at right now. I don't understand what they're doing. What is that? You're dressed like pirates for reasons, and
I
it's
don't know,
like
man. It's what I think that's a top 5 album cover.
really.
Now, you know what?
You also like the
I'll kind
George
of take
Washington picture on the $1 bill? Is that too?
I'll kind of take that back because I prefer the Boys in Heat cover over that.
Get
album.
out of here! Are you
No,
serious? Are you
I'm
trolling
serious,
us?
dude.
Oh wow!
I
that's
would buy a
terrible-
poster. I would buy a poster right now
Really?
and hang it behind me just for
It
you,
look
Brian.
it looks like bad anime bukkake shot. It's just like
I'll,
what the like, the point
I'll
of
have
view.
Michael Kelly sign it too and hang it behind me. Bro.
Wow,
Like
that's a
that.
bold statement, my friend.
Well, he'll sign it. He signed all my other shit. Yeah,
That's cool, though. That is
I'm
cool.
like one of these rare kids like that came up to him and said, "Dude, you're Michael Kelly Smith, man." You know, I'm sure
But, like,
you know.
put that picture back up. Put that picture back up. See, I've been in bands where you're on stage, you're dancing around, you're under hot lights. These guys had to have been sweating their balls off wearing all that crap.
Like
No
that's
doubt.
just too
No doubt.
much. Like look at Dizzy Dean. He's got the Louis the 14th ruffled like collar coming out. It's like that's too much shit. That's just too much work.
Hey
And
man,
it was odd for '88. Like '88, bands really weren't doing that anymore.
I
Yeah,
mean,
it's a bit weird for '88.
Yeah.
well, I will
And you
say
mentioned Pretty Boy Floyd earlier tonight.
Yeah.
'89, they're still putting on the makeup and stuff. Like nobody was doing that. They were
Well,
wearing
and
the
that's
leather jacket and the ripped
Yeah.
jeans and
Tough as well. you
yeah,
know,
yeah.
Even later. Bo Nasty. What was that? 89 for Bo
Oh, that's
Nasty.
what they look like, the Three Musketeers. Yeah, it's '89.
Yeah.
True.
I mean, that's a great album though too.
Yes, it is.
Oh my god, guys, this is what I came to conclusion of like 10 years ago after like diving into this for like 10, 15 years. Is there a bad band in the hair metal genre or like the 80s other than Bon Jovi? Bon Jovi's not very good, but anyway,
I don't
anywhere
think they're
other than
bad.
that,
I don't think Bon Jovi's bad. I'm not a huge fan, but they had a
First three
killer
albums.
rhythm section. They had a very good rhythm section that's underrated.
okay.
And at one point, Bon Jovi did have a good voice until "Living on a Prayer" being sung all the time destroyed it. But a bad band, that's a good question.
I honestly, I don't know because I have a lot of shit, even like albums that aren't the best, but I still
have to
visit once in a while. Like
think
they're
about
still worth
that.
being in the collection. Like a band that I really had no interest in going into, but I do have "Love Is for Suckers," and that's Swiss' Sister.
Yeah, but Twisted Sister had some good albums too. Their early stuff
Yeah,
before they got big is good. I can think of bad songs, bad albums, sure, but a band that just sucks. Oh, well, I gotta think about. Right now, people that aren't to this genre are like, yeah, they all suck. But
that's not hair metal, Brian.
it's not hair metal. I got it.
Well, I would say one came to my mind. I know a lot of people say "Enough's Enough." That would be like one of the qualifiers, but that debut album is super
Strength
good.
is even better.
Well, I go towards the debut because
so do I. But I think
there's a
Strength is
darkness
very good
to that
yeah.
album though. Like "Finger on the Trigger," that's a dark fucking song, man.
Mm-hmm.
Like I can't. When I heard that song on that album for the first time, I'm like, is this really Enough's Enough? Like singing this song? It's like it's super dark and like I'm trying to think of like other bands like Bad English, but hell, I mean, I was super impressed with their debut album.
Yeah,
like,
me too.
I thought I was gonna buy it and be like, this shit sucks, but it's good. Like I can't talk shit on it. And even
John Wayne on vocals,
Yeah.
And I picked up recently Mitch Malloy's debut.
Okay.
That is good, and Steve, Brian, do you guys know who this is? Let me see if I can.
I can't see with the glare.
Yeah, hang on.
Radioactive Cats.
Yeah.
I know of the name. Yeah,
I know.
Okay.
I don't have it.
Definitely. Like it has a little bit of a rockabilly feel, don't it, Steve? Like to it, kind of like
I think I've listened to it online. Yeah.
Okay, it's a little bit like a not as heavy Jet Boy, like Damnation, not as heavy Damnation, if you will, possibly.
When did that come out? Is that
1991?
Okay, all right.
On WB, Warner Brothers.
Interesting, yeah.
Look at that, like, because when I first seen it in the record store, I was like, "Oh shit, is that Nitro 2? The second Nitro album?"
That album's not good.
I agree, it's not better than the first. No. It's not. But there's a couple, Making Love.
Yeah, there's some good songs. Oh yeah,
that's an amazing album. But no, I agree. There are some things that are just like, I'm not really gonna visit this song ever again.
Yeah.
But but no, Radioactive Cats is really good. And Brian, I pulled this one out just for you, and it is Electric Angel.
That's a good album. I did not know about those guys until at least 10, 15 years after the album.
Yeah.
And it is so good, and how they weren't big is just mind-blowing. Such a good album.
Steve, anything on Electric Angels?
Well, no, same deal that Brian had. Like, I didn't even know about it at the time, and found out about it later on. It's that kind of, I don't know. It's I mean, you'd put it in the hair metal category perhaps, but it's more just hard rock, isn't it? So sort of it's not very heavy or anything.
Well,
Like
I kind of if I'm trying to compare it to another band, it's kind of like an American version of the Choir Boys or Dogs D'Amour.
yeah.
That's not
Yeah.
bad in comparison. Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Mm.
Yeah, that's kind of like my thought on it. Now, like I said, since Brian, you and Hair Metal Guru were talking about it in a recent episode that you guys did, and I'm like, I guess I got to revisit it because when I first bought it, I like maybe one or two songs.
Mm-hmm.
But I will say, side A is pretty good. You know, like, but side B, you're losing me. Like, I'm kind of like ready for the album to be over. But
Okay.
I will say, if they kept the energy on the intro track, I believe, because it's
Mhm.
like a funky type of intro. It's only like, what, 90 minutes, maybe 2 minutes long.
Yeah.
But if they kept that in like that kind of energy, that kind of feel, I think I would be way on board with this. But obviously, the single here, Rattlesnake Kisses, that's a good song.
I don't know how that wasn't huge, and the ballad "Roses on My Grave" should have been big too. That's a really good
Roses.
song.
That's
I think it's
no.
second.
That's you're thinking of Alley Cat Scratch, right? Roses on My Grave.
Is that what I'm thinking? What's the ballad on that one? Shit.
True Love and Fairy Tales.
No, I thought there was another one.
Not thinking of Rocks Gang. They've got a song where they talk about roses on my grave.
Red Rose. Yeah, Red Rose.
Red Rose.
Last
Yeah,
Girl?
that.
No, not
That I
Last
think
Girl
that was the
Murder.
song I was thinking of. Shit.
Car Crash or because
I
Roses
could
on My
be-
Grave. That's totally Alley Cat Scratch. That's a
What
great.
the- yeah,
ballad.
yeah,
That's a
that
great
is
ballad.
Alley Cat Scratch. No, you're right about that. What the hell was the name of the ballad? Yeah, it's True Love and Fairy Tales. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Which it's a fine ballad. I mean,
Yeah.
you know, it's not
Roses
going
on
to
My
make.
Grave should have been a huge song. There you go.
Oh, dude.
I'll stick with that
Alley Cat
statement.
Scratch, man. I gotta give them credit, man. They did like they released their album and they were like, well, we could tell the scene's kind of drying up here and we're gonna be not cool anymore. So we're gonna do one last show here in LA and never be seen or heard from again.
That's hilarious.
You know, I gotta give them credit on that. But yeah, that's a great album though too. Very punky, punky, emo-y feel. You know, even though emo, I guess technically wasn't really a thing for the most. You know, like what we in the early 2000s when it got mainstream.
If goth is the right word to describe
Okay, there you go.
it.
Yeah,
Maybe
that's a
might be
better.
it.
That there you go.
But like you were saying before, like the from like 91ish to about 93, there was a lot of bands that came out. They had no chance, first of all.
Right.
But they were kind of doing something different and a little more mature.
Yes.
And a lot of good music came out in those years where it wasn't gonna be a smash hit, but some quality stuff was released.
Oh my god, great debuts.
Mm-hmm.
And even like the older bands of the time, like Cinderellas and Poisons, they were putting out, I think, in my opinion, their best stuff.
Mm-hmm.
You know, in 93, 90, 93, you know, those 3 years are so overlooked, are so underappreciated, even by hair metal fans, you know, and it's just like, you guys are totally missing out on everything. Like, I honestly don't visit pre-86 that much, or even honestly, like pre-87, 88 anymore.
I get that. I get that.
You know, and but yeah, I mean, not saying it ain't great still, but I mean, there's just so much, and
there's so much music though too. You know,
it is
cover everything. Especially if you think hair metal starts around 83, 84, then that's I'm still catching up on stuff. You know.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. I honestly thought like 5 years ago, I thought, God damn, I think I'm getting near the bottom of the well. And then here I am like 5 years later. I'm like, yeah, but here's more shit. Okay. Yeah. You get excited at the record store.
For me personally, 86 till about, I don't know, maybe 93, 94. That's when I was all in. You know, I was in high school, college. I started playing, started playing bass. So I was really into music. So that time right there was like, that was, you know, I was listening to music all the time. The time. And, you know, 83, I was into Star Wars and Star Wars figures. Like I wasn't buying albums and listening to them, though I think I had Pyromania by Def Leppard.
Yeah, the bigger stuff.
Yeah, I was too young. By the time I was in high school, this music starts impacting your life differently. Once you get a car, you're driving to pick up albums all the time.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
was old enough then to stay up late on a Saturday and watch Headbangers Ball. All this stuff starts changing when you get older.
Yeah,
Where
yeah.
I could be into it now. That it's part of you growing up and becoming what you would be as an adult. And yeah, before that, I was just too young. Like
Right.
Van Halen's my favorite band, but in 1978, I wasn't picking up the debut because I was like 6 years old, 6 or 7. Just wasn't doing it.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Now, are you a Van Halen or a Van Hagar
Van
fan,
Halen, of course.
or a Gary Sharon fan?
Poor Gary on that. But I'll say this: I like both versions, but I like the DLR years more because it was this raw, young energy coming from the bands. The music itself, I like more.
Okay.
Sammy
The
Hagar has
attitude.
a better voice. There's no arguing that.
Mm-hmm.
But also the band was mature and going in a different place because they've been doing it for 10, 15 years by the time Sammy was
Yeah,
in the
they
band.
were professionals by that time.
Yes, yes. I saw them when they went on tour for A Different Kind of Truth. And,
Okay.
Eddie had the short hair, it was gray, he had the gray goatee.
Yeah.
I mean, they're all looking older, but they look like seasoned vets at that point, So it
Yeah,
was like,
that's understandable. Yeah.
yeah. I mean, I remember even going to that show with my wife. My wife's like not into Van Halen. And she's like, all right, I'm here. And I'm looking at her going, do you understand you're looking at a rock legend right now? You're not getting the severity of this moment.
The
And
Smithsonian piece of history right here.
yes, yes. And at the time you didn't think he wouldn't be around in like 8 years at that point.
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, I'm more of a DLR fan because of the music and the attitude at that time.
Okay.
So
Steve,
I
you have a
do
preference?
like the Sammy Hagar stuff. I think 5150 is their best album. The title track is
Okay.
one of their best songs in their catalog. I love that tune.
I'm with him.
Yeah, I mean
Steve,
the thing is, I was living more through the Van Hagar stuff, like we've sort of been saying, like there's a certain period where you sort of get into a band, and so for me it was 5150. Well, actually, even OU812 was probably the first one I heard. So then I'm going back, and it's I don't know if it's quite the same as when you get that first couple of albums, or you're sort of living through it. They're putting out music videos and you're hearing it in real time, sort of thing. You go back, sure, it's like, wow, this is really good too, So, but I honestly, obviously that's the big question, right? Like, who do I prefer? I can't say. I like them both, and I also think you can't compare them because they're actually quite different vocal styles. The music is very similar, I suppose.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I think definitely probably. With Sammy, they were more commercial. I think they were a little bit more original, just a little bit more. But I mean, it's Eddie on guitar.
Yeah.
It doesn't really matter. Like, give me the mic, and it's probably I'll sing, and it'll still probably be
Sharon the mic.
Yeah, or Mitch Malloy, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and I mean, I'm with you. If this makes sense, I'm going to try to explain this. As a whole, I like the David Lee Roth era, but there are certain songs in the Sammy era that I like better than anything in the David Lee Roth era.
There's some quality songs in the Sammy era. Like I said, the title track from 5150 is a great tune.
Best of Both Worlds is just
best of both.
You can't beat that.
I think Judgment Day from the For Unlawful Carnal Knowledge is a great song. Pound Cake is a great tune.
Yeah,
I mean, there is good stuff there. And again, I think by the time, by like 88, 80, and 91 rolls around, I mean, the bands, there's again, they're vets at this.
Yeah.
It's not the young, hungry band trying to prove something. Yes, and they were professionals. They knew exactly what they were doing. I personally think, I mean, my favorite album in the Sammy years is 5150, but I think For Unlawful Carnal Knowledge is their best album, if that makes sense.
Okay.
Because at that point, they started, a lot of stuff in 5150 was written when Dave was still in the band.
Yeah.
OU812 had some good songs. Others are like, but it seemed like they were really clicking with their third album together. And I
Okay.
think they really made some good. I mean, that's a really good album. I'm not going to try and deny that. And
Uh,
Balance kind of was just like, by the time that came out, I don't know what it was. They just weren't as big as they were on the previous album. And it's a good album. It's got some good songs on it.
yeah, yeah. So I want to kind of shift gears here a little bit. We did talk about Paul Diano passing away. Rest in peace. But also too, we had another passing like last week or so, and that's SS Priest from Diamond Rex and D-Moles. Now,
Really?
does
Shit, I
this
didn't know that.
album do anything for you guys?
I do like them. Yeah, I do like the Demols. Yeah.
Okay. First or second album?
Uh,
Warped or self-titled? Yeah.
I'm trying to probably the first album. I might go with the first album on that one.
777. You can't beat 777.
Yeah. That's
I
tough to.
I'll say Steve, go ahead.
No, I've got the first one, but I'm not a big fan, to be honest. And 777 is not a bad song,
Yeah.
but yeah, they just didn't quite do it for me. They're sort of like Bad Poison. Sorry, but it's just that's kind of how I feel.
That's
Yeah.
hilarious. That's
Yeah.
hilarious.
And Poison's not one of my favorite bands. So if you're Bad Poison, yeah. Hey, guys, I'm gonna have to go, but hey,
Okay.
good chatting with you all.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Hey, man, thank you for coming on, man. Come back
All right.
anytime, brother. We'll get together
All right,
soon
man.
though, for an actual episode, okay?
Yeah, it sounds good.
All right,
All right.
brother. Thank you.
Have a
man.
good night.
All right, guys. That was Steve from the Rock and Metal Invasion. I will put up his stuff here real quick if you guys want to go check out his channel.
Look
Awesome
at this
stuff.
guy, DLRVH 100%. I'm with you, bro. Totally with you.
Yes, yeah. I mean, I'm there with it too. So, guys, that right there is Steve's channel. If you like, he has all kinds of obscure vinyl, like talks all kinds of great stuff that obviously what we were just talking about and stuff. So check out Steve if you will. Awesome channel. But Brian, because I recently talked about the 777 or the debut album of Demos, and I kind of agree with Steve because like this isn't an album or the second album too. They're just not songs that I visit. Now 777 is on every playlist that I have. Like I love 777. I can listen to that anytime. But as a whole, maybe once a year I listen to this album, and it's weird because like I heard people saying that the Moles, their look didn't match their sound, which I found that kind of confusing.
Get that. I kind of get why they would say that. I mean, like, was a guy named Steve? Like, I'm not the biggest fan of them either. I mean, I think the debut was a better album, but you're right. I'm not like going back to that on a regular basis. You know, just recently, like I said, we were doing I was on Hair Metal. Me and Hair Metal Guru did a top 10 Cinderella songs. And I even said to him, listen to the songs to find my top 10. Like I enjoy just doing that. And at some points, I'm writing notes down. I just stop. I'm like, no, I'm just gonna listen to the song. This is some good shit here. It's like it's one of those bands where it's like you may not listen to it in a while, but when you do, you're singing along, you're tapping your toe, you're like, God damn,
you remember everything.
Stuff. Yes.
Yep.
And that's kind of something I was saying. Who was I talking to just recently? Was it Guru or maybe I don't remember. But it's like back in the day when you went to the mall and spent $10 on a cassette, you were getting your money's worth. And if it sucked or you didn't like most of it, it was like, oh, what a waste of my money. And as a 17-year-old, you're not coming around cash that frequently.
You could buy maybe one or two albums at the most every week.
Or that was the thing. If you went with $20 and you're like, I can buy 2 cassettes or 1 CD and have some money in my pocket when I walk out of this place.
Right.
And it was like when you got an album, you would listen to the whole thing over and over and over. And I still have all my old cassettes. And the ones I really liked, you look at it, the label on the sides is worn out. It's taped together because I had to pull it apart to fix the tape inside. It's like constantly doing stuff like that because it was like I paid $10. I remember I got Shark Island's debut, Law of Order on cassette, and the car player ate it. And I was like, "Oh, no way." And I remember going home, prying the tape open, straightening out the tape
Oh
inside, and
god.
putting it
Yeah.
back in, taping it back together, putting it in the player, going, "Oh, please, oh, please, oh, please." And then once it starts playing, you're like, "Okay, all right, I can still listen to this now."
That's yeah, I'd never understood the fascination with cassettes, and they're starting to make a little comeback.
That
Like,
I don't get, because
yeah.
cassettes, I'll post on X, formerly known as Twitter, pictures of my old cassettes, and one of my hashtags is shit way to listen to music, because it sucked.
It is. It is. I
Tapes would
did because
warp, break, they get jammed up. If you played it too much, it
yep.
would play the song slower. I remember when I started playing bass, trying to learn the songs, it sounds a half step off on the cassette because the cassette's worn out, and you're just
Yes.
like, I
Yeah.
can't deal with this
I know.
shit. This is garbage.
When I buy or when I did, well, I mean, when I go to, like, to a, used record store, if they have decent prices on their cassettes, I'll take a chance. Or and if it's something I don't have, like Nitro 2, I found a cassette of that before
Hmm.
I found a CD. So I thought, okay,
Yeah.
yeah, fuck yeah, I'm gonna get that. And it just did not sound that good. And I'm like, God, like, is this all gonna be
No.
left with the rest of my life? Because I'm not gonna
Yeah.
download it. So
Because I had, oh God, I had a case, the whole of the cassettes, and I don't know what the fuck it is now. And it was on this, on one side of the room, the heater was on the other side, and it warped a bunch of them. So like for the most part, the jewel case got all warped, but the cassettes were fine.
yeah,
I want to say my cassette copy of "Shake Your Money Maker" from the Black Crowes got completely warped.
okay.
I know the jewel case for my Blue Murder debut got
Ooh,
warped. I believe the one from Badlands debut also got warped. But the jewel case, you could just switch it around.
right,
Who
yeah,
gives a shit?
yeah,
I'll take
that's
the
not nearly as
hysteria one and
important.
put it in the warped one. I'm
Yeah,
not
yeah.
listening to hysteria on cassette anytime soon. But it
Yeah,
was
no,
a
dude, yeah,
terrible way to listen to music. But the thing was, it was portable. That was the key.
yes, that
So
was big.
in '89, CDs were a thing, but my car didn't have a CD player.
And if you did have any kind of Walkman, it was skipping,
Yes.
like, it wasn't a non-skippable Walkman yet, yeah, but
Yeah.
Justin
Yeah.
Justin Sane says Shark Island's badass, which I agree.
Yeah. Totally.
That ballad, man, oh god. Bad for Each Other? Absolutely
Yes.
great,
That's a good.
absolutely
I
great.
I think one of my favorite songs by them, and I was just on Rock Resurgence Radio. We're doing our top 10 soundtracks. Father Time from the Bill and Ted soundtrack is a kick-ass song.
Father
It's
Time from
the Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure soundtrack.
now is that 'cause, Demoz has a Father Time song. Is it
No,
a like a
it's not that.
okay,
It was an
okay,
original because the album had oh shit, Play With Me by Extreme,
okay.
Dancing with a Gypsy by Tora Tora. Shark Island, I think, had two songs. Dangerous,
Really?
yeah, Dangerous, and Father Time, it's a killer song. And the rest were like no name bands, except Power Tool went on to become Nelson. And they switched
Really?
their name because the for some reason the record label didn't want them to be known as Nelson on that particular soundtrack. And yeah,
Interesting.
the following year they came out as Nelson. But I think it was on my list. It's a great soundtrack. There's some great
Okay.
songs on that. But a lot of those bands, Extreme, Tora Tora, and Shark Island, all had their debuts the same year.
Mhm.
So they were probably just like, hey, we're doing whatever to get out there. But yeah, check out Father Time by Shark Island. It's a
Okay.
great tune.
Alright. Now, I will say I was extremely disappointed, when I picked up Contraband.
Hmm.
Extremely disappointed because I think it's all covers, ain't it?
Is it all covers?
I think it is.
I didn't get it at the time.
Okay, because well, you don't. I would recommend not getting it because there's not anything I like. I bought it. I mean, the only song because it does have "Bad for Each Other" on there,
Yeah.
and it's totally neutered compared to the Shark Island version.
Okay.
Overly produced, whatever. It's just neutered. It's just not
I
nearly
don't.
as good.
And cause I thought the cover of All the Way to Memphis was pretty good. That's all I
Okay.
can think of from that album. And it had killer artists playing on it
I
too.
know. You would think that's like a super group.
Yeah, it totally
But
is.
why are
Definitely
we
is.
doing covers though at the same time?
I don't know. I
It's
don't
weird
know.
because, like, it's 91. You had Tracy Guns, you had the girl from Vixen. in
Oh, the
there.
bassist. What's her name?
You
I
had
can't remember her name.
drummer for Rat, Bobby,
Mm-hmm.
and singer for Shark Island,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
somebody else, I think.
There was 2 guitarists?
Yes. Oh, Michael Schankner.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Give me a fucking break. You
How
guys
do you
can't make anything else? Make
I was gonna
anything?
say, you guys can't come up with one kick-ass original song? Like, come on.
Oh my. Yeah,
That came out in
that
91?
puzzled me. When I listened to that, man, I was so disappointed. I was like,
Wow.
"You can't I spent $10. I spent $10 for this?" And it's not even the good version of the ballad. Like, come on, man. Like, damn.
That
So,
album came out in 91?
I'm pretty sure, yeah.
I thought it was earlier.
No, because what Shark Island came out what, 90?
89.
Okay.
I
Yeah, so
thought
it
that
would have had to been
okay.
after,
Okay.
so yeah, I'm pretty sure it's 91, 'cause I look at it every time I see it over here in the collection in disgust. So
That's your let the buyer beware reminder
yeah,
right there.
it is on the for sale pile. Like, I don't like to sell stuff, like, once it's into my collection, like, it's in my
Yeah.
collection, like,
Yeah.
unless it's something that I know I'm not gonna go back to, or it's just,
Mhm.
I am willing to trade or sell it, so, uh, if anyone's interested in contraband now after our little review. Oh, shit. So,
But
there's a
that's the
couple
thing with
other
the
things.
collection. You have it now. So you just to say you have it,
I know, and
you
it's not
know?
eating up anything, so, like, that's
Yeah.
why I'm not gonna go out of my way to put it on eBay, or like, if
Mhm.
someone comes over and they have shit that I want or they wanna trade or what, that's cool, I'll do that, but I'm not
Yeah.
gonna go out of my way.
Yeah.
There's a couple other things I wanted to touch on here. Did you see this earlier in the show? We talked about the, Monsters of Rock show
I
festival?
saw that briefly. First of all, it looks like it says 30 anus. What does that say there on the top? Look like that's what I was looking at. I don't know. I'm like, what is this thing?
You might be seeing things there, man.
What is this? What does it say? I can't
What, at
make
the
it out.
bottom? At the
No,
bottom?
at the top, Monsters of Rock. It looks. I can't. What does it say? It looks
Oh,
like
okay, I see what you're saying. It says
ANUS. 30
30
anus.
it says Anos. It's like
Anos.
it's like some kinda language, I guess. I think it means like
Maybe.
30 years, maybe?
Yeah, that's what I'm. Okay, that's what I kind of thought. I don't think it's actually 30
Yeah.
buttholes. Any capacity.
Oh, shit. But
But I mean,
the interesting one here, Sabotage.
I was gonna say that. I was gonna say I'm surprised Sabotage decided let's do something where we make less money than Trans Siberian Orchestra. Because I
Well
aren't they working on a new album?
well, I know they're touring still. Well, I mean, like, because I know, like, around my area, they had 2 shows, like, next month, Trans-Siberian
Sabotage?
Orchestra. So, like
You talking about Sabotage?
no, Trans-Siberian
No,
Orchestra.
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
I
there's
heard that
active.
Sabotage is gonna put out a new album, or they're working on it, or
Yes.
something along those lines,
Well,
which that's shocking to me.
it's weird because it's very confusing. Like, when I try to look into Trans-Siberian Orchestra and, like, go through the Wikipedia, like, everything, like, yes, uh, Chris is the singer, right? Or is he the guitar player that died? Well, it's the
Uh,
brothers, you know.
yeah.
The singer that's still
It
alive
was okay.
is, he went and helped and did the Trans-Siberian Orchestra stuff, and, like, he kind of helps them, but it's not necessarily his 100% gig. You know what I mean? He's just like
Yeah, I
a
get that.
contributing thing on some albums. Like, it's not every album, I don't think either. So, like,
Okay.
it's kind of weird, like, how it's set up, at least from what I've seen, like, when I tried to research it and stuff. So, like, maybe he's putting all his effort now in the Sabotage and just letting, you know, is it who is the guitar player for Transparent? Is it Joel?
You
Does
might
he
be
do
right on that. You
does
might
he
be
do
right.
that? I
It's
don't
the
I
blonde
get
hair guy.
confused.
I actually saw them. I actually saw them 10 years, maybe more ago, which
Mhm.
was hilarious because they sell out. Every Christmas, they're selling out and packing places. And I went with my wife and I'm watching this. First, I'm thinking to myself, play Gutter Ballet. They're not going to play that. They're not
Yeah.
going to play that. But I'm looking around the audience and it's all like 60-year-old women going, "Oh, this is fantastic."
Oh,
And I'm
my.
watching it going, "This is a heavy metal show. I've been to this numerous times. I don't get it. They put a guitar in for a Christmas song and all of a sudden it's something different. No, this is a 30 anus live." And I'm like,
I
It's a
I never
regular
seen him
heavy
live.
metal show. I don't know what these old people are going nuts for.
Yeah.
It's go watch Sabotage. It's the
It's
same
so
thing.
weird because I was thinking about because I want to do like during the holidays, like once Thanksgiving hits, I play all my Trans-Siberian Orchestra. I get into like the Christmas spirit, that's
Mhm.
my soundtrack for Christmas.
As it should
And
be, not before Halloween. Fuck that. It's stupid. It's
no,
dumb.
I was half tempted to break out the the debut Trans-Siberian Orchestra just because I got an urge, but I didn't. I
Nah,
didn't.
don't do that.
I'm
Don't do that to
waiting. I'm
yourself.
waiting because it'll
You
make
burn
it more.
yourself out by the time
Yeah, exactly.
by the time you're scooping stuffing on your plate for Thanksgiving. You're like, fuck Christmas. I had enough of this. That was already.
That is how it gets. But look, Gravitron said 38 is live, Brian. He likes
38
that.
ain't it, 38 is live. It's the shittiest show ever.
Literally.
Man,
But yeah,
that
I mean,
performance stunk.
but yeah, that's a good lineup. Which Richie was talking earlier. That's strange that you have Opeth in there though.
I wasn't it was another one that was on there.
Stradivarius.
Stradivarius. That I was surprised to see that, and I think I heard you guys say that's the version of Queensryche without Jeff Tate.
Yeah, it's Tyler Torah.
Is his voice even close to Jeff Tate's? Like, is
It's
he
it's a good voice.
not Jeff
But
Tate
I mean,
voice?
everyone that went to see Queensryche since he joined the band are happy with it.
Okay.
Not necessarily that sounds like Jeff, but
Mhm.
he's a very competent singer. Like I listened to one of the new singles from one of their newer albums. I was happy with it. It sounded good,
Okay. All
but
right.
just don't be expecting like Just City Woman, you know, that kind of shit.
Yeah,
So,
I know. Because but at 90, I was really into Queensryche, and
uh-huh. I mean,
the
that's Empire's a great album.
it is. I think Mind Crime is their masterpiece. This
Okay.
is an unbelievable album. But like without Tate and I believe with DeGarmo left, right?
Okay.
It's not the same. It just wasn't the same for me.
Yeah. And
You
that's
know,
understandable.
yeah.
Yeah. That's
You're losing two major components of your band, and it's like,
yeah. Yeah, it's certainly a buddy of mine that comes on the show, Jason from Wrath of Typhon, his band. He's over there helping Jeff Tate tour. He's over in
mhm.
I think he was in England a couple days ago. They're jumping like to Italy. They're all over. Like Jeff still tours, even around in the USA once in a while, and like he tours over in
Yeah.
Europe still. Like now, granted, it's acoustic shows and not very big shows, but like he still sounds good though. When that people that I know went and saw him,
Okay. All
so
right.
yeah, he's still doing his thing.
Because
Uh,
I saw them live it's Años, not okay. So it's Spanish, right? Años.
30 years live, yeah. So we were somewhat close, other than the anal
Okay, all
part.
right. I could. It's the. A lot of deep tracks, pun intended. But I saw Queensryche live 91 when they did Operation Mindcrime in their entirety, and that was the best show I've ever seen.
Okay,
It was
very nice.
so unbelievably good, and I had to do that without Jeff Tate. I don't know if I want to just be pleased. I don't know if that's
Yeah.
worth my money,
Yeah. Well, I will say I was very upset at fans, like Queensryche fans and just hair metal fans in general, because last year at the M3 festival, Queensryche did Warning, I think. I don't think it was Rage for Order. I think it was Warning
Mhm.
because it was like an anniversary. They did the whole album, and people were pissed off. And I'm like, you
Why?
guys should be ashamed of yourselves for saying that. That
What were they
album's
pissed?
absolutely awesome.
What were they pissed about? Because they played that album?
Yeah, and didn't play a lot of the hits.
Oh God.
Yeah, and I'm like,
Oh,
you guys
dipshits.
should be ashamed of yourself. Yeah,
That's
the
like,
fans watching it, like
yeah, and
too
that's
many
like when
people were
Maiden
pissed
goes on.
off.
Yeah, it makes no sense. But that's like when Iron Maiden goes on tour. It's like, hey, we're playing the newer shit this tour. If you don't like it, don't come. Or next time you come around, we'll play Power Slave. I mean, whatever. It's
Yeah,
like, so it's like that.
yeah.
I'd be like that. I think that'd be pretty cool to hear
Dude,
Warning in its entirety. Definitely.
I would certainly that would be the time I would go and see Queensryche is if they played or when they played the Warning,
Yeah.
the whole in its entirety. Like
Yeah.
that's probably my favorite Queensryche album, to be honest with you.
Really? Wow.
Yes,
Okay.
I love that album. I even think Rage for Order is very underrated.
I agree with that. That's a very good album.
Yeah,
Definitely.
even it's the goth version of Queensryche.
But
Yeah,
that's I mean, for the first like 5 or 6 albums, Queensryche was like a different band every album.
yeah,
And it
and it
was
and it,
like
and
I
it worked.
think
Everyone worked.
and it worked, but I think the Rage for Order through Empire was kind of the closest where they stayed almost like the same band.
Hmm.
But even those 3 albums, there's a distinct difference between all 3 of them.
Yeah. Actually, I wanted to hit this story when Richie was on because he actually gave me the link to the story, but we kind of touched on it, but we didn't. But like, Brian, if you want to read this with me, this apparently Junkyard, the singer, he posted a list of like 2000 sleaze bands that saved the hair and glam metal movement.
Mhm.
So I want to kind of Richie said this was pretty cool. So I'll kind of want to read this because I know obviously you do the Renaissance, the hair metal Renaissance with me. So like you will know probably most of these bands that uh I can forget the name here for the Junkyard, the singer. I'm sure we'll
Oh,
find
what the
out here in a
fuck was his
second.
name? I know you're talking about. I know you're talking
So
about,
okay, so if the '90s were the dark years for sleaze and glam or hair metal bands, yes, call them what you will, then we can surely say that the following 2000s were the years of this genre's renaissance. Damn, I thought I was the one that made up that saying.
Maybe you got it from you.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, shout out to Junkyard Rock Stories because he does watch a lot of our channels. You know, I know he watches
Mm.
Hair Metal Guru, he watches Crash Course, he watches a lot of stuff. But side point,
Mhm.
so there were bands from other countries as well that somehow was the epicenter of this movement was precisely in this kingdom of Northern Europe. The majority of the groups that came exactly from this country, some of which have gained legendary status to this day, like Hardcore Superstar, Crash Diet, Crazy Licks, Confess. I'm not familiar with Confess, actually.
I don't know that
Uh,
either.
it's a big achievement to stay relevant after so many years, which, of course, and for various reasons, not all have managed to do. On account of that, in this article, we will look back at some of the best Swedish glam bands of the Renaissance, basically.
Oh, it's strictly
That
Swedish bands. Okay.
Okay, that are no longer active either. So that's
Mm.
another component. Number one, I'm right there. I'm cool with this. Gemini 5. Great band.
Okay. Yep. All right.
Great band. Um, like we brought up in the Renaissance video. I think I'm leaning more towards their Black Anthem, the second album. But I'm right there with you though too. Like their debut's great.
Yeah.
So very
Yeah.
cool, very sleazy stuff. But the second album, Black Anthem, gives me a very Shotgun Messiah, Violent New Breed, or
Yeah. That's not bad. That's not a bad
Second
thing.
Coming type feel. Okay, number two, or wait, I passed number two. Vange Jenna,
Okay.
another
Okay.
great band there. I'm on board here with the first
I
two.
was gonna say, I think we know how you feel about them. Which
Good,
album? We got that.
yeah, good stuff right there. If you guys aren't familiar, right
Look at
there,
that.
Vange Jenna.
If that doesn't scream Swedish sleaze, I don't know what does.
If that, yeah, exactly. And I'll take it one further. Second Coming of Guns N' Roses. Second Coming right there.
Yeah, yeah.
I
I
mean,
can see that.
I guess Izzy had the dark hair, but yeah, no, I mean, that's what you want to see in 2005.
Yeah, he
Right.
also has. I mean, the dude with the shirt off has the, Axl Rose stick figure junkie body. So
Yes,
he's got that
yeah,
going
the
for him too.
attitude,
Yeah, the
look,
attitude too. Yep.
yeah, yeah, yep. There you go. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
it doesn't get much better than that, Brian. Come
Track marks sold separately.
on. All right, number 3, Backyard Babies. That sounds familiar, but I don't
I know,
own
no,
anything.
I know that I think I have the album on iTunes actually.
Do you?
They're not
Okay.
bad.
Okay. Let's see here. Dragon went back to the helicopters.
That's the name of that's the name of the band?
Well, Dragon, I guess, one of the band members went back to this other band, the Helicopters. If that sounds familiar,
I don't know
that don't sound
them,
familiar either.
no.
Okay.
Yeah,
Babylon.
Backyard Babies debut was in the 90s. 94? 94.
No, Big Bang Babies.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I think
yeah,
I heard
yeah.
of
I know
them
exactly
too.
who you're talking about. Yeah, Big Bang Babies. Yeah. What's the ballad?
I'm looking for it right now. Hold
Yeah.
on. Big
Da
Bang
da 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 da.
Babies.
Ah, damn it. Oh my god, it's on the tip of my tongue. Damn it.
Is it? Oh my God! Not everybody needs a hero. Is that
No,
it?
that was like the rocks, like the
I
upbeat
haven't
song.
listened to this album in a while.
Yeah, I actually just picked it up recently, and I was so happy to find it. It was on Paris Records to be. Uh,
Everybody Love My Baby. Let me put on record.
no,
No,
it's not if you only knew. Oh my god! All right, that's gonna bother the hell out of me now. I
I'll
gotta move
I'll,
on. I
I'll
gotta
stop
move.
playing it.
Yeah. No. Okay. So Brian, are you familiar with Babylon Bombs?
The name sounds familiar, but
It.
no.
I know. I don't own anything. I know. I've seen this video
Look it up.
before. I know what this video is, but I do not have anything from this band.
I
Oh,
don't understand why, like, a lot of these bands, for some reason, are obsessed with ancient Babylon. I mean, they either name their band after it, they have songs about it. It's just like, what? That's your favorite ancient civilization or something? I don't
well, what
understand.
isn't? I guess Babylon is. Was that in Greece or?
No, I was with modern day Iraq.
Okay. But yeah, that's certainly not Europe then.
No, 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 no. What was the name of
uh,
what was the name of the Babylon name again?
Babylon Bombs.
Bombs. It's not a bad name.
Yeah,
I can
yeah.
rock
I
with
mean,
that.
it rolls off the tongue.
Babylon Bombs. Here we
Um,
go. Huh.
so number 5, Lipsticks and Bullets. I know I heard this
I
back in the
like them.
day.
I like them.
I don't own anything though from, but I'm trying to think what song I did know or I remember hearing. Oh, here we go. Number 6, Loud and Nasty. Very
Okay.
good.
All
Very good
right. All
stuff.
right.
And then also they turned into Triple X as
Yes,
well.
you mentioned that I was on last
Yeah,
time.
yeah,
Yeah.
yep. Which is fine, but I think I do prefer the Loud and Nasty album.
Mhm.
Hungry's good. What's the other? What's the slower one? Angie
You
or
got me. You know them better than I do.
yeah, okay. I think yeah, Angie was the other video on that album. All right, so they gave us 6 here. So yeah, we did pretty good. I
I
think we did satisfactory. We knew
that was
certainly 4 of them, I would say.
yeah, but I thought you
And
said he had like 50 or 20. What the was the
well,
number
yeah,
you said?
I'm looking here. I'm trying to see here what. Okay,
I'm
so
gonna
I
check
was
these
looking
guys
at
out.
the. Okay, so Richie sent the Reddit the post, and some of these comments here are so horrible. It's like
Yeah, well,
Uh, it's like as someone who loves the early 2000s revival of glam, I'd still only heard of 2 Vane Agenda and Backyard Babies. Backyard Babies album Total 13 remains one of my favorite all time, leaning heavily into sleaze sound. I agree.
mhm.
And then you got some people like there's some of these comments are I lost the one that was like just bullshit. And it was like, oh, they ain't saving nothing. This is all horrible stuff, like
Yeah,
I'm
shut
like,
up.
get the hell out of here with your bullshit.
Have you ever
Uh,
heard of a band called Enemy? I hope I'm saying this right because I played on my show last week. Enemies Swe, SWE.
enemy
En-
enemies.
Enemies, plural SWE.
No.
I heard about them about a week and a half ago. It's some good shit. It
Really?
sounds like
Okay.
these bands you were talking about.
Okay. All right. Interesting.
Because it's like when you have Apple Music, you give suggestions, and one night I was just like, let me just go down a rabbit hole. You play one band, couple songs, see what they suggest or sounds like. Put that, and eventually I came across them. I'm like, this is some pretty killer shit here. I've never heard of them before.
And that's the thing, Brian. You know as well as anybody. There's shit out there, man.
Of course, yeah,
You just gotta look for it.
yeah.
Anyone that says that we the new generation, yes, the mainstream generation don't got shit. They're
Mhm.
not. It's not good. But I mean, there's good stuff if you're looking for it, especially with YouTube. How easy can it be? You know,
Exactly.
recommendations. Yeah, we
You're
beat a
totally
dead
right.
horse with that.
Exactly. Exactly. But that's the weird thing. It almost seems like it's easier to get access to this stuff, and then people are still like, what new bands are around? And it's like it's odd that it's so easy to get to, but people still aren't finding it.
Right.
You know?
I it, now some of that I would say, especially for like us music nerds that are really into like finding new stuff. I would say for us the issue would be the oversaturation of
Yeah,
bands
I
because
guess.
there's so
Yeah.
many bands. Like it's hard to find all the cream that rises to the top. because like
Yeah.
we just sift through so much stuff. But like someone who's not really like as advantageous of like us, uh, they kind of rely more on the recommendations that YouTube gives.
Yeah.
So, is YouTube really gonna recommend a Reckless Love song that only has a 2,000 views compared
Yeah.
to a Poison Talk Dirty to Me? It
You're
has
right.
millions of
Yeah.
views. And
Yeah. Yeah.
about
That's
the
true.
same, or shit like that, or Dirty Honey, even like
Yeah.
shit like that. So I don't know. I mean, as much as we talk about this, we're gonna talk about it until it gets fixed, Brian. So, and we might be talking for a long time, actually. So,
But that's the thing too, and you mentioned it. We were talking before with Lillian Axe. I mean, I was saying this to Guru on his show. What the fuck's his name? Metal Mike is ending his podcast.
oh,
Yeah, I think
the
he's
80s metal hair or 80s metal.
80s metal. Yeah, 80s metal
Oh, okay.
glamcast. He's doing one more show and he's done. He's walking away. He's done with it.
Really?
And I remember when I first got into his show, it was like ones that really wrote me in were the ones we had, guests on talking about top 10 albums from different years, basically.
And then he had interviews and stuff too.
Yes, we had a bunch of stuff, yeah,
Yeah,
but it was
yeah.
those episodes that really kind of started this whole thing for me where I was like, wait, shit, there's other people that know these bands. And
Mhm.
you listen to a list and you're like, wait, someone else knows about Lillian Axe? Someone else knows about, I don't know, Slave Raider or something, something rare. And you're just like, holy shit, I had no idea people were into this like I was. And that kind of opened the floodgates for me to like, start my show, go on shows like yours and hair metal gurus and stuff, and start realizing I started my ex woman known as Twitter account, and so really other people are into this stuff like on the same level I am. I
Okay.
really didn't know about that till about only like a few years ago.
I know. It's weird because I agree with you. Like, it seems like ever since COVID, really, I see a lot more stuff.
Hmm.
It feels like it's dying, but at the same time, it's not. I see it all the
Yeah,
time, on Twitter or uh, Facebook groups. Like, there's plenty of groups on Facebook that still post shit every day. Music
yeah.
videos or albums or whatever. And I don't know. And I do feel like people do respect hair metal more nowadays. It's
I, th-
just a
I
normal
think that's
person,
part of it. I agree with that. Yeah.
but they're not really necessarily digging though either. They just hear nothing but a good time or Guns N' Roses.
That was kind of even when it was popular. That was the thing. I mean, your GNRs, Cinderella's,
Yeah.
Poisons, Bon Jovi's were going to be huge. Your
Yep.
Salty Dog, Kick Tracy, and Lillian Axe just weren't. I mean, that I get that, but
Yeah.
it's the thing. Like, I think the people that grew up with it are
Hmm.
older now, where they don't give a shit what you think about their music. When I was 17, certain people like, oh, you like Poison? What the fuck's wrong with you? I was one of those. I really wasn't a huge Poison fan at the time. But now at 52, I don't care. You don't like Poison? What do I care? I
Yeah.
like it. I don't give a
Yeah.
shit. I'm
Yep.
old enough to not care what other people think anymore.
There you
And
go.
I think a lot more people are more vocal about it. I think that might be part of the reason.
Hmm.
But like, people like you with channels like this, where it's like, look in the comments and people are consistently, oh, I love that band. I didn't know about them. Let me check them out. Holy crap, I checked out that album. It's completely awesome. How did I miss these guys? You're
Yeah.
constantly seeing stuff like that.
And that's awesome. And even like all of us that have been doing kind of like this, discovering stuff all our lives, and plenty of other channels too. eh, there's still albums that I don't know about,
Yeah.
and like that's what's awesome about, it. And that's what is actually really crazy about it is that 20 plus years of collecting, there are still albums I don't have or even listened to
Hmm.
from 1990.
Yeah.
Like God, it's just it's weird of how many bands were signed and put out just a great album too. Like not they didn't just put out an album that was shit.
Yeah.
It was a good album.
Yeah.
Like we said earlier, it's hard to find a bad band. It's sure they're out there. You could probably I could probably name 5 on hand, but nothing really comes to the top of my head.
Yeah, but it's also I think it's also personal taste.
Yeah, and
That's
that's
a big part of it. Like
it is.
like Guru always says, I don't like the funky sound of like Bang Tango. I think
Or
they're awesome.
horns. Or horns,
Horns,
yeah.
horns and metal, horns and fucking metal.
Yeah, I'm gonna start calling him the horn metal guru.
The horn. That's right, the brass metal guru. Because I actually I learned what the fuck is that rat song? Way Cool Jr.
Yeah.
Recorded myself and sent it to him. Go, there's your favorite song. Enjoy this. And I don't think we need horns and metal. It's like, all right, whatever.
Let's see. Trenton. Paratrain. Who are you referring to? Give us a little bit of context. Maybe Babylon Bombs. I like one of those bands that we were talking about. Give us a little bit of context there, Trenton. But yeah, dude, one of the things, I don't know if you caught any of last week's show, but I talked a little bit about the debut of Trickster as a what if. I did not realize that it did pretty well for 1990. Like it went gold. They were on tour with Warrant. Who else was on that tour?
I thought they were on tour with the Scorpions at one point too.
Okay, I think that was overseas.
Okay,
Possibly.
still,
Okay, but yeah, they
good.
had a pretty good run there for like 8 months to a year.
Yeah,
Before the shit just totally blew up.
Well, I forget. Was it the vocalist and the guitarist were on Eddie Trunk a while back, a few months ago, maybe almost a year?
Okay.
And they were saying how they went into a mall and walked into 3 different record stores or music stores to see how the album was doing, and they didn't have enough copies to meet the demand. MCA didn't print up enough of the album. And it's like their biggest success, they even messed that up. They couldn't meet the demand. Like, what are you doing? And they were like, yeah, they fucked us too.
Damn. Yeah, well, and that's even, now that you say that, that's crazy that it even went gold.
Yeah. And I'm surprised it only went gold. Probably, I don't know if that's the main reason, but yeah, I mean, 90, this stuff was still pretty big.
Oh, yeah, no.
Because I mean, Trickster was popular. Slaughter's debut was doing huge. Firehouse.
Nelson,
Flesh and Blood by Poison was big, even though they've been established. I mean, I'm not a big fan of the album, but Heartbreak Station by Cinderella went platinum. What was the one you just said?
Yeah, Cinderella.
Okay, yeah, Cinderella. I'm trying to think what else, because there was still a lot of bands that were still selling. Even though only went sold 500,000. Detonator by Rat went gold. So I
Great
mean,
album.
and
well,
when the heck did 5-Man Acoustical Jam come out?
Well, I was gonna say,
is that 90? Yeah, it might have been the 5-Man Acoustical Jam by Tesla. That went double platinum. I think that was 90. I think that was in 90.
Was it? Okay, all right.
I think so.
So yeah, that was certainly before Bust a Nut then. 94.
Bust a Nut was 94. 91 was Psychotic Supper.
Yes. Okay.
And then 89 was Great Radio Controversy. So yeah, I think it was 90. I think it was 90.
Okay. All right. Yeah, that's
Cherry
weird because
Pie was a big album. I mean, there was still a lot of big albums.
Mr. Big's Lean Into It was 91, and that went multi-platinum. I think multi-platinum. It at least went platinum.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
It at least went, and that was like 92 when To Be With You, I think, came out. So like, or maybe even a little bit later than that, maybe 90.
I thought it was 92.
No, I don't think it was 93 because that was when their next album came out, Bump Ahead. That's actually a decent album.
Yes, it
Bump
is.
Ahead. Yeah, that's
actually.
A
lot of the newer stuff is pretty good too.
Yeah. Okay. Did you listen to the new album? What, 10?
It's pretty good. Yeah.
Is it? Okay. Good. All right.
I have to listen to the live album they just released a few days ago.
Okay. I didn't see anything on that. All right. Yeah, I can't say I listened to the newest. The newest album I have of theirs is Bump Ahead. Basically, I got the first 3.
They had some good stuff out this century. That's pretty good. Some pretty good albums. Yeah.
All right. Yeah. So, but basically, what I was original point was the what if with Trickster. Do you think now learning about the MCA thing that throws a whole nother wrench in it? But, what if they came out in 89 instead of 90?
Oh God, that.
Do you think that album would have went platinum at least then?
Yes, yeah, I think so.
I think interesting.
So.
Okay.
I think Give It To Me Good, One in a Million,
Surrender.
Surrender as the ballad. They had commercial hit written all over that stuff.
They did, and they had.
They were radio friendly too.
Yes.
They were billed as these young kids out of Jersey,
Yes.
even though they weren't as
Stripped
young
down
as they're
look.
but they weren't as young as they were making them out to seem. But still, they were like, oh, these 19, 18-year-olds out of Jersey are making music.
Just like Dawson's Creek and 90210.
Yes,
Like they're having
yeah,
teenagers.
exactly.
They're having 20-year-olds play teenagers.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think if they would have came out like at least 1 year earlier, I think it probably would have went platinum. Like
I could see that. I could
now.
definitely see that.
Now, granted, they might not have gotten the tour with like Warrant, who was huge during 1990. So, like that might have helped. It is on who you're touring with too to help push an
Oh
album.
yeah, that's how it used to work. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's what people like to say about the Europe, what Out of This World, because they were supposed to be on Hysteria tour with Def Leppard for that
Yeah.
album.
Why didn't they do that?
I think they had a big run of shows or like a mini tour or something over in Europe.
That's
Like
right.
they were in Europe, yeah. With I don't know if they were headlining that or whatever the deal was. They had other obligations for something else overseas, and they missed out then on Hysteria. So, to be completely honest, Out of This World could have probably went just as many times platinum as the Final Countdown.
I think it's a better album.
Oh, 100%, 100%.
It's a better album.
I'm with you on that. So Superstitious, such a great song.
I like that one. Yeah.
It's so
I've heard people say that shouldn't have been released as their first single. I'm like, I don't see why not.
Well, then again, Europe's not this. Well, because a lot of people know him from Final Countdown.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think Superstitious is necessarily out of pocket for Europe for the common person. Now, if you knew them from their previous albums before Final Countdown, then yeah, maybe you'd be like, "Whoa, what the hell is this?" But I kind of like that. Like, someone mentioned that song has a little bit of like a gospel feel with the way Tempest is like singing it.
Yeah.
But I like that. I think it works.
Yeah, I agree.
Great chorus in that. So I don't know. I think I prefer that album. I do not visit Final Countdown hardly ever.
Yeah.
Rock the Night I can listen to.
Yeah, Carrie sucks. I hate that song.
Yes, that's like right up there with Love Bites for me.
Yes, Love Bite. Oh god, total garbage. Total. It's what I call it on Guru's show: 10 pounds of shit in a 9-pound bag. I hate that fucking song. It's so bad.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. All right,
and Without You by Motley Crue. I don't like that one. I thought Time for Change was a better song.
Neither of them's that good to me. Even You're All I Need, Motley Crue, off Girls, Girls, Girls. It's I can't remember the last time I listened to that song.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of Girls, Girls, Girls.
I'm not either. Me and you do CII on that. That's one of their worst albums.
I think the best two songs were the singles, Girls, Girls, the title track, and Wild Side. After that,
yeah, you're reaching.
It's just like, again, I keep saying that album is that's what happens when cocaine's your co-writer. You get an album like that, like Nona. What the fuck is that? Well, I'm not putting that on in the car. And
giving cocaine a bad name, huh?
Yeah. Okay, I see what let me see here. I think Powertrain is one of their songs.
Okay.
Enemy Sweet. Yep. Yeah, it's a lead off song from their album.
All right.
Yep.
Thanks, Trenton. Thanks for clearing that up for us. I will check them out though. That does have me. And you know what? I think I misheard Richy, because the website, the guy that made that article is Junkyard Rock Stories. And I was thinking that he said
the guy from Junkyard.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. All right. That's my mistake.
Oh, cool. This guy that lived the scene is gonna start talking about Swedish hair metal.
Sometimes I find that surprising though, because like when you talk to some of these guys from the hair metal era, like from these bands, they don't know that many other hair metal bands. Like,
well, let me because I just recently going back to Love Hate, Jizzy Pearl, now known as Jizzo, he was saying how he did one of those like Monster of Rock cruises,
Okay.
and he was saying how when you're on the road, you get there for a sound check, you go there, you don't talk to many people because you don't want to mess up your voice. You
Right.
go on stage, do your show, then you're out of there either to catch a plane or a bus or maybe a couple hours sleep before you're hitting the road again, and you repeat the process. And he said on the cruise, you're there, you're not going anywhere. And he said, I could actually check out other bands and talk to other musicians in these bands where I can't do that on the road.
Okay.
Because, like, when you're done playing, your room is like a 2-minute walk away from the stage. So he's not
Right.
going.
Yeah.
And I forgot who he said he was talking to, but just talking about, singing and what do you do for your voice? How do you sing in this heat? Because he also said on top of that, we're not in competition with each other like we used to be.
Yeah.
That's in the past now. Now we're all just, as fellow musicians able to talk each other instead of looking at each other going, fuck that guy. He might be
Trying to fight for
taking,
that record deal.
yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And that's the thing, because like whenever I see like Michael Kelly up at the record show and stuff, like I ask him like these questions of, dude, did you know Wild Boys opened up for you like a couple times on Bite Down Hard tour, whatever, and because like to me that's wild, like Wild Boys, like I didn't even know they got any shows, like what the hell, and he's like, I don't know, like we would get there late at the show and we wouldn't be able to see the opening band,
Yeah.
and I'm like,
Yeah.
"Oh, man, that kinda sucks," but I get it, like, they're on the road and shit, they're
Yeah.
exhausted, and
But
they're
you all
not gonna
kind
they're
of
not there
think
to watch it every night.
exactly. And y'all kind of think they're all hanging out and partying and like, all right, I'm gonna check you guys out backstage, watch them on the side. No, they're
Yeah.
they're getting it in as soon as like the thank you and good night by the opening act,
Yeah,
and then here's your guitar, mate. Okay, we're playing, and there we go.
Yep.
It's not was this. It just wasn't that way. We don't. That's the thing. We didn't live it, so we don't know what it was like to be on the road with other bands and stuff. Like, who the hell
Right.
was I talking to? Was it Metal Mike? I made some joke. Like, do you think like Gene Simmons and Paul Stanley were hanging out with Mark Slaughter and Dana Strum, trash talking Vinnie Vincent? And he said, I don't even think they even talked at all during that tour, let alone about anyone else. Like, yeah, you're probably right. You're
Uh,
probably right. Like Gene wasn't hanging out backstage, checking out Slaughter as they were playing on their tour. They had
well,
no clue.
then again, if there was money to be made somehow, he probably was.
He has people to tell him that shit. That's what he's doing. That's what he's doing.
Yeah, Black and Blue, yeah, that's alright, this is a what if that just popped in my head, since we're talking about Gene Simmons. If Gene Simmons didn't produce, if someone else produced,
Any of
Black
those
and
yeah,
yeah, Black and
those
Blue,
bands.
would they have had a better shot?
Oh, see, I don't know what is with Gene and in the bands he produced. He's just a curse. I don't know what it is. There's so many bands.
Uh,
Ah.
that's a
I'm trying to think who would produce that, like a Hill or a Mutt Lang or something. Would they have? Would he have?
a
One of them
Wagner.
have a Wagner? Would they have the touch to push them over the? I don't understand why they weren't bigger. Black and Blue had everything going for them that should have made them big.
They were certainly early enough.
Yes. But I also think a lot of those bands that were big in 83, 84, they didn't last.
They didn't transition.
That too. You look at like Twisted
Crocus.
Sister had the big album, nothing after that. Quiet Riot had Mental Health, nothing after that. Dokken fell
Crocus.
apart by 87. The only one I can
Yeah.
really think Crocus never went anywhere.
hmm
The only really big album band I can think of was Rat, and they kind of held it together till 90. So
Yeah.
but even then their sales were going down after every album.
Yeah. Yeah.
They never reached the same commercial success as Out of the Cellar, which I
That's a
think is
good
just
point.
crazy because there's so many good albums in that time
It
period for
is.
them.
It is. And I think that kind of could that possibly attest to that the earlier 80s, the infancy of glam metal or hair metal, whatever.
We're going to call it,
Yeah, yeah, that sphere, was just weaker since it was in its infancy. and as time goes on, you're starting to get more refined, a little better. What works, you know?
I kind of think. I mean, think about it. If you had a big album in 80, let's go with Quiet Riot and Mental Health.
Okay.
83, that album was huge. They just didn't by 90. No one was talking about Quiet Riot. I think
Yeah.
you kind of mentioned it where they didn't really adapt with the times, where you had newer bands doing it, and that was their things. Like Poison, Cinderella, Bon Jovi get big in '86. That's kind of the standard now. By then, with Rats on their third album,
Yeah.
right? Their third album. I want to say, when did Love Is for Suckers come out? With
87.
87. 87. Who's talking about Twisted Sister as being this new cool band?
Right. Yeah.
And they were even older than, when Stay
Yeah.
Hungry came out.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think, like, if you look at hair metal at the time, I always looked at, this is weird, I'm gonna say this, but because my son was into dinosaurs. And I always compare, like, let me see it, 86 through, how did I think this? Like 84, 85, and 86 is your, like, Triassic period, where you got stuff that's not quite dinosaurs, but at the end the dinosaurs are coming out, where you got like Poison,
Yeah.
Cinderella, and
Not the cool ones. Not the
yeah, not the
Jurassic
cool
era.
ones yet.
Yeah.
From 87, 88, and 89 is your Jurassic, where you get all the cool shit. Stegosaurus, Brontosaurus, all these dinosaurs and shit. It's huge. That is your heyday for dinosaurs. And then the last 90, 91, and 92 is your Cretaceous period, where dinosaurs are on the way out. They're going to get hit by meteor soon. But
Yeah.
you still got cool shit like T-Rex and Triceratops.
Yeah.
And then grunge hits and it's all dead, and that's the
Yeah.
end of it. But that time period before all that is your, like, ancestors that led into hair metal.
Right. And
So
that's actually a really good way to explain it. Thanks for coming to our TED Talk, Bill. You know,
yeah.
but no, that's a good comparison. I like that because that's what I have come to discover over the last 10 years. Like, yeah, I was a big fan of Quiet Riot, Motley
hmm
Crue. You know, like when I was young. But as time is going on, I am just sticking to 88 to 93 so much
Okay.
more. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know, it's not necessarily the look factor or the image because they all had somewhat the same,
Yeah, yeah.
same deal going on. But it just seems to work better, I think, and it just not as I don't want to say it's cheesy because there is cheesy stuff like in 1990 as well,
Yeah, but
Pretty
some of
Boy
it's good
Floyd,
still.
yeah, like all that, like there is that stuff still. It's just so hard to in detail, pinpoint what could be the issue there, So I don't know.
C-
That's damn good
c-
question.
Yeah, because I always thought in '86 you had bands like, again, Bon Jovi, Poison, Cinderella. They're selling millions of albums. That's kind of like when the record companies like, oh, wait a minute, these bands can make some money.
Yeah,
I think '87 really sparked it off when you have
White Snake.
Hysteria. Yeah, Hysteria, Pride, White Snake, self-titled, Appetite for Destruction, Girls, 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 and even Aerosmith's Permanent Vacation all of a sudden just exploded.
Okay.
And then it became like, oh shit, this can make us money. So 88 and 89, they were just signing bands left and right. And
Mhm.
those contracts didn't die overnight. So those bands are still going through the 90s.
Yeah,
They're still signing more bands, 91, 90, 91, 92.
because at the time it takes at least 6 months to a year to do a record.
Yes, exactly. So if you sign a contract with a band that you're gonna release an album in 90, 91,
Mhm.
and you have a 3 record deal, you might get a second album from them before the record company says, yeah, we're done with
Yeah,
this.
if you're lucky. Yeah,
Yeah,
and,
yeah.
and none worse crime committed on a band than Wildside, as far as that goes.
That that band, I mean, there's so many bands in the early 90s that I think a few years earlier they would have been huge. That's definitely one that should have
Yes,
been
I think
unbelievably huge.
I think that's a consensus, among a lot of us can agree with 100%.
Yeah.
Wildside, that's I don't wanna give away, a lot of my list because I did finally finish my top 50 hair metal album list, but
hmm
that is a top 10 album, hair metal album.
Yeah,
In
it's an
my
unbelievable album. I was
yeah,
just listening
in
to it
my
today at work. I was just
yeah.
listening to it today going, how? Like what how you were in Eddie Van Halen's studio playing with him. How did this not get big? It's just amazing to me.
That's some of the issue though. Like it's that's so cool. That's such a cool life story to have, to tell. Like Drew Rose to tell, hey man, I record in Eddie's home studio, but
Yeah.
that might have cost you a decent career or somewhat last. They probably weren't gonna get like huge, but they might at least went gold if they would have got it out in '91. You
Maybe.
know,
Yeah,
you
yeah,
never
yeah.
know. You never know. But '92, man, that is so late for a debut album
Yes. But that,
too.
again, that's like holdovers and leftovers from, the record company still signing guys from,
Just
earlier
not
thinking,
promoting either.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, well, that's the other thing too. There's not a bad song off that Under the Influence album. That whole album is unbelievably good.
it
That's
is.
another band where I didn't know other people even heard of these guys. Now, like you said, people in the genre, like the genre, are like, yeah, that's an unbelievable album. That they should have been huge.
Yep.
I think like them. I think Kick Tracy should have been bigger.
Okay. Yep.
Um. Oh shit! What the hell's the name of the On Target was their debut.
Bangalore Choir.
Bangalore Choir should have been bigger. I mean, there's
Mhm.
just so many bands that came out with debuts in like 92. They just did not. Another one, Asphalt Ballet had a really good
Yeah.
debut.
Yep.
There's so many of them, and it's just like too late to the party.
Well, that's the thing. Like we could even go a little bit later. You got Sick Vicky. You got
Hmm.
the Graveyard Train. Like those are good albums, and it's a shame that no one hears of that, especially in '93. No one
Yeah.
knows
No,
that.
it's no, no,
Yeah,
no.
no, you got a greater chance of winning the lottery if you play.
But
Like
not for nothing. There was a lot of like you look at '89 as a year. How many albums came out then? And there were a lot of debuts that came out from bands that did not make it that big. Like
yeah,
Dangerous Toys, Tora Tora, Shark Island, Vane.
yeah,
Oh God,
I
Babylon
agree with you.
AD. There was a lot of really good bands that they just didn't break big for whatever various reason.
I agree with you. Even Rocks Gang in
Yes,
'88.
Roxanne's another one. Yep,
Yeah,
yep.
and that is the weird thing because like whenever I go through my stuff, I'm like, this is early enough to at least make some kind of impact,
Yeah.
and it didn't. And it's just absolutely crazy. Now, whether that could be promotion, record label that you're on, like, or just
MCA.
wrong time. Kicks, you know, that's another one that just did not get the promotion that they needed. The record support.
No, yeah, and that Hotwire album might be my favorite by them.
It's
It's really fucking good, and yeah, it got nothing.
I know
Got nothing.
it did get a decent amount of singles though. I will say that.
It did, but they didn't go anywhere. They really
No,
didn't
exactly.
get
Yeah, and
huge.
that's tough for me because I don't know if I like Midnight Dynamite better. I don't know if I like Hotwire. I don't know if I like Blow My Fuse. I can't.
Yeah.
I don't know. It depends on the day for me with those three albums. Like which one's better?
It's funny you mentioned those three because I think they were a different band with those three albums than their previous three
Oh my
albums.
god! Yes,
Totally different. It's a totally different band.
I can't.
And
I don't listen to the first two.
I kind of like some songs off of them, but yeah, it's nothing like
Yeah, I mean, like,
the
yeah, yeah,
later on.
yeah. Like, Cool Kids. The title track is cool. Like,
Mhm.
yeah, there are some, but like, I am not
You don't
walking
like
over
Loco
here.
Emotion or Get Your Monkeys Out?
Guilty pleasure. But no, I mean, like if I do have the album on, I will listen to that. I won't skip it, but it's not going on the iPod. I'm
Yeah,
only gonna listen to it if I have the album itself on, like
yeah.
physically.
Mhm.
So yeah, it's very immature. Like you could tell their growth, throughout those first
Definitely.
two, and then once you hit Midnight Dynamite, you're like, whoa, what the hell just happened here?
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
you could tell something they either took something serious or because I think if I remember correctly, Ronnie Youngkins, one of the guitar players, he he was on the debut, but he wasn't on Cool Kids. I don't know if it was some kind of issue, like health issue, or what the
Hmm.
deal was with that. But I didn't know that until like a couple years ago, and I'm like, okay, so maybe that's why that kind of has a little bit different feel. all like what Body Talk, like that song, that's like a new wave kind of feel, a little
I
bit
was
like
gonna say that.
yeah, which I
Yeah.
actually do like that song a decent amount. I
But a
don't
lot of
visit
the
it that
songs off
much.
yeah, but a lot of songs off Cool Kids have a poppy new wave sound to it.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
really odd that it's not like any other albums, even the earlier stuff before what was they had this the self-titled, it was Cool Kids. Then was Midnight Dynamite. Was there another one there?
No, because
No, there
you're
was.
at
It was
what?
yeah,
Yeah, 85 or 85, 86 was Midnight Dynamite. Then
85.
88,
That was 85.
yeah,
Yeah,
85. Okay, then 88 was
Blow My Fuse.
yes, and then
Uh,
91. And what and that's weird too. Like you got 3 year spans,
Yeah,
and not 2 years. Now, yes, there might be some like maybe one was released like the 12th month of the 1 year. So it looks like it's actually 3 years when it's only technically like 2 years and 1 month or whatever.
yeah,
But
yeah.
yeah, that's kind of weird though too. You know, when you why is it what's the span looking like here? Well, why
It
is it
could be any amount of stuff. I mean,
weren't they on MCA as or no, they were on Atlantic.
Atlantic.
Yeah, yeah, okay.
Yeah. I
Uh,
mean, it could be you're on tour a lot. Maybe someone got hurt or can't do it.
yeah,
Maybe you just not writer's block. It could be any number of stuff. Maybe you're Def Leppard and said, "Fuck it, we're taking 6 years between albums just because." Huh.
right. Yeah, it's weird. Kicks is a weird situation with what happened. But I mean, everyone loves him here on the East Coast. Like there are,
Yeah.
I mean, even probably up your way, even it, Kicks is probably pretty decently well known, I would say.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay,
They
all
were
right.
known. Yeah, yeah. I
Uh,
mean, it was once Blow My Fuse came out
yeah,
and Don't Close Your Eyes blew up, and everyone knew about them.
yeah,
But
and then
Cold Blood was
Rocklahoma,
actually what was that?
Rocklahoma in what 2006 or whatever. That was like
Yeah,
their. That was actually like a decent amount of bands like
yeah,
got revitalized with
yep,
Rocklahoma. You know, I
yep,
remember that when I didn't go or anything, but I remember like it being advertised and stuff like that.
yeah,
Uh, and it was cool. It only lasted a couple years with good music. Then it turned into like
yeah,
some newer stuff or whatever. But
yeah,
yeah.
yeah, yeah.
Rebel
Is
Heart
it?
says Dirty Looks and Kick should have been huge.
I
Yeah.
agree.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
totally
Dirty Looks is
agree.
another one. That's
Yeah.
Paul
Oh,
Idell, great guitar player.
what was it? Cool from the Wire and Turn of the Screw. The great albums. They should have been huge.
Yeah.
He's
And
right.
what's
I don't understand.
uh damn it. What's the third one? The blue cover.
Oh God, you got me on that. Shit.
Damn it. That's gonna bother me now. It's uh
See, I fucking phone
it
right
it
here.
has shotgun on it. I don't know, but that's good. Like, yeah, those first three albums are absolutely awesome.
Yeah, and it's just again, it's just weird how it just doesn't work out for some bands.
You know,
It's it's just so weird.
I like.
Dirty Looks.
Well, that goes back to what one of my major points is. Was there a bad band in the '80s? So, like, what's a person
Uh,
supposed to do? Like, you got all these choices, and you only have so much money.
exactly. Well, that was that was the
Bands are obviously
thing.
gonna get left out, sadly. You know, and that's the problem.
Oh, that's right. But
Uh,
like, see, that was the thing too. As a teenager, I couldn't buy all the albums. I didn't have the money for it.
yeah,
I just didn't have the money.
yeah.
And it was again, you would buy either two if you had $20 in your pocket, two cassettes or a CD.
hmm Yeah,
And usually I would see most likely I found out about bands on Headbangers Ball.
okay,
Like a
yeah.
song, go out and buy the album. If they had a back catalog, then I buy the rest of the previous albums. If not, it was like, oh, all right, see what they have coming out next in a year or two, sometimes 3, 4, depending on the band. But it was like, there's some bands that I like now I didn't know existed back in the day.
Yeah. Quick interruption. I remember that song now. Big Bang Babies, the ballad.
Mm.
Hear You Say.
Okay. All
Yeah,
right.
yeah,
All
yeah.
right. All right.
Now I
All
told you,
right.
dude, that shit was bothering me. I was singing that in my head the whole time. 2 hours now.
Hey, at least you
But-
remembered.
yeah, yeah, good. But yeah, that's a good song. Like, but they were so like, uh, they were like punky, but not like a love hate punky though.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
no, not as much edge to it.
But I
Uh,
think that was sometimes That's what I'm looking for here. Why those bands like that didn't really sell? Because I don't think the public was really into that, the general public. Like we like bands that a Bang Tango, a Love Hate, something that is a little different than your Poisons or some Bon
Yeah, yeah.
Jovis. I don't think, or even sleaze metal like L.A. Guns,
Spread Eagle.
Spread Eagle, yes, Spread Eagle. Great stuff, but I don't think the masses were latching on to that.
And that's
Guns
the
N'
thing.
Roses is a little different. I don't know if I call them sleaze metal, but they definitely look like they would be, just at home with like Spread Eagle opening for them,
Yeah.
especially
You
earlier
say
in
Guns
their
N' Roses,
career.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, very well. Okay, very prototypical. If you don't consider them the first sleaze band, they're very prototypical
Yeah.
sleaze. Like
Yeah.
they're very. So I think Rocks Gang / Guns N' Roses pioneered the sleaze metal field, along with LA Guns. I
I'm trying to
think
think.
those three
Yeah,
bands.
I thought there was another band I was thinking of. I can't think.
Because technically, I mean, if we want to get real technical with Rocks Gang, they kind of Kevin Steele was around as Rocks Gang in like 1982 is when they technically formed. But like that demo, did you ever hear that demo that Kevin Steele released? Like probably like 10 years ago. It's called Love 'Em and Leave 'Em.
I don't think so.
So it's basically what the things you never done before should have been.
Okay.
It's a little more rawer, has an edge to it. There's a couple different songs that I think should have been on, and even Robbie Strine says that should have been on the debut album that just didn't make it. It has an edge to it because, like, when you listen to things you never done before, it's still great album. Like, I like both versions, but you like Beau Hill. It's not overproduced, but there's
Polished
something.
it. I'd say polished.
Yes, and
Yeah.
that is not it. That doesn't help Rocks Gang. Rocks Gang is not that. It doesn't need to be polished.
Yeah.
It loses its edge. And but yeah, no, I'll have to send you some stuff from like their demo or like what the first album should have been.
Cool.
And but yeah, dude, like you'll be like, damn, I think I like Rocks Gang even more now.
Yeah.
Good stuff. But no, I think like because that would have came out then in 87. That was out in 87, same time as Guns N' Roses then. So like who like I always like to look into like who was technically first, like
Yeah.
So, but I throw them all in the same like as pioneers for sleaze metal.
Yeah, yeah, and that I mean, again, I think that's a subgenre that I don't think the public was really going to latch on
Okay,
to.
that's a point I wanted to bring up because I started talking about it on a previous episode, and I want to see what you think here. Now, what people gravitated towards grunge was the darker, depressive stuff, like technically more edgy than like Firehouse or Tough or whatever, but it had that feel. And I think if sleaze metal, because sleaze metal was out obviously a couple years before grunge got popular. Now, if they would have got pushed in that same fashion as grunge, I feel like that would have filled that void, what grunge ended up filling. Because like it Spread Eagles to me sonically way different than Poison.
Oh yeah, totally.
So
Totally
like and Spread Eagle will give you that edge, that attitude. It's a big enough gap, I think, to where people would be like, okay, I like this kind of rock now than this mainstream Tough or Pretty Boy Floyd, or Poison.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
I feel like those bands like Love Hate, shit like that. Like I think that could have filled that void if it got the proper promotion or recognition or.
I don't know if it would have exploded like grunge did. I
Okay.
could see a 13-year-old wanting to, wear flannel and a t-shirt, but they're not going to go out and wear like, leather jacket and fucking get tattoos and start shooting up, I don't think the appeal to a younger audience really was there for that.
Okay.
Especially since it was labeled and grouped together with other glam bands that, let's be honest, the record companies decided to not promote anymore and said, this is done. We're going in this direction now.
Right.
I think that might be part of it. But like you said, yeah, the lyrics were just depressing. They didn't seem like they were enjoying themselves playing the music. I mean, there are some bands I liked. I did like Soundgarden, Stone Temple
Mhm.
Pilots, Alice in Chains. I thought was really
Oh, yeah.
good.
Now, I don't consider Alice in Chains grunge, though.
They get
Like,
lumped into it. It's the same
yeah,
as
yeah, okay, alright, yeah.
that's not grunge. It's the hair metal. I
Yeah,
think
yeah,
it's the same thing. I mean, yeah, if you listen to Facelift, no, it doesn't sound like your typical grunge
right.
album.
That's just a heavy metal album to
Yeah,
me,
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's weird because, like, obviously, I'm not the grunge guy, so
Hmm.
but, I mean, I got Alice in Chains stuff over here. I like their stuff. I like I said, Screaming Trees is okay. I can get behind some of that.
Yeah,
But yeah, but like your main like your typical grunge, like I'm like, oh god, I don't want to feel like this. Like I got my year of that when I was 13. I'm like, I feel like going over and partying with Cinderella and shit. Yeah, instead.
yeah,
So
yeah. And it didn't last that long either, which was just like you got a few years out of it, and then Cobain, shot himself, and then it just wasn't big anymore. And then you got like this almost, I don't know if I'd even call it grunge, this post grunge kind of
yeah, the
stuff.
second wave of grunge,
Yeah, and then all of a
Nickelback,
sudden,
Creed, kind of in that
yeah, but
same time.
and then in the late '90s, you got this pseudo punk stuff like Green Day, and it was just like. By then, I was like, I don't know what they're doing with this. This is just stupid. Like, I can't listen
Yeah.
to this shit.
Yeah, that was well, and that's what kinda me and Richard were talking about earlier, like 1990, 1991, 1992, 1993. Those 3 years in music, society, TV, like, is so different. Those 3 years are so different from the rest of the decade. Because like, every 2 years, there's a major change, you know,
Yeah,
especially in music, and it's just, like, weird, like because when I look at 1992 or 1991, like, commercials or, like, just music or whatever, I'm like, this is a good time, like it feels like a good world yet, and when you go to like 96 or 97, it's like, damn, what
yeah.
happened?
Because I always looked at decades like because you take the 80s or the 90s. We look at 1980 to 89, 1999. But I always looked at like you get some of that culture from the previous decades spill over a year or two into the next decade.
Yeah.
So like 1990, 91, I don't think there was that great difference from the 80s.
No, no.
Like the early 80s stuff from the 70s were still it's kind of spilling into the 80s. I
Yeah.
don't think it I really don't think the typical label of a decade doesn't really start developing until like I say 91, 92, 81, 82.
Yeah, at the earliest, yeah. Yeah.
2001, 2002. It's a few years in all of a sudden it becomes what that decade was known for.
Yeah. That makes sense. Yeah. And I agree with that with the 80s part or like 70s of the 80s too. Like, because you still had that, your 70s rock still there,
Mhm.
kind of relevant, uh, and that's not really a decade I venture into too much. But yeah, I mean, but like Van Halen, started in the 70s and then they transitioned there to early 80s and obviously 1984.
Yeah.
They're transitioning to like, yeah, I don't know. There's just not many answers, Brian. That's the problem.
Yeah.
there's no
Yeah.
there's no concrete answer. We can throw theories up against the wall, and it's just
I know. I mean,
y-
even looking like at the 60s, it wasn't like all of a sudden it's 1970 and no one's listening to the Doors anymore.
yeah,
Like, was it a year? What a year? When 71
or the
Morrison
mamas
died?
and papas.
Yeah, that music didn't really go away until some of them started dying off, like 72,
Yeah.
73. And now it starts going into more your classic rock type of stuff,
Well, and
your
that's kind of
Zeppelins and
like
Sabbaths.
what Steve said about the grunge era. It like uh, the a lot of the singers from the big grunge bands, they're just not around
They're dead.
now, or like just even a couple years after they got big,
Yeah.
and
I
like
mean,
you can't say that too much about the hair metal genre.
no. I mean, you look at the big band grunge bands got Nirvana, Pearl Jam, Stone Temple Pilots, Alice in Chains, Soundgarden. Eddie Vedder is the only one that's still alive.
Right.
And yeah, drugs, depression, all this other shit.
Now, I'm not gonna go down this rabbit hole, but I think Chris Cornell. I don't think that was a suicide,
I
but
heard you say that. I heard you say
yes,
that earlier. What makes you think that?
I will give you some shit on that because the way he died. Okay, he apparently got hung by a doorknob. That's a couple other people died that way too, and
Yeah,
he hung himself on a doorknob.
it's
Okay,
possible. I've started that happen.
yeah, well,
You could do that.
but okay, you're you hang yourself on a doorknob, but how your body is going to protect yourself from suffocating yourself. He had also 10 broke. All of his ribs on his right side were broken. How does anyone do that? He did a show earlier that night too. Okay, he didn't overdose on any of his medication. The security guard gave him what he normally takes, and it wasn't nothing powerful, like a powerful prescription.
Yeah.
There is just so much. His phone and his laptop is missing. The coroner, he had blood all over his face. Where does that come from? I mean, like,
Interesting.
yes, it's very interesting. I can send you some stuff, but they didn't. The police and the coroner did not do a full report. They automatically called it a suicide and didn't even look into any kind of homicide stuff.
I think Courtney
Which,
Love killed him too. Let's go with that.
well, I was gonna say I'm kind of I can get on board and be persuaded that Kurt Cobain didn't kill himself either.
Yeah.
It's when you're talking money, man, shit, and like exposure on certain things,
Yeah.
because Chris Cornell was doing a child trafficking exposure documentary, and that has a lot of money tied into it too. So I'm just gonna leave it at
Yeah.
that. I don't want to go too dark here, but there's some things. And then Chester Bennington, they were best friends. He died a year later under mysterious circumstances too. Like,
Interesting.
yes, and he was also working on that documentary, that child trafficking documentary as well. So, if my channel's still around here, guys, tomorrow, and it's not, if the algorithm didn't blow it up,
That's right. Yeah,
let me know what you think.
right. That's right. I remove myself from all the opinions you hear on this station.
You asked for it, you'll get it, my man.
They're all Trevor's. I got nothing to do with this.
Oh my gosh, I got one more album here in the work, or like on the sidebar here. Did you have any? Did you listen to this album at all when it came out, or recently, or at all? Tiger Tail's Berserk 2.0, 2006.
I had no idea they even did that.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
Very
I really
good.
didn't get into Tiger Tales until about 2000, early 2000s. Yeah.
Okay.
Like
all
I
right.
had, again, another band I had no idea existed
Yeah.
until I think I saw some of their videos on YouTube around 2006 or so. And I kind of got into them from that. I'm not a huge fan. I'm not going to say that like I'm deep into them.
Yeah.
But I think Bonsai and Berserk are really good fucking albums.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I agree. Like, I picked that up, the Berserk 2.0. Dude, it's really good. It's 2006. It's doesn't sound like 2006. It's awesome. There's some good 80s sounding songs, like, stuff that would fit right in there with Love Bomb Baby.
Okay.
Like, really good. Pepsi Tate's on it. The Hooker, the singer from the first Berserk, is on there. Like, a lot of the original guys, for the most part, are on here. I was super impressed when I bought that. I think I bought it like 2008, and like I was like, holy shit! Because like even back then, like I couldn't find Berserk very easily, and I still don't have a physical copy of Berserk.
Wow.
And so I'm like, this I guess is the next best thing. So I picked it up, and I was actually pretty happy with it. So.
Did Pepe play bass on that, or did he
Yes.
die? He did.
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
when
Because
did he
I
die?
think he died of roughly what 2010, 15.
I thought it was earlier than that.
I
don't know.
Hell, it might have been 2008 then. I know. Something tells me 2010. I don't know. It's around that time.
All right, I was thinking like 2008, 2009, but no.
Okay, all right,
yeah,
whatever. All right.
I'm not writing
same
a
here.
tombstone. I'm gonna get it right. But...
yeah, don't. I will. I mean, don't hold my life to it, but but I think it from my memory anyway. That's what I remember. But yeah, I mean, it's a good album. I'd recommend checking that out for anybody that does like the first Berserk, like anything off of that. Really good stuff. It's like, where would you find this now? like that's another
Yeah.
thing, like what we talked about with the Renaissance, and that's the same thing. 2006, there was a renaissance of this stuff, and of new bands and old bands, and
Well,
no
that's
one
the
wants new
thing.
music. No
But
one wants
that,
new music, man.
but in 2006, there wasn't as many ways to hear this stuff.
No, yeah.
Like,
Well,
I mean, in
other than YouTube,
2000, yeah, like maybe YouTube was kind of young
it
too.
was, yeah.
And I don't know where Apple Music was at the time. 2006 is probably before the iPhone. When did the first iPhone come out?
Oh, well, yeah. The iPod came out first, I think. Yeah,
Yes, it
and
did. And
then
that was the thing. You had to have one to have access,
okay,
or maybe a laptop. But if you didn't have it, you weren't listening. You weren't hearing that. I think in 2006, where I used to hear a lot of new music was like streaming radio stations.
yeah, and like sampler CDs and stuff.
Yeah.
Okay.
And there was a show, it was a KNAC.com. KNAC used to be a station out in California. They decided to go, the online radio route. And there was a woman called Diana DeVille who had a show on Saturday nights called The Wild Side.
Hmm.
And she'd play all this, stuff from this genre, but also new stuff on top of that. That's how I learned about The Darkness,
Oh,
Supergroup,
okay.
what was the one that had If It Ain't Broke, Break It? Oh, oh shit. I'm going blank on the name of the band now. But there was a lot because they used to be Thin Lizzy. It was members of Thin Lizzy that
Okay.
Starwood.
Okay.
And I would hear so many of these other bands that you weren't hearing anywhere. They weren't
Yeah.
hearing anywhere else. So yeah, back then it wasn't like you could just pop on, a streaming service and start listening to music. There's no Spotify or
Yeah.
anything.
And the YouTube algorithm wasn't what it was today
No,
either.
not even
So
close.
yeah.
You had to like willingly put in what you wanted to
Yes.
hear. It
Do,
wasn't
do
really
you
giving you
do
much.
you remember like a streaming radio station called Hard Rockin' 80s?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's
Yeah.
the one radio station I did listen to like a lot streaming, because you could recommend, like you could request. You got like one request an hour,
Mhm.
and it would autoplay normally, but like people that were listening could request something in the whole library, and
Hmm.
it would come on like 20 minutes later, depending on how many. But people that paid like for like a subscription or what, or a monthly fee or whatever, would get like so many a month, request, and they would jump the line in front of you if you were just a normal listener requesting.
Yeah,
Yeah, it
yeah,
was it
yeah.
was pretty cool. Like I enjoyed it because I
Interesting.
tried new songs and new bands I didn't know about that they had in their library, and their library
Huh.
was pretty big. So uh we have here the Dillinger Compound. What's up, bro? Can you do a Faster Pussycat album ranking? Well, I
Hmm.
don't know if we could do a whole ranking tonight, but Brian, you want to tell me one of your favorite Faster Pussycat albums?
That's a tough one. That's another sleaze metal act we didn't bring up
Yeah,
before.
yeah.
87 was the debut, which is
Right,
great.
right.
Oh my God, that's a good one. I'm just trying to think. The first three, the debut, Wake When It's Over, and Whipped.
Yes.
All of them are great albums.
Width is interesting, but really good.
Yeah, yeah.
Because it's not like the first two
Shit.
at
No,
all.
some are. There are some
Yeah,
songs that are, but something like what's the one, Fast Train to Nowhere? That's something completely different than
it is,
anything
but
he
I
did on the
really
first
like
two.
it though.
Yeah, it's a good. Yeah,
Yeah.
I almost might say that may be my favorite album by them.
But you had to be in a certain mood though too to listen
That is
to it.
true. You're right
Because
about
like
that.
if you put it on a party playlist, not much is gonna fit that vibe either. Big
No,
Dictionary maybe. That's a good song. I mean, it's
that's my
tongue in
least
cheek.
favorite off the album. But what's that? What'd you say?
Big Dictionary.
Big Dictionary or Loose Booty?
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, like some of those like songs would probably fit a party playlist, but like generally speaking, the vibe of the album, like you kind of have to be in a certain headspace to
Yeah,
listen
I
to it.
think now I'm thinking about it, I think Wake Me When It's Over might be my favorite.
Okay, all
It's
right.
got that it's still really sleazy. Not as raw as the debut, which I think is excellent too,
Mm-hmm.
but they still have some really good sleaze tunes on that one. I mean, who was I just who was that? I think I was doing Hair Metal Guru's show. We had like top opening tracks to albums.
Okay.
And When There's a Whip, There's a Way was on my list. I'm like, it doesn't get more sleaze metal than a song about S&M and bondage. It's just that you're not getting that from Poison.
Yeah,
You're
that
not
helps
getting that.
define the sleaze metal genre.
Yeah, Bon Jovi's not singing about that.
Fuck
Sorry,
no.
it's just not gonna happen.
Yeah, I think I will say I don't visit the first 2 albums as much as I should, which
Mhm.
I'm not saying they're bad or anything, but I feel like I visit Whipped more. Not that I like it better, but sometimes, I just get in the mood for it,
Yeah, it's just not as
and
it's not as popular either.
yeah, yeah, that's the thing too, it's not like, I love Poison Ivy, the song, I like a lot of the hits, the singles from the first 2 albums, but sometimes I just see myself just visiting more times than not the, 3rd album, but
Mhm.
I don't know if it would go in my number 1 ranking though. That's a good question, I'll have to think about that.
That's a tough one. I have to really listen to all the album through and to
Do you
figure it out.
do you I know I can't I'm trying to think of the band that do you remember Paul Stanley producing an album? Do you
Doesn't
I know.
surprise me that he did.
Yes, and I recently listened to it and saw it, and I couldn't believe it, and, I gotta look it up here now. But is there since we're still talking about the kinda talking about the Gene production albums, is there one that you do think, like, he hit a home run with?
Commercially, no. No.
To your ears.
I
Just to your
do
ears.
I do like Silent Rage's album Don't Touch Me There.
Okay. Oh,
That's what
he
the
did he do that?
Yes, yes. I
Really?
Yeah, I
Okay.
think there's some
I
good
might agree with
songs.
you then. I might agree with you.
I think this song "Rebel with a Cause," it's catchy as all hell. That could have been a commercial hit. Oh, what was the ballad off of that album? Fuck.
Can't get her out of my mind.
That's a cover. That's a cover.
Okay.
That's an ELO song, but I can't remember the name of the
What the
ballad.
hell? Yeah.
I'll look. Give me a second. I'll find it.
Okay, so what I am referring to with the Paul Stanley, I remember that he was supposed to produce, but didn't have the time, and someone else ended up who the fuck was that? I literally just did a video like the last week or 2 on it, and I cannot remember who that was. Oh my god. My mind is
Oh,
getting worse,
no,
Brian.
not Tear Up the Night. Oh shit, what was the guy? Tonight You're Mine. Tonight You're
Yes,
Mine.
that's a good song.
Running on Love could have sound like it could have been a hit. There was another one. Oh, what the hell was it? There was another one that had a real commercial sound to it. I Want to Feel It with that chorus.
Yeah.
That's that.
Well, okay, let me tell you another chorus, like an ending, like an ending of a song chorus. The Rebel with a Cause. That's
Yeah,
such a damn good chorus, especially
yeah.
like near the end of the song, like where he says it for the final time. I'm like, I can literally drink a fucking case of beer right now. So after listening to that,
Yes,
like
yes.
I'm ready to, I'm pumped up. I'm ready to go and party, man. Like
'Cause I remember
that's
seeing that because they had it on the album before or their debut. They'd done it before, but I
mhm.
remember they did a video for it for that album. That made me go get the album. I
Yeah,
still it's one of my all time favorite songs. It's a catchy, great
it
tune.
is. It
And
really is.
the Gene Simmons curse. That was that. That was
I
that.
did not realize that was produced by Gene though. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to listen to that song again tomorrow as it was
It's
badass.
a great tune. It's such a
Yeah.
great tune.
Oh man. All right, Cough Hiccup. What's up, brother? New England was a band produced by Stanley. I'm not familiar with New England.
I couldn't. You mean
Okay.
the geographic location or?
Did he have a home studio in New England? Is what you're saying?
Yeah, I don't. Yeah.
Damn it, dude. I literally did a video on this band that Paul Stanley was supposed to produce, and I even said he probably would have ruined it because the album came out really good. And oh my god, that's gonna bother me now. I'm gonna text you like 4 o'clock in the morning and be like, "Hey, this was the band that I'm
Write
thinking
it
of."
down and text me at
Yeah.
10 in the morning when I'm awake.
uh, no, but Rebel Heart here said, I missed what you said about Angels. In short, Brian loves it, and
I
I
like
think
it.
side A is good, but I kind of phase out in side B. To sum it up.
They should have been bigger. They definitely should have been
Yeah.
bigger.
Yep. Brian, anything going on in your neck of the woods here the next week or two? Anything coming up, show wise or radio wise?
Every Friday night, I got my Station Head show. Definitely check that out. Download the app. Look up Hairman Basement.
Good
Always play
damn.
the deepest of tracks there. I'm on Me and Guru. Like I said, we did a ranking of Poison albums.
Mhm.
That should be out, I don't know, within a week or so. I have
Okay.
nothing to do with editing it and putting it together. So whatever the fuck
Yeah, none of the hard work.
Guru's doing. Rock Resurgence Radio, we did last week or the week before. We ranked soundtracks. I think that might be coming out within a week.
Okay. Let me take a guess. Did you do top 5, top 10?
Top 10.
Let me
So
take a guess at it. Let me take a guess at a couple.
Okay.
The first Wayne's World soundtrack.
No, I didn't have that.
Are you fucking serious?
I think
Brian?
someone else did. It was a round table, so there was 7 of us.
Holy hell.
Yeah.
Jesus. Did it have to be hair metal or metal related?
No, but mine were.
Okay, all right.
I
And
didn't
you did put
push
Wayne's
out
World
and put on Titanic or Top Gun or anything.
or The Patriot. Yeah.
Patriot.
Or Eyes Wide Shut.
Yeah, that's what I had in mind.
Did you?
No.
Oh. I was actually gonna get impressed there for a minute because I wouldn't mind picking up Eyes Wide Shut soundtrack and The Patriot, to be honest with you. But yeah, definitely Wayne's World makes my top 3 soundtrack.
Okay.
Absolutely great. One of the best soundtracks, especially when you're talking rock and metal. Oh my god. Have you listened to the soundtrack?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay.
But I like other soundtracks better.
Okay, that's fine. I just
sue me.
no, that's okay. No, that's okay. I just when okay, I don't want to go down this rabbit hole or like movie rabbit hole. Wayne's World, the Wayne's World series, 1 and 2. 2, I don't think I can watch 2 that much anymore. To be honest with you,
I didn't like the concept of Wayne's World. I didn't like it was on SNL. I thought it was a rip off.
Oh, really?
Of
You didn't like anything? Okay.
No, I thought it was just a rip off of Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure. I was like, that movie does it better than this shit.
Okay.
Yeah, that's just me. I know people love it. I get it.
Okay. All right.
What else would you have on your soundtrack list? There's
another one that I really like. I'd have to. I literally did. I was gonna do this, and I have a couple of them over here, but I am drawing a blank here. Now I will say, like I said, I would like to pick up Patriot or Eyes Wide Shut. They're not metal. Detroit Rock City, the movie, has a
I
decent
forgot
soundtrack.
all about that one. Yeah,
that has a decent soundtrack.
I totally forgot about that movie.
Point Break has a decent sound. The original.
I didn't have that, but someone else did.
Okay, and that has like LA Guns on it and shit.
And yeah.
Trying to think of a couple now.
There's
I wasn't
one.
expecting to have a soundtrack discussion, but yeah. But no, I'll have a couple for you. Oh, Trick or Treat. There you go. That's a good
Someone
one.
had that. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Very good. Very good.
Yeah.
I like that. That's
It's
one
like
of my favorite.
Away the whole show. Still watch it.
Yeah. Thank you. I would have forgot. And then he also says here, Lost Boys. Hiccup.
Oh yeah. Okay.
That's decent, especially like saxophone. I bet you Hair Metal Guru don't like that.
Guru's not picking that one. Fuck no.
Good stuff. But no, I don't watch that many movies. So like I probably couldn't even give you a top 10 to be honest with you.
Really? Because
it would have to be a top 5, you know.
Huh.
So
did you ever watch Peacemaker, the show?
Yes. Yeah. Okay.
That soundtrack is unbelievably good.
It is. Okay, but okay, you're talking. I wasn't really thinking. I don't think of a soundtrack as far as a TV show because it's because I would add Californication probably.
Okay.
That's decent because it has Junkyard on it.
Yeah.
They talk about. I don't think there's a Slayer song, but they talk about Slayer on that show. But it's a decent soundtrack though. I mean, yeah, TV shows. That's a whole nother ordeal there. Okay.
Yeah, but with Peacemaker, they were like really.
Oh my god!
Deep,
obscure.
Yeah, obscure bands. I'm like, wait, they're playing a song from Vane? What?
Yeah, and Reckless Love. You know,
Reckless Love. I think Vane's of Jenna was on there.
London Choir Boys.
London Choir Boys. I got a big part in it. Like they were talked about a lot in the plot of the show, and I'm like,
Yes.
holy shit! And he's taking a deep track and going off about it. I was like, holy,
Yes.
what the hell?
That made, I mean, I'm not the biggest John Cena fan, but like that soundtrack made that whole show that much better.
Yeah, I
You know, like
totally agree.
it was actually a decent show. Like just
Yeah.
storytelling, everything, decent show. But that soundtrack, dude, just threw it over the top. Like,
And I also thought the way the songs were used as well, the placement of the songs within
okay,
the story.
yeah,
They get back from a mission and they're playing Beat the Bullet by Vane. Like it just worked. It
yes,
just worked.
yep.
Mm.
Now, okay, one that I can't believe I forgot, but it's not metal. It's classical. Lord of the Rings, the all three movies.
All right, if you're gonna go with that, I put like Star Wars, the Star
Okay,
Wars original trilogy. Yeah, I mean, I
okay.
didn't, we didn't go classical stuff, but yeah, I mean, yeah, there's stuff like that too that those songs are made for the movie, kind of
Yeah,
thing, you
yeah,
know?
that's the thing. But dude, I could listen to the whole soundtrack or all three soundtracks of the Lord of the Rings, and I know exactly what part in the movie it's
Hmm.
in.
I
You know,
get
because like
that. I'm
I
the same.
watched Lord of the Rings is my favorite movie ever since I was 8. Ever since it came out, like I adored that shit, and I still watch that movie extended editions, and like I
So,
know it.
like the Fellowship of the Ring, you're watching for 3 hours, and they still haven't left the Shire. Like, oh, come on,
I love it.
go
I
with
love it.
this.
I love it, man. It doesn't get much better, and I love that's my favorite movie out of the trilogy is The Fellowship.
Okay, they're great movies. I think they're all great
It
movies. Yeah, I
is, it
agree.
is, man. I will say I never. Now we're gonna become the movie podcast, but
Yeah.
I never watched Star Wars more than once.
What? What the fuck?
Yes, I know, and I'm willing to give it a shot because again, because I first watched them about 8 years ago, and just
Wow.
didn't really stick, and I want to watch them
Wow.
again. Now, what do you think though? Because I hear a lot of different things from different people, different fans about the '90s, the prequels. What do you think about
I
them?
didn't like them. I didn't
Okay,
like them,
that's generally the consensus, yeah.
but people that grew up on those movies as their Star Wars movies, they love them.
Which would have been my generation, because
Yeah.
like that, because I remember when those trailers came out, I was like probably 6, 8 years old, you know,
Yeah.
and but I never watched them though, you know, and but yeah,
But
when I went back and watched them now. I was like, "God damn, what am I watching here?" Yeah.
yeah, I mean, you can see all the shit behind me. I do like Star Wars. I got old
Okay,
shit.
alright.
But like I think the attitude of how much people hated them kind of toned down as time went on. And like I
Great
said,
appreciation.
people
Yeah.
that grew up with those kind of that was their Star Wars movies. And I think how shitty Disney Star Wars is, they look back at the prequels and go, "Oh man, I wish we had this again instead of the garbage they're
Yeah.
pumping out
Well,
now."
yeah, because I hear a lot of shit that has been released recently is horrible.
It's just, I mean, the first couple of seasons of The Mandalorian I thought were pretty good.
Okay.
Andor was just good storytelling, and it was an unbelievable show. And it didn't have all the shit of like Jedi's and magic force powers and all that shit. It was more grounded and more realism, as much as Star Wars can be. And it was so well written. I was like, this is the best Star Wars stuff since probably the original trilogy.
Okay. And I
Yeah,
heard Han Solo sucked.
I liked it.
Okay.
I think
Alright.
that's my favorite Disney movie.
Really? Okay.
I'm
Alright.
in the minority with that. I remember
Yeah.
at that point they already had 3 other Star Wars movies. I went into theaters not thinking. I remember watching it halfway through the movie. Go, I'm enjoying this. This is actually a fun movie.
Really?
I don't
Okay.
know why people were trashing this. I think that's my favorite movie, but since
Okay.
Disney bought it out.
Alright.
The
Interesting.
prequels trilogy sucks. That's just garbage. I can't.
Did did
Can't.
you happen to watch the, Amazon Rings of Power?
No, I couldn't be bothered.
Please, do I hate watch it because, like, I was half tempted to make a podcast about it, of how much they literally fucked everything up
I'm
about.
already pissed off at too much stuff already in my life. I don't
I
need to
know.
add more for fucking
No,
shits and
but
giggles.
I like I said, I love Lord of the Rings, man. It's a big part, and I just to see someone literally shit it on it, it is horrible. Like
Oh
J.R.R.
god.
Tolkien is literally not rolling in his grave, doing fucking somersaults and shit, doing backflips in his grave. It's horrible. Even his son Christopher Tolkien's probably I can't believe that the J.R. Tolkien estate is allowing any of that stuff. Like,
pay him
that's
off
really
enough, do
crazy.
whatever you want. You know, you have money out of it.
Well, that's the problem, because you got these fourth generation Tolkien family members. They're only worried about the money. They don't care what Granddaddy Tolkien said.
Did you see the Amazon series? No, I was too busy staring at this $4 million check they wrote for me. I was too busy signing the back of that to really watch the
Exactly. It's a damn shame. I get pissed off talking about it.
Yeah, I don't blame it, because I don't know how many people would agree with this. I like the movie Willow from '88 with Val Kilmer in it.
Okay.
I like the movie so Disney decided, let's make a series on it. I couldn't get through it.
Really?
I was like, this is shit.
Yeah.
And it was so bad, and people hated it so much they removed it from the streaming service. They're like, the fuck this, to pretend this didn't exist. And I just couldn't do it to myself anymore. I'm like, I think I got maybe 3 episodes in, and I was like, oh, a new one this week. Like, I don't care. I don't give a shit.
I swear
I'd rather stare at the wall for 60 minutes than watch this shit.
I swear anything that Amazon produces is absolute shit. Anything.
I don't agree with that.
Well, okay, what do you like?
It's not as good as it used to be, but I like the first few seasons of The Boys. That was pretty good. I didn't get to finish yet. I liked the Fallout series. That was surprisingly good.
I got through like 2 episodes. I couldn't really get into it.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, I never played the video game though either, so I can't like go off that.
I think I played 2 of them, but I didn't go in thinking, because video game movies just don't, or shows don't work. But this I was kind of into. But I stopped watching it, so that's another thing in itself. I think, didn't they have they had a live action version of The Tick, which I thought was really good.
Okay.
And then they canceled it, and I was like,
don't tell me you're a fan of Wheel of Time.
No, I didn't watch that.
Okay, all right. I heard that was horrible. I didn't get to watch it because I never read the book, so I'm not gonna waste my time with that. Because every time I hear someone talk about an Amazon show, it's like really bad. But you're giving me a little bit of hope.
Even have.
You're giving me a little bit of hope there. So,
because I really liked the first few seasons of The Boys, and then it started getting too like political, and I don't think I finished watching the last season.
Okay. And that's generally what like a lot of shows are starting to become, very like politically agenda driven. And and that's a problem, because you're here to tell a story.
Yeah.
Especially when you have, in the case of Lord of the Rings, you have so much material to work on.
Yes.
And you do not need to push this bullshit that has nothing to do with the story, and the complete opposite of what J.R. Tolkien was trying to portray in the story. You know? But yeah, it just gets tiring. That's why we watch TV. That's why we listen to music, to get away from that shit. You know, and it's pathetic. But anyway, we have Dillinger Compound say The Wraith was an 80s classic movie. You remember that, Brian?
I'm trying to think. The name sounds familiar. I don't remember what it was about.
Not the Ring Wraith. Just the Wraith.
No, not the Ring. Not the Ring Wraith.
Let's see here. What we got? We got Hiccup. Familiar. One of my favorite movies is The Warriors, and not sure how I feel about the Broadway book musical by Lin-Manuel Miranda coming out.
Yeah, I'm not gonna go see that shit. The movie's great. if he's talking about the old school gang movie, that's a great movie.
Okay, I never seen it, but I know the cover. I've seen the cover of it before.
Yeah, it's a great movie. It seems like TVs, movies, plays, all the people that are writing this shit are out of ideas and just rehashing stuff that's been done already.
And we're getting a lot of remakes, you know.
Yeah. Why do I need another version of a movie that was awesome 30 years ago? You're gonna do it better? I don't like for example, remake of RoboCop. Why? Charlie Sheen. Yes, I know the movie.
First of all, if it doesn't have Babylon AD in it, I'm not interested.
Yeah, fuck that. That's right. Fuck them. Fuck them. I want the kid going wild in my goddamn movie.
I want Babylon AD and Sam Kinison in it. If it doesn't, then I'm out. But so yeah, The Wraith was with Charlie Sheen.
I know of the movie. I'm not remembering the actual scenes and stuff, but I do remember the movie now.
Shit. Yeah, But no, I actually never seen any of the RoboCops. I did actually try to watch the TV series. You remember the TV series that came out?
You got me with the cartoon, or was it
No,
something
it was
after
a
that?
live action TV series.
You
I think it
got
only lasted
me.
one season. But man, I only got through one episode and I'm like, I can't do this.
I love the first movie, the '87 movie.
Okay.
That's a fucking classic '80s movie. It's awesome.
Okay.
I
I know,
mean,
I do like, I wasn't we were never, like, a big movie family, like,
uh-huh.
I just because a couple of my buddies, like, they have top 100s movie lists, and I'm like, I'll be lucky if I fucking ever seen 100 movies.
No,
So,
really? Wow.
yeah, yeah, I'm sports and music over on this side, like, if
Okay.
I don't even watch TV much, like, if I watch TV, it's sports, or,
I think I'm the same way now. I really don't watch TV. It's not a thing anymore like it used to be.
no. I
Like you
mean,
said, sports. I watch like the baseball player. I missed the World Series tonight because fuck the Yankees and fuck the
yeah,
Dodgers.
fuck the Yankees and the Dodgers, yeah.
Yeah, either there's got to be a way they both lose the series,
I know.
or their planes crash into each other as they're leaving the airport to go.
Baseball season ended for me about 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. As soon as the
Uh,
Dodgers beat the Mets, I'm done. I can go to bed early now. I don't have to
well, I
start
was
with
gonna
this
say,
shit.
yeah, you are a Mets fan, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, you guys
But
got
not for
hot.
nothing.
You guys got hot.
Yeah,
That
because
was
the
awesome.
thing was, I didn't watch much this season because they were like, the team's gonna stink. It's a rebuilding phase. I'm like, why should I
Yeah,
waste my time watching this? I
the
don't see
first the
why.
first quarter of the season, you guys were like
Horrible.
15 games under 500.
And I didn't watch any game until like August. I'm like, what are the Mets are doing? Because I didn't follow baseball at all. I'm like, they're in a playoff run. What the shit? I
Yeah,
mean, I watched like the last week of the season. I was all in. They got in the playoffs. I'm like, that's cool. They beat Milwaukee. I'm like, all right. But when they beat Philadelphia,
mm,
I hate the Phillies.
yeah.
I can't stand Bryce Harper. And no offense, to anyone that's from Philadelphia. Phillies fans are garbage. I can't.
I was gonna say no. I'm a Pirate fan, so
Yeah,
yeah, we're
and when
good.
they beat the Phillies, I was like, "This is my World Series. I'm playing with house money now. Whatever they
Yeah,
do, I hope they go farther. If they lose,
right, right.
I don't
Yeah.
care." I didn't think they were going to beat the Dodgers anyway, but
That's how it's been the last couple years, especially with the Mets, the Braves, and the Phillies. Whoever gets that wild card spot comes in hot and takes out the top seed in the NL East like that.
yeah,
Like it always happens.
yeah.
So, but yeah, like, that was awesome there. That the Mets, even though they do have a big payroll, fuck that.
No, they,
But
they they don't. They got rid of most of their expensive guys, trading them away, or they had nobodies.
I know, yeah, that's the thing. I know.
They had
I hear you.
nobodies this year. I mean, a couple of top guys from previous years, but
Oh
this guy's
shit.
I forget the same Cardinals fan.
Yeah, yeah, you Cardinals fan. I mean, we are kind of rivals, Pirates and the Cardinals.
Yeah,
Cardinals always have a
Mets
good
used to be
team.
rivals with the Cardinals in the '80s, and Vince Neil, and I like Ozzie Smith. Who else was on that fucking
Right,
those
yeah, Hall of
'80s
Famer.
teams? Yeah,
Uh,
that guy was amazing.
Mark McGuire. uh,
That's right, he did play for them.
yeah, that was the best time in baseball, though, probably, or one of the best eras, the steroid era.
Yeah, I'm in the on the boat where it's like I don't care if they shoot it right in their eyes, unchain this monster and let him hit 700-foot home runs. I don't give a shit.
Yeah, and
I don't
that's what
care.
people love. That's action. That's
But
entertainment.
that
That's
I'm
what
not
people
saying
love.
that's what I love, but I mean. It's like it's all become how hard can you throw, how hard can you hit, and that's it.
Yeah,
And it's like a lot of the fundamentals of the game. I can't
the
remember the last time.
detail, the
Yeah, I
detail of the
can't remember the
game is
last
lost.
time
Yeah,
hit and run plays were a thing. It's like you don't really do that anymore.
small ball. Yeah,
Yeah, the small ball. I mean, now both leagues don't have the pitchers batting anymore. That's just because you want
I
some
know.
guy again, monster hitting home runs.
Very straight. I know. I wasn't a fan of that. It actually kind of grew on me now that it's actually like in play. Like, but I wasn't a fan of it though at first. You know. So
Of what, the DH?
yeah, or yeah, of every league. Like I was a fan of the pitcher hitting.
Yeah, that's
Like
how baseball should be played. You're
right,
on the
right,
field, you pick up the bat, put on the helmet, and you go to the plate. And it's stupid. It makes no
right.
sense to me.
Yep.
No, why not have a DH with a shitty, I don't know, shortstop that's batting 186? Why can't you do that?
Times are
Makes no
changing.
sense to me. It just
Yeah,
makes no
times are changing. So Craig here says He's missing Pujols and Yadier Molina.
Yeah, some good
Yeah.
players there.
Pujols is good. Yadier was the heart of the team. He was there for like 20 years or something.
Yeah.
He was.
Yeah.
Now he's not my favorite player, but he was very important. He's a good
He was solid.
piece
He
to
definitely was
have.
solid.
A great organization guy.
What was the last time the Cardinals won it?
It hasn't been that long. Within the last 10 years, I think.
Was it really?
Did they beat Kansas City? I think
No, that was the Giants in 2014 you're talking
Okay.
about? Because the Giants won it in 2014, 2012, and 2010. Every other
Yes,
year they
it
were
was
winning
every
it.
2 years, yeah.
Every year they were pulling it in.
Fuck.
Did they win it in
I'm trying to think who
09?
they even played. But it hasn't been that long because every year it feels like they're in the playoffs.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Up until the last like 2 years, but
Yeah.
okay. I got one last what if here for you, Brian. And this is Motley Crue. What if Vince Neil and Motley Crue never broke up in 1991? What would have happened? Would they have still survived? Would they have survived the grunge? Kind of like a Def
All right,
Leppard feel?
well, I don't think. No, see, that depends. What was the new material on that thing? Was
Primal
Angela
Scream?
one? Primal Scream is a good tune.
Yeah, Teaser?
Tease. Okay, all right.
Angela?
All right. So if they had I can see if they had an album with that level of music on it, I think we'd be talking about Motley Crue as having, a good run from 81 to 91. I don't think it would have sold nearly as much as Dr. Feelgood.
You don't think it would have went platinum?
In 91? I don't think so. I think
Really?
that would have been the album of like we would be talking around and going, I can't believe they only went gold. I think it's it'd be one of those kind of albums.
Really? Because, I mean,
Yeah.
when you think about it, though, 3 years later, 94, the self-title comes out, and that went gold.
Yeah.
So you don't think Vince Neil could have helped in 91, kept that train going with
How about this?
riding off of Dr. Feelgood?
What did Vince Neil's Exposed do?
Not much.
Yeah, all right.
93.
So
That was
there's your
93, though.
Motley Crue album in 92, because that's pretty much what he did. And I don't think.
But that's not a very good album. I'll take any of those 4 songs that we just mentioned off of Decade of Decadence over any of the songs on Vince Neil's Exposed.
I think there's some comparable songs off Exposed. I'll say that.
Okay.
I think there's some decent songs on it. But what was the one that came back? Was that
Generation Swine?
Generation Swine. What if they put that out in 91?
Oh,
that album's shit. That album's shit.
No, yeah, but that's way you're talking. That's night and day. Not even. That's like that's planet different. That's Pluto and
That's
Jupiter.
what I'm saying. What if they see? That's that's part of the what if thing. Are they continuing the same songwriting? That's why I said if you took the caliber of songs from the Decade of Decadence and made an album on that level, I think it would have been obviously way better.
Yeah.
If they started doing experimental shit or whatever that fucking album was, we'd be like, what is this shit? Why is Vince still in the band?
Yeah.
Let's get someone like a John Corabi to replace him. This isn't working kind of thing.
Because like I'm surprised on your guys's or hair metal gurus, you guys had that roundtable ranking or whatever.
Yeah.
I was super surprised no one had 94 as their number 1. I was super surprised.
I'm kind of with Ryan when he said it's not a Motley. He put it at the bottom. He had it at the bottom.
Yeah.
And he said it's not a Motley Crue album. Vince Neil's not on it. I think I put mine in the middle somewhere, but I kind of get that idea. It's not.
And I get that too, but it's not like John Corabi is some grunge guy either.
No,
I'm not. So it's not like it's so out of place either. At the same time, sure it's not Vince Neil sounding.
Yeah.
And I was surprised that Guru had it like at 4. I was like,
did he have that high? Yeah, okay.
I was expecting 1 or 2, to be honest with you, because the way he talks it up all the time, like I was expecting to be at 1 or 2.
I'm trying to remember who put it where. I think Jay put it up there pretty high,
Okay.
like 3 or 2 or something like that. It was
Yeah.
up
Okay.
there. It was up
He
there.
did have it. I think he had it higher than Guru. Actually.
He had the
Yeah.
highest. I think he did have it at the highest.
Okay. All right.
Because I was like, there's Generation Swine. Oh, the other later albums.
Hell on High
Saints of,
Heels
that was the song on. Was that on
or New Tattoo? Sorry. Yeah. New Tattoo.
New Tattoo?
Yeah.
And there was Saints of Los Angeles. I want to say I had those 3 below the '94 album because it just weren't that great of albums.
Okay.
So I think out of those, I think Saints of Los Angeles might have been my favorite out of those 3, but still, it was like scraping the bottom at that. I think the '94 album's a better album. But I think we also had the discussion: what if they weren't labeled as Motley Crue and they were a
Right.
different band? And I said,
Yeah.
well, I think they had to do that to try and get the sales.
No. Yeah. It wouldn't have went gold if it
No.
wasn't Motley Crue. The name.
And I think a lot of it was people were curious what the hell it was going to be like. What was it going to sound like?
That's the point that Hiccup brings up. If they didn't break up, we wouldn't have had the song "Hooligan's Holiday," which I love. I agree with you. I love '94 the album.
There's good songs on it.
It
Totally.
is. It is. I think it's just my love for the Scream and John Corabi as well that
Mhm.
helps me really appreciate it. And also, I think that's the best work that the band Motley Crue did as well. Like, take the vocals off of it. I think Tommy does some of his best drum work on there. The sound, I like the sound of the drums on there.
Yeah.
Mick is having riffs for days. Now, Mick
always did. He always
Mick always
did,
had
though.
riffs for days. Yeah,
Yeah.
he always had. But like, I think
I thought Nikki Sixx as a bass player improved as time went on.
Okay.
That's just my opinion on
Well,
that.
that makes sense. So,
Playing,
yeah, I agree. Yeah, he's not the best that ever walked the earth either. Yeah.
No,
But
no.
yeah, I
but-
got you though. Yeah, I'm a. I think they would have fared decently well if they were able to stick it out, stick together for a little while. I
don't know.
I think we'd be talking a little bit of a Def Leppard feel.
I don't know about that.
Okay.
Because even Def Leppard was, Adrenalize. I think you were talking about it earlier. Said you like that?
Well, it's not my favorite album. Okay, it's not my favorite.
It's not even. Yeah, we did a Def Leppard roundtable. That was the bottom for me. That was the bottom. I was like, no, let's get rocked. This corny shit.
Right, you want to get
lyrics
rocked?
are terrible in that, and all those songs. It's like what? But I mean, you had like Guns N' Roses was huge in '91.
Yeah.
Skid Row put out probably their best album, and it sold 2 million, but didn't hit the 2 million mark until 1998.
Okay.
So it didn't do that great. There was a lot of bands that were putting out good stuff that just didn't do it for some reason. I mean, Metallica blew up. We got that. I'm trying to think who else put out. I mean, Bullet Boys had their second album. That didn't really go that. That didn't do that well.
Well, like I said, Mr. Big did well.
Mr. Big did.
Megadeth did really well with Countdown to Extinction, 1992.
Yeah, it was 92.
I mean, that's not hair metal, but like just metal in general.
But that was the thing with when I go to thrash. After Metallica's Black Album blew up, you had a lot of the thrash bands going a little more commercial, like Megadeth, Countdown to Extinction, and Testament did. And Anthrax on Sound of White Noise. That's a way more commercial friendly album.
Is it? Yeah, I guess, but it's a totally different sounding album. I think though too.
I think that's my favorite Anthrax album.
Is it?
Yeah, I like that album.
I do like the song only. The album
too.
though. To me, I don't know if I like John Bush and Anthrax. I like John Bush.
It
does
like have an Armor Saint feel to it. I'll give it that. I'll definitely say that.
It's weird because like I can listen to that album, but it's not one I just visit that much, And Anthrax isn't my favorite thrash band either of the big four.
I'll say that too. They're not really in my top.
So like it's hard for me to really get into it. Like I like Persistence of Time and
that's good.
Debut, like with the different singer, not Joey, but I think that's an underrated debut album.
Yeah.
But this is another thing I wanted to bring up, and I totally forgot about. But Dillinger Compound says thoughts on the Ozzy Rock and Roll Hall of Fame induction and performance. Did you see anything on that?
The only thing I saw was Mama, I'm Coming Home from what's his name? Jelly Roll? What the fuck his name is?
Yeah.
No, he didn't have the voice for it. It just didn't work for me.
Yes, that and Billy Idol did a song. Was it Crazy Train? Did Billy Idol do Crazy Train? Or he did
Get
it one?
out of here.
Yeah, he
Ugh.
did one. He did one of the Ozzy songs. I can't remember. Or Over the Mountain. I can't remember exactly what song it was,
Over
but
the Mountain's an interesting choice.
I don't. It.
If that was the song,
Oh
that's a
wait,
very interesting choice to go with for.
no. You know what? It was Crazy Train because they had the
I had
they
to play
had
Crazy Train.
no. It was Crazy Train because at the beginning they had overdub of Ozzy doing the I. It wasn't even Ozzy doing it. It was
And he's
just like,
there. He's alive.
yeah,
Hello. We
I
all know
know.
you can't sing, Ozzy.
Yeah. I mean, granted, he is like 90 years old,
I
but he could
know.
at
I
least, I
know.
would hope he could at least do that part. But
You can't
the only
even go,
good part,
yeah. That's
the only
hilarious.
good part I seen of the clips in there was Zach Wild doing the solos. That's the only thing that was worth seeing. Everything else, man, I was not impressed with. Billy Idol didn't impress me.
Someone on X, formerly known as Twitter, actually played a clip of him singing "Mama, I'm Coming Home," and everyone's like, he should have done that. I don't understand why they didn't have him just sing it. And it sounds really good. It sounds
Mhm.
good.
Yeah.
Someone said, "Oh, what the hell was it? Something about Jakey Lee. Should they give him credit or give him something?" And I said, "What Ozzy should do is give him a check for what's the name of the album? The one before Ultimate Sin."
Bark of the Moon.
Bark of the Moon. Just give him a check for that. Like, come on, what the fuck? Don't even acknowledge the guy's existence. Like, what are you doing?
Yeah. Well, then again, Jakey Lee did get shot up, didn't he? A couple weeks ago.
He did, yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
yeah.
But I doubt he still would.
I
He probably
said,
still wouldn't have been there.
I said as a joke on X, formerly known as Twitter, that Sharon Osbourne had
I
paid
did
the guy
see
to
that.
do it
I
to him to
did
pay
see that.
royalties.
Okay. Hiccup said it was No More Tears that Billy Idol did. That's right. Okay.
Oh, okay.
It still didn't sound. It just still didn't sound well though.
What
Like,
songs did they play?
I only seen Crazy Train, No More Tears, obviously, and then Mama, I'm Coming Home. I don't know.
Interesting.
I didn't watch the whole thing. I just seen clips on like Facebook and Twitter.
Yeah. I just happened to see it on social media too.
So
Because it's Crazy Train. I get. I'm trying to think if there's like any bigger song. I'm not coming home but like No More Tears. That's an interesting choice to put on there.
well, I will say around here, No More Tears gets played a lot on
Really,
like
it's a
the
great
radio.
tune. I like that tune.
Good solo. It is a good solo.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
listen to it now just for the solo, basically. Here's a question that you might know the answer to, Brian. Hiccup says, "Whatever happened to Rodney Jackson who sang for Slash Snake Pit?"
I have no idea.
Okay, I
I
have Slash Snake Pit over here, but like I couldn't tell you anything about any of the members.
I
You
have
know,
no idea what happened to them after Ain't Life Grand. I love that album. The
what was
second
that?
album,
94 or 95?
95 was the debut.
Okay,
2000 was Ain't Life Grand.
okay,
I love that fucking second album. That's probably one of my favorite all time albums.
really better.
That's one I can put on and listen to the whole thing.
Interesting. What do you think about
And
the first?
it's good. It's good too. I've heard people say like that better than the second one, but I don't know. For some reason, Ain't Life Grand just clicked with me.
Okay,
What's the debut? It's 5 o'clock somewhere. That's the debut.
is it?
Yeah. And I don't know. I have no idea what happened to him. That's a great question.
I think I have it. Oh yeah, right here. This has literally been sitting on my desk for probably 2 years. I never listened to it yet. The
Really?
debut.
It's a solid album. It's a solid
I mean,
album.
I just haven't gotten around to it. I have so much shit that I just never got to yet, and it's just sitting here. Yeah. So it's 5 o'clock somewhere. You're right. Yep. Is it 94? It is. Yeah, 95. Okay.
95 is 95.
Produced by Slash and Mike Klink. Oh my god, it has 14 songs on it. That's a long album.
You're not a fan of anything over 10.
Yeah, man. I mean, it's just so, especially if it isn't good, or like every track has to be a banger. For me to listen to
Yeah, if it's filler,
an
it's
hour long
like,
album.
yeah.
So,
Well, the bands that have 14 songs and one is like an intro and something and this, they have a clip from something, and it's an instrumental for 2 minutes. Like that doesn't stop doing
Like the
that.
new Sabir record. It has 14 tracks, but like 3 of them are just kind of like instrumentals.
That's not a track. That's not a track.
Right, yeah, so it's only technically 11, but all right.
Oh,
So
so I'm looking at that right there. Wolfgang Van Halen played on Crazy Train.
okay, all right. Yeah.
Wow. All right. You got the kid can fucking play. I'm not gonna like deny
Yeah, I'm not
that.
yeah, I mean, I don't know
His
much of his solo stuff,
oh,
but
the first 2 albums of Mammoth WVH are great. They're really
are
good
they? Okay.
albums. Yeah.
All right. What we got? Oh, there you go. We actually Dillinger, awesome. Uh, Me and Richie and Brian also
Big
talked about
house.
Slick Toxic earlier in the show, roughly 3 hours, 3.5 hours ago. But uh, Big House. I have their album over here. Dollar in My Pocket. Uh,
It,
what what's the other single? Baby Doll is the ballad. You it's
I don't think it rivals Slick Toxic. I'm gonna disagree with
oh
that.
oh yeah
I'm not
okay
saying it's a bad album. I love that Doing the Nasty album.
no
So
one
good.
one is sleaze more mature. The other one is kind of like a glammy or rough house
Yeah.
band Poison feel to it.
Yeah.
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 No, it's certainly one's a little bit more mature feeling than the other, which Slick Toxic has a little bit more of the mature
Yeah.
aspect to it. But I mean, I remember when I bought that Big House album a couple probably 10 years ago. I had that album in my I had that album in my car for about 3 weeks. Like it was worthy of being in the car for a while. So I like it. I mean, I'm not gonna talk shit on it at all. Very
Mhm.
good. But yeah, Canada does produce some good bands. It's
Yes, they
just
do. Yes, they do.
it's just the promotion, man. That's the problem.
Because I even said when you guys were talking about Slick Toxic, I happened to. I was again. I had my show going on. I'm posting stuff on X, formerly known as Twitter. I'm listening to you guys, and I saw you guys brought that up. I even put in the comments, "Wait until I'm gone before you start talking about this
Yeah,
great album.
yeah.
Wait till I'm
I
on."
know, yeah. I saw that. I'm like, "Oh, shit, that's right. Yeah, you do love that album."
That is one of
Great
my.
album, but that is one that gets better for me over time. Like,
Yeah,
like I said, when I first bought it, when I was a teenager,
mhm.
I liked a good amount of songs on it, but as time going on, man, I can listen to that whole album.
There's not a bad song on it. I
Yeah.
remember hearing. I think it was Hell of a Time. Actually, I got it behind me. I don't know if I can see it. Guru gave me an ad for it. What the hell is it? Over here behind me. I don't know if you can see it. I'm in the way. I
Okay.
can't.
Let me see here.
That's it right there, right there. And
Okay.
I heard that song on Headbangers Ball, and I was like, I gotta get this album. Put that on, and I was just like, holy shit, this thing is awesome.
Nice.
And I think my brother somehow I acquired. He got the copy of the EP, so I still have that on CD. And I also have a promotional cassette with Hell of a Time on it. I don't remember how. I think I got it from my brother somehow. I don't remember how I acquired it, but that debut album is just unreal. How good it is.
Yeah, it is damn good. Even the second album is
It's
okay.
solid. It's solid.
Irrelevant here. Like
Yeah, it's a good one.
it's fine, but certainly go towards the debut if you never listen to anything of them yet. You know,
Mhm.
certainly. But yeah, shout out to Hiccup. You guys really know your stuff. Thank you.
Hey, well, thanks a
We've been
lot.
doing this for a long time. So.
I don't know shit about anything else, but I guess.
Yeah, yeah. We're familiar with Eric Gronwall, however you say it, the former Skid Row and Heat singer. I guess Heat, right? Yeah.
Is that the one that had to leave for health reasons?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. He should have been around for the 80s and 90s. Don't think he was even born then.
No, he wasn't.
Yeah, I was gonna say he's probably roughly my age.
I
So
would
yeah.
say he's probably the best singer Skid Row has had since Sebastian Bach.
Yeah, no, and that's my opinion of because I like ZP, the guy from Dragon Force,
Mm-hmm.
but it just wasn't to me. It wasn't a good fit,
Yeah.
But
Didn't Skid Row have Tony Harnell in the band at one point for an
ooh,
album?
did they?
I thought they did.
Because they got Solinger, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. I can't answer that one for you.
I can't remember if he was. I'm thinking he was on maybe one album. He wasn't with him that long though. I don't know.
You
If it was
remember
with
the
Skid
name of the
Row.
album?
I can't tell you. I know he. I think he was in the band at one point. Maybe it wasn't even an album.
Okay. I mean, it's possible because, like, yeah, the last thing I got in that era was like those 2 EPs, The Rise of Damnation or whatever. Those
Mm-hmm.
2 EPs that they released. But yeah, I don't know. It's not really, to me. It's not really worth chatting about too much, you know.
Yeah,
But no, as far as Eric goes, the gang's all here. That was Skid Row's lightning in a bottle to finally like come back and be
I
like, hey,
agree.
we're still Skid Row without Sebastian Bach.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
and to me, I'm kind of emotionally checked out of Skid Row now. Either change the band name or I don't know if I'm interested in anything new from Skid Row, you know.
yeah. I don't know.
Unless they absolutely release an awesome song, you know, a single or something, and then I'll be back on. But
Yeah, I don't know
yeah,
what they're gonna
it
do for
sucks.
that. What the hell was
It
it?
sucks. Uh, Wolfgang is really growing on me. I like that kid more and more as time goes on. Okay, yeah, good deal, good
The
deal.
guy, yeah, he got he's talented. He's definitely talented.
Okay, so Eric is joining Michael Shankner for his tour for the current album, and then
Hmm.
recording a new album with
Okay.
Shankner. Okay, yeah, I mean, because well, Shankner, the last couple albums, I think, has like a lot of guests on his albums. Because
Okay, so it's like, all right.
yeah, I have one of his recent ones here. It's not bad, but it's so hard for me to get into an album with like 5 different singers on it. It's just weird to me. Like, I feel like there's no continuity to it. So
Yeah, I get that.
it's tough. That's a little tough for me, but I hope it's great. I
All
hope.
right, so Harnell was in the band. I don't think he was in an album.
Okay.
He left in 2015.
And for anyone
Oh,
unaware,
wait. No,
Tony
wait.
Harnell from TNT.
Yeah, and they
Okay.
re-recorded as an early single, 18 in Life, as a free download.
Really?
All
Okay.
right, so he didn't. I don't think he wasn't. I don't think he was on an actual album. I do remember he wasn't there that long. He wasn't there that long. He has a hell of a voice, that guy,
Yeah.
Tony Harnell.
Yeah. That early stuff, man, or the original run TNT stuff's awesome.
Yeah, yeah.
I will say, Intuition and Desire Liar, or what's the one after Intuition 92?
Oh,
It's Desire whatever. Intuition and the next album
looks like we
is
don't know our stuff now.
I know, yeah. I mean, yeah.
God.
It's on. That's another one that's on the tip of my tongue, and I'm like, I can see the image. It's that girl with the 2 kids.
Oh, I'm
She,
thinking of something else then. All right,
no,
hold
she's
on.
like eating like a ice cream cone, and the 2 smaller like these boys are like googly eyeing her.
Fuck, you got me on that.
Uh,
Shit.
it's from '92. There's only like a couple good songs on that album. I was disappointed for it being 1992. I was disappointed in that album.
Oh, I'm only seeing this self-titled one from '94. Yeah, I think they had one. I don't remember what it was.
Okay.
I
I, I
don't remember
I'll
what it
get that here
was.
for you. TNT 1992. Uh, but yeah, we have the Sword. I'm familiar with the Sword. I have one of their albums over here. Now I'm forgetting that album name. It's the one with the black cover, and it's the red. It's a red in the middle of the black cover with rocks or boulders. Fuck, I forget the name of it.
You got me.
Dillinger, I'm sure you know which album I'm talking about. It has Warp Riders, or maybe that's the album name, Warp Riders, or something like that. I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. TNT band, yeah. So let's see here. It is Realized Fantasies. That's what it is. Realized
It's got a
Fantasies from 1992.
kids eating an ice cream cone.
Yeah,
Huh.
but
I get it. They should have gone with a picture of the band.
yes, yeah. Well, I was gonna say I want to share my screen here. I want to show it to you because it needs to be seen. It needs to be seen, Brian. Let's see. I can share it right there. Right there. Or it's a soda pop that she's drinking, not an ice
What?
cream cone.
Stop. That's Boys in Heat level bad.
I don't know about all that. I mean, the album's not very good though.
Yeah.
I'm not a fan of it. I was very disappointed with it for being 1992. I'm trying to think.
I totally forgot about that. I forgot that album even existed.
Really,
Yeah.
I know the band doesn't care for it. I think Tony kind of talks shit on it now. Like one of his recent interviews, he was kind of like dissing it a little bit.
Uh-huh.
I think I honestly don't even remember any of the songs. I literally just bought this like a year ago, and I can't remember any of the songs I like on it.
I couldn't even tell you.
I think Rain was decent, or was a single. Fuck, I cannot remember, but yeah, it. Don't waste more than $8 on it, guys.
But does it sound like are they going for the same sound like from Intuition
Yeah,
and Tell
I
No
mean, well,
Tales?
no,
Or are
I
they trying to
prefer
go somewhere different with it?
I prefer Intuition, obviously, but
Okay.
it's not like darker. It's not. They're not trying to. They're not trying to change into the times, like going like sleazier or anything like
Okay.
that.
All right.
It
All
may be
right.
even more mainstream, but it's just not good songwriting, or it's
Mhm.
just not good songs. You know, maybe kind of like burned out. I don't know how else maybe to explain, because like it's still there. It still sounds like a hair metal album,
Yeah.
but yeah, it is what it is. It's weak. Don't spend more than $8 on it. That's my full recommendation there on that one.
So I was looking at
Uh,
an Apple Music. It's not even on there. That's how good that is.
oh really? Okay. Well, there you go. Yeah. Tony Harnell was in Skid Row for a little bit before Gronwell. Okay, so yeah,
Yeah.
recently then. Okay, that, that's what you looked up there. So yeah, man. I don't know. What do you want to do? You want to call it a night here soon,
What time
Brian?
is it? Oh my god! I didn't know it was that late.
We're
Holy
going all night, man. We're going all
shit!
night.
Oh my god!
We've been here for 4.5 hours, man.
Holy
It
crap!
goes by like that, bro. It goes like that. Having fun.
Yeah,
Uh,
you just have a good time.
but
Time flies.
but Brian, my man, plug your stuff one more time where people can find you.
All right. Well, you can find me on X, formerly known as Twitter. You can see it up there on the screen at HB Basement. Always talking music there. Every Friday night, got a show on Station Head. Download the app, put in Hairband Basement, and you'll hear the deepest of tracks, the rarest of bands, and the little known songs from the biggest name artists from before, during, and after the decade of decadence.
There you go.
And coming up, I'm on Hair Metal Guru's show. We did top 10 Cinderella songs. I think that's gonna be out within the week. And I'm on Rock Resurgence Radio, like we talked before, with the top 10 soundtracks. And that's what I got
Okay.
going on.
All right, good deal, guys. Check him out on Twitter. Check out his radio show. Good stuff. I can't.
Killer
Oh,
Dwarfs is awesome. I just saw it at
yes,
the bottom.
Killer
Killer Dwarfs
Dwarves.
is
Yes,
awesome.
I have like 2 other albums over here. Very good stuff. What's the
Yeah.
one with Nosferatu on the front?
Method of the Madness.
Yes, that's a
That's
good
my
album.
favorite by them.
Is it? Okay, that's a good album.
Yeah.
Look,
Dirty
look,
Weapons is a
Drifting.
good album too.
Yeah, Drifting
Standing
Back. That's a
Tall is a
great
good
song.
one. Yeah, there's they had a lot of good stuff.
Yeah.
It's never broke big
Yeah,
for
man.
reasons.
Guys, yeah, we appreciate you guys being here. Thanks for subbing. I'll try. I try to be here every Friday night, do a live show, hang out with you guys, and Brian, if schedules work out, you're more than welcome. Everyone's welcome to come on. This is a party. This is what we're missing here in the metal community, Brian.
No shit.
Community.
Yeah.
You know, we don't get it in the live scene anymore. Sad to
Well,
say.
I don't have to worry about getting on. If you're on until 12:30 at night, I'll definitely be able to make it.
Well, I was gonna say we did start an hour later today, so
Yeah.
that's kind of why it's going a little later. But yeah, man, I'll be around if you want to get on. You know, last week was kind of like a little pilot show live stream,
Yeah.
but yeah, man, keep me updated. Let me know. I'll send you the link. All good. But man, I appreciate
Cool.
you coming on, Brian. Always
Thanks for
fun.
having me on. Good time.
Yes, sir. We'll do another Renaissance show soon. We'll do that.
All right.
That's our thing.
Sounds
So
good.
good deal. All right, Brian. I'll put you in the lobby. I'll text you later or text you tomorrow. And thanks, man, for coming on again.
All right. Thanks for everyone that tuned in. You have a good night, sir.
Yes, sir. Have a good one, man. All right, guys. That is gonna kind of wrap it up for me too. I mean, we're kind of out of guest, and Chat's still a little alive, which I appreciate you guys being here. It's awesome. That's like I said, we're here to try to build a community in the metal world, especially in the hair metal world. But we like talking about thrash metal, power metal, even death metal at times, like black metal. We like it all, you know. But then again, when you're talking new metal, that's a little wishy washy. But nah, we're playing. But man, guys, that's what we're here to do. I like to bring you guys, and a lot of other people like to bring you guys the forgotten stuff that is just not heard of anymore. That's kind of what my channel is all about: is the forgotten and unknown bands and albums that people just overlooked in the past and in the present as well. I talk a lot about a lot of new bands that have this hair metal feel to them that are still carrying the torch, but just aren't getting love, you know, from the older fans and also the young generation, like myself and younger. So definitely stick around and party with us. It's always fun. Like I said, I try to do this every Friday nights, but sometimes schedules get fucked up, you know, and there's other places to go to and stuff. But I try to do this at least twice a month, at least 2 Fridays every month. But as of now, I don't think I really have anything going on next Friday, so we might be back. We might be back next Friday. So, guys, subscribe to the channel. I appreciate it. Click the like button as well. That helps the algorithms and all that AI bullshit stuff. So, definitely, guys, we will go out to a song, a little ballad to put us to sleep. This is Images of Eden, September. But as we wrap up, you are watching the Crash Course Metal Show. And until next time, guys, I guess there is a video. One last thing. There is a video coming out Tuesday. I bring Daddy Crash on, my dad, and I kind of ask him if he remembers some of these hair metal albums that he grew up with or lived through and get his opinions on it. And this will be his first time on the channel. So that will be fun as well. Break him in a little bit, you know. So that is coming up. And I also got some interviews from forgotten artists as well from the 80s coming up in the next couple weeks. So which is really going to be really cool. So guys, let us know. Let us know what we're doing good, what we're doing bad, all the fun stuff. But I appreciate you guys being here and watching and hanging out with us. Let's build this community. Let's build the metal community up to how it used to be and in the golden era, you know what I mean? So, guys, until next time, stay out of that collateral damage, guys. And until next time, take care of yourself. Take care of every other metalhead and all the bands out there. If they ain't around any longer, then we ain't got nothing to listen to, you know? So, all right, guys. Good night. We'll see you guys later.